Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day here on the peninsula of Monterey, California, at the place we love as Laguna Seca. As you can see, the sun is about to pop through from what was a typical Monterey foggy morning. And I'm joined in the booth by, once again, Ben Sissel and Scott Conway. And we are looking forward to what should be a great group of SVR races coming up. We've just had Group 10. We are looking forward to a Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B. And Ben, I'll turn to my expert and say, what have we got coming ahead of us in this next one?
Well, this is my favorite group in vintage racing. I love historic Trans Am. That's maybe one of the great shows, Group 6, the B-Sedan stuff. But these are the cars that I love because my little British sports cars are in there. And we've got a large race, so large that it takes up 2 pages, 38 cars in this group. We'll go through it, but I got to talk about the day. We're at beautiful WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Jonathan, when I woke up this morning, we were out checking brake markers, all of our flags, banners, and everything. And it was so foggy you couldn't see about 50 feet in front of you. So I was like, oh no, is this going to be delayed? But then the sun came up,
it's always that
right
way.
Off.
It's always that way. About 8:30 you start to panic and then suddenly it just dissipates, doesn't it?
So that is Mark Francis there, 1963 Elva Mark 7S. I have to brush up on my Roman numerals. This is the 154. Beautiful 63 Porsche 356B. Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B. These are production sports cars. So the Porsche 356, but look at this car right next to him. 1961 Ferrari TR61 from Robert Davis. I saw him come through tech. What a beautiful car. Great shot there, Tony.
That's
looking
lovely.
Right down the nostrils of those carburetors. Look at that. And I told him, I was like, thank you so much for bringing that, because that is a piece of art, racing. And, you know, our whole thing is some people collect art, we race it. I got to give it up for him right there, because he is doing exactly that. That's Robert Davis, racing art. This should be Kevin Ayers in a 1963 Elva Courier Mark III. Elva was like a coachwork company that used different engines from different manufacturers, like it might have had an MGB engine in it. We're looking at Paul Conkle Jr. here, Southern California, rolling out in his MGB. And that should be Kevin Shaha there in that Toyota. We see a Turner, a Datsun, Mini Cooper, and the thing that we'll love about that, there goes an air-cooled rear-engine car, front-engine rear-wheel drive car. There's all kinds of different cars out here. There's a Mazda Porsche 356. There's an Alpine here this weekend, and Sunbeam. There's a Tiger. Look at the smile on that. He's excited to go out on track. MGA Coupe, one of my favorite cars. Triumph Spitfire and the Mini. So let's just go through. In first position, Gear Ramleth in a 63 Lotus. Mike Zupko in second in a 63 Elva. Travis Engen third in a Lotus 23B. Greg Meyer in a 1959 Sadler. Alec Hugo in a 62 Porsche 356. Mark Francis in a 63 Elva. Edward Hugo in a 63 Porsche 356. Robert Davis in a Ferrari 1961 TR61. Kevin Ayers in an Elva Courier from 63. Paul Conkle Jr. in an MGB. Kevin Shaha in a Toyota 67 Sprinter. Matt Johnson starting 12th in a 56 Porsche 356. Daniel Schwartz in a Turner 1958 Turner 950S. And 14th is Michael Sweeney Sr. in a Datsun 69 Datsun Factory Lightweight. Andrew Fox in an Austin Mini Cooper S 66, 1966. Patrick Pacini in a 1969 Porsche 912. James Dean is out here racing in 1970 somehow in a Porsche 914. I love that James Dean is still racing a Porsche.
Yeah, that's good news.
What else would he be racing?
Yeah, exactly.
He's moved away from that 356. That didn't do too well to him.
Yeah.
Steve Mullane in a 1965 Triumph Spitfire. Bob Roth. I don't have a speech impediment, not the famous painter Bob Ross, in a Genie SR. A Datsun B210. Frank Altamura in a Porsche 356. Dan Walters in a Sunbeam. Tom Morgan in a Morgan.
Again, what else would he drive?
Yeah, what else could he drive?
Paul Frame in a 56 Porsche 356. Gary Persa in an Austin Healey Sprite. Brian McEldowney, in a Triumph TR4. Steve Kupferman in an MGA. Mark Hugo in a Porsche 356. Thomas Turner in a Triumph. So he's not in a Turner. He should be in a Turner. Triumph Spitfire 4. Gary Dreen in an Austin Mini Cooper S. Stephen Smith in a Volkswagen Beetle. I don't see him on the grid. He was having troubles yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he had all kinds of troubles yesterday.
Yeah. Steve Kupferman in an MGA. And Robert White in an Elva. Here comes the start, Jonathan.
Yep, here we go. This is our Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B feature race 2 as away they go here at the beautiful WeatherTech Laguna Raceway. And right away, the number 21 straight into the lead. And that's a nice start by the Lotus.
Yes, Kira Ramleth, the defending Bell Helmet champion, and he and Travis Engen usually have the best battles out there in Group 5B. Engen has won the Sprint Championship 9 years in a row. Last year he did not win it, but Ramleth and him are very familiar with one another and race each other in Lotus 23Bs all the time.
Nice move up the inside of 3 by the number 15 of Mike Zuplo.
There's a Porsche engine in that Elva Mark 7S. They have a Porsche engine in there, and that was the Elva Mark 7, a further development of the Mark 5. But Zupko has been very fast. Engen usually gets right up with Ramleth right straight away, but Zupko yesterday and in that first feature race, he was hanging right there with Gear Ramleth. Ben, those cars are really close together. They're doing a good race here.
Yeah, we saw Travis Engen get squeezed by Mike Zupko going into Optima Batteries turn 2, but Travis and Mike, they knew each other were there. Some great racing as they come through the corkscrew. Look at the views here as Travis Engen's beautiful Lotus comes through. There goes Greg Meyer in that Sadler Mark IV. There's that Ferrari. Look at the cars in this. This is why I love this group. Just such a great diversity. If you are kind of upset with modern motorsports where all the cars look the same, you can't have that here.
No, there ain't no way.
I counted. We've got 21 different manufacturers and marks in a group of 38 cars. You don't see that in modern racing.
And as was the wont back in the late 60s, mostly European, but obviously a few kind of variations on the theme. But yeah, Porsche, obviously a lot of British manufacturers, German and Italian, but the odd Genie in there as well.
Gear Ramleth is a very good driver. I don't think I'm used to seeing him in a Lotus 23, so let's see how he does here. He's driven a lot of open wheels with us, but this is a little bit different. So let's see this no downforce momentum car, how he does against Travis Engen, who is a seasoned veteran in the Lotus 23B.
That Sadler that is, I believe, in 4th place at the moment, that has a Latham supercharged Chevrolet V8 engine in it. And it was designed by Bill Sadler. That's where the name comes from, Sadler Mark IV. Ramleth is a very good driver. He's pretty used to these Lotus 23Bs. And again, he and Engen are very familiar with against one another at Road Atlanta, VIR, and always at the Circuit of the Americas.
I love the rear, the little vents there in the back of the cars.
That car debuted in 1962 at the Nürburgring, and Jim Clark was driving it. Skull and Chapman designed, and it was designed for the FIA FIA Group 4 championship, and it was very successful over there.
You can imagine that would be one hell of a ride around the Nordschleife.
Oh, yeah. In that little car where you're, what, just a couple inches off the ground, it seems like?
Yeah, in a carousel and going through some of those long turns. Ooh,
and those cars there at the front of the field are from the 60s. That Morgan that went by that you were talking about, Ben, at the start of the program, that dates back to the 1930s, at least the company does. Yeah,
still running wood frame chassis for the bodywork there, but there's the 15 Mike Zubko in a 1963 Elva. These three cars, even though it's two Lotuses and an Elva, are very equally yoked. Elva basically made that car to compete against the Lotus 23Bs. Really fun to drive. I love when you can see the driver's hands working in there. Okay, looks like they're coming up on lap traffic right now of a Porsche 356. Safely around. I do see a yellow flag at that corner. Not sure. Oh, there's a car off there between 4 and 5.
Yeah, just stationary and offline, so that's good news. But
yeah,
it's going to be a while to get to him if he is stuck.
If he would have been able to go just 200 yards more, there was an escape route there. But we're looking right now at Gear Ramlet followed by Mike Zubko. So Travis Engen taking a position from Mike Zubko. Oh, that's I misspoke. That's an MGA, not a Porsche 356. MGA Coupe. Beautiful car there.
That is lovely.
I believe that's the twin cam, if I'm not mistaken, Ben. And that has a
yeah. There's the badge, the twin cam badge right over the vent.
Yeah, it's a 1588cc engine, has a twin overhead cam, and it was a further development of the MGA. Not very many of those were made. If I remember, something around like 2,000 were made of those. And that's one of those out on track being raced. Jonathan, another irreplaceable, unique car out there.
Oh, no question about it. Well, they all are really. But yeah, I mean, we are watching history of racing and motor cars, and especially with these production cars, because you really do see, as we've got a truck on track to try to clear up that mess between 4 and 5.
But we're still racing. The white flag is out. Just a double yellow has not come out yet, which is great, so we're going to be able to keep racing, and that is because that driver was able to pull over in a safe position, highly visible. I'm sure they'll still throw a flag at turn 3, but they'll be back to racing at turn 4, which is just unbelievable. Thank you so much, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Look at this number 84 going through. It's like another piece of art.
Ben, you and I talked at Road Atlanta. You know, my favorite car is the MG Midget because I drove that, but Triumph Spitfires are out here, and one of those drivers is Thomas Turner. He won both the races last year, and I believe he won yesterday for G Production, but that is a car that's named after the RAF fighter plane, the Spitfire.
Absolutely.
You would know more about that there.
I used to go to school in a yellow Spitfire. My mum had one. Yes, I know all about the Spitfire.
Okay, so
as well.
As we go through here now, they're going to throw a white flag. The tow trucks are coming through the corkscrew. Here's that Spitfire.
Yep. Know it well. Beautiful car. Very low to the ground. You can literally step out of it.
The Triumph Spitfires and the MG Midgets ruled F production, but that Turner 950S that you were talking about, Ben, a friend of mine that raced them back in the day, Jim Creighton, and his wife Tony Creighton, both of those raced Turners, and Turner was very fast in F production. Whenever it showed up, it gave the MGs and Triumphs quite a bit of trouble there.
Look at that Ferrari, that 15A of Robert Davis coming up. What a great shot we're getting there as they come up through the sunlight. 3 red cars, 3 totally different cars coming up into the Big Machine Vodka spiked coolers, corkscrew. Look at this Ferrari roll through there. Look at the body roll of these cars. How cool is that?
That is a unique sight, isn't it? And a couple of Datsuns, a couple of Japanese manufacturers out there, and nice to see. Mixing it with the European manufacturers.
Datsun 2000, actually, that was called a Fair Lady in Japan when it was sold. But when they imported it to the United States, they didn't think that name would go over too well, so they went to a 2000 Datsun Roadster. That was very prominent in D production, both that and the 1600 Roadster.
So Kevin Ayers looking to make a pass here. And then that's the, I believe that's Michael Sweeney in that Datsun factory lightweight.
What does that mean? Factory lightweight road?
I'm not sure. Maybe that was made to be a factory race car.
Okay, makes sense.
When the Datsuns came over, they weren't supposed to be over here to begin with. We talked about that yesterday, Jonathan, but they had a couple of cars that were somehow secretly sent over and showed up at the first SCCA National out at, I believe it was Riverside at the time, and they were supposedly lighter than the regular Datsun 1600s. They were specially made for the SCCA club racing because they wanted to sell those cars, and they wanted those cars to be up front.
I'll tell you how. Rumor is there was a Navy admiral that loved racing, So when he would be over there, he'd just put a few on the aircraft carriers for his buddies and bring it over. I'm not going to name his name, but it was the U.S. military that was actually breaking the law by importing cars they shouldn't have. And we thank them for that.
They were surprised at Tech, and everybody else was surprised because they knew about the Datsuns, but they didn't know they were here in the U.S., and all of a sudden they just magically appeared.
Yeah. And then when people would ask them, how'd you get that?
I don't know.
The wily Japanese, huh? I love it. Beautiful shot of the corkscrew, the hill that stands over this beautiful Laguna circuit.
Just look at that shot right there. The cars are so different. The silhouettes, the lines of these cars. This is what makes vintage racing so fantastic. And then that just timeless lines of that Porsche 356 that even the most modern Porsches still carry those lines. That's Mark Francis in that Elva Mark 7S. Beautiful livery on that with the yellow accents showing the body lines. And in driver's hands in a car, I just love it.
John, and cars, even though with the weather not that great in England, they were most of them were, at least the very fast cars were convertibles.
Yeah, and it's an ironic thing, isn't it? I mean,
Yes.
I just visualize Jim Clark going around the Nordschleife from the fog and the rain. I mean, because there's no way you can go to the Nürburgring without it raining. So I don't know how they managed, because there was no full-face helmets back then.
Right.
So it's goggles or nothing.
And you know how much the spray is these days. If you've ever watched any of the races on TV, you see all that spray come up on them. You can just imagine trying to see through that and fog at best.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, we have this deep belief that when the sun is actually out, then it's kind of warm. We go into shorts, we take our t-shirts on, and even though it's probably only about, I don't know, plus 10, whatever reason, or we go in this, which is the perfect mini. I love this. I had a close look at this yesterday up close, and it's beautifully prepared, so beautifully prepared. Obviously the Gulf colors as well, but I just love that. It's just compact, and it doesn't look like a race car, but boy, in its day, both on the track and in rally, fantastic.
I've owned many Coopers and Mini Cooper S's, and the thing about them, all my friends, because I'm 6'3", 250 pounds, all of my friends think I'm crazy, but I'm like, no. It is the most fun car to drive without having to break the law. I've had a Mustang GT, and it was a fun car to drive, but I felt like to have fun in it, I had to break the law. I could go the speed limit in a Mini Cooper and still take twisty turns and have just an absolute blast.
And the thing is, it's a bit of a myth. It is a tiny car, but you're right, a 6'3" man can get in that quite easily.
4 of us. 4 people like me could get in. When I used to be in a rock band, we carried a Mini Cooper in a trailer, a 64, and all 4 of us, all my size, could go to the movies in that. People thought we were clowns getting out of it, but, it was an easy way to get around. Look at that Triumph Spitfire.
I bet you get some good roll on with 4 of you in there.
Yeah, you can go downhill faster.
Hey, you're talking about the rally. They won the Monte Carlo Rally for 3 years in that Mini Cooper, and we were talking yesterday. Ben, usually when they go around the turns, they're really driving hard. That inside, I believe it's the left rear wheel, just picks up there and then gets back down on the ground.
Yeah, here I have video. I put a camera under Don Racine's Mini, and it lifts a foot off the ground coming through the corkscrew. Oh, there goes Travis Engen making the pass. So the front group is spread out just a little bit. But that's Travis Engen there, currently in second place in that beautiful Lotus 23B. Look at that. There's that Fair Lady lightweight 127. Looks like he normally runs a 27 and put the piece of duct tape. And man, that twin can coupe. I got to give it up for him for bringing that out. That is Steve Kupferman. To bring out a twin cam, like I love MGAs, but then a twin cam is like the exotic MGA, and those engines are hard to keep running. So we really appreciate that, and the rarity of them too.
As well as Porsche, I believe, on the screen now, the 911.
Yeah, that's the 966 of Patrick Paterni. Porsche 912. So that means it's before the 911, same body, but just a 356 engine.
Straight lining it.
Run through there. And it really is like we were talking, it would be the same almost angle as a staircase.
Yeah.
the first 20 feet of the drop of that corkscrew. It'd be like just in the Italian Job when the minis come down the stairs there.
Yeah, yeah.
It'd be about the same drop.
Well, it's 5 stories from the top of the corkscrew to the bottom, and then 10 stories from the bottom of the hill at 10 all the way to the top of the corkscrew. So you're talking 101 feet in total.
That is awesome.
Ooh,
Yeah, he's smoking a little bit. Little puff of smoke there in the 912. There's our leader gear Ramleth coming across the start-finish line. I'm hearing reports right now from race control as they come through Optima Turn 2, Optima batteries. We've got a car smoking on track. They're trying to figure out.
Well,
I don't know if it's the 966 or not, but there is puffs of smoke coming out. Looks like when he switches gears.
Yeah, literally like second to third, he's just puffing
Look
out
at that.
some
There's
smoke.
Ray Morgan in that Morgan. And then there's that Elva. Elva's have a nice smile on him as well. Looks like that Elva's having a lot of fun out there.
Now the Elva, that is from the French, where they say "élevé," which means she goes.
That's right.
So they took that and made an Elva. That's why it's called the Elva Courier Mark III.
And go
Now
she does.
that could have been Ray Morgan was giving him the point by to the left, and the Elva decided to point on the right. So good heads up there by Ray Morgan to know where the car behind him was passing him.
Yeah, Morgan 4+4. The first time I ever saw one of those was at Hallett Motor Speedway. Anatoly Rudinoff had one of those, and my dad told me to go over there and just kind of, knock on the car. I said that doesn't sound right, but I will. I knocked on it. It was a wood frame. And I couldn't believe that it was a wood.
Yeah, I was watching that Morgan being prepared yesterday, and he was working hard. Every time I walked past that car, he was underneath it, working on something, and I was going to ask him what he was working on, but he was just, like, flat out, so I left it to it.
Yeah, that's Tom Morgan. I said Ray, but it's Tom Morgan there in that Morgan. And the wood is ash wood, which is the same as Louisville Slugger baseball bats.
But you know it lasts, right?
Oh, it definitely lasts.
And look at that. There's the Ferrari coming up behind him.
Whoa. Little lock up, but he's fine.
Yeah. And any time that you're racing a car with us with wire wheels like this Ferrari, you have my attention. Ooh, and look at that. He's not wanting that 356 to get by him. It's coming out.
Yeah, that's heavy braking into that turn. That turn even tightens up more once you get through the apex, and you have to be very patient, like wait, even wait a little bit longer before you can get the power down.
That's a Datsun B210 there of Richard Bateman.
Datsun B210, very successful in SCCA club racing as well, and B-Sedan.
That number 4 is a 63 Genie SR, Bob Roth. But there's that Ferrari in the 356. It looks like a good battle. Porsche versus Ferrari. Classic tale.
356 lining him up there. I don't know if he's going to make it there, Ben.
It's going to be nip and tuck, isn't it?
Yes. He was certainly going on the inside. He looked like he had the line.
Edward Hugo.
Didn't quite make it.
Robert Davis now. Add a little bit. Robert Davis started 8th. Right behind Edward Hugo, so Robert Davis has picked up a position.
Great way to start the day.
Yeah, beautiful weather and beautiful racing with some absolutely immaculately prepared, beautiful cars out there. Jonathan and Ben.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Checkered flag is going to be coming out here soon. I love that Toyota there, too. How cool is that with the white racing stripes going through there?
Yeah, that Toyota Sprinter was the basis for the Chevy Prism and the Geo Prism, as well as the Chevy Nova.
There's Gear Ramleth taking the checkered flag. Another great race from Gear Ramleth. You know, it's rare not to see Gear on the top step of our podiums. Look at that.
And that's another beautiful little car. Well, I had a close look at that yesterday, took some photos of it. It's immaculate.
Yeah, when you're racing a Concours show car.
Yeah.
You know, when the prep every weekend, because, you know, there's going to be rock chips and things like that happen. So we really appreciate all the care and attention these drivers put into that car, because most race cars, even a professional, Lewis Hamilton's Formula One car this weekend is a 10-footer. You get up close to it, you're like, oh, okay, you can see where some of the carbon fiber's off. That car, there's nothing. Like,
Yeah.
I think that car could go to Pebble Beach tomorrow and do well.
Yep. I I agree. Yeah, I looked in the interior of that car too, and it's just so well prepared. It's absolutely. It looks as though it literally has come off the showroom floor.
Lots of our SVRA gold medallion cars out here as we're talking about that. Those are the cars like we were just talking about. Really well prepared with the fit and finish. Raced just as they were back in the day. It takes a lot more money and care to race them as they were than it is kind of to make a more modern sports car. But here it is. Let's see who wins here with this Porsche versus Ferrari.
They've been going on for the last few laps.
Enzo versus Ferdinand. Let's see what we got here. Looks like the Ferrari's got him. How cool is that? I love these images we're getting.
What fun they had out there racing together.
Yeah. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you so much for bringing those cars. Robert Davis, I got to say it again. Thank you for bringing out that beautiful 1961 Ferrari TR61, wearing the proper tires, in the wire wheels. Unbelievable. Look at that. That is just sex on wheels.
It sounds awesome, doesn't it? So my thanks to Ben Sissel and Scott Conway for taking us through our Group 1, Group 3, Group 4 and 5B to get us on our way here. Wherever you're tuning in around the world, stay with us. We've got more group action coming up very shortly. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from Laguna very soon.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Laguna Seca, high above the corkscrew and looking down on the famous paddock, which is dissipated a little bit from yesterday because obviously some races held today, some tomorrow. Some on Saturday, some on Sunday. But this is the Trans Am SpeedFest here from Laguna Seca. It's a beautiful April day. I'm here, Jonathan Green, with Scott Conway, and Ben Sissel's about to come into the booth and join us for what will be the second group race for Group 6 and Group 12. Looking forward to this. And Scott Conway, I know I haven't asked Ben, but I know that he loves this group. Always some really interesting big muscle cars in this one.
Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite groups as well. I grew up in the era of these big muscle cars, the Chevrolet Corvettes, the 427s, the 327 Corvettes, and the Shelby GT350 Mustangs, and what have you. And this again, one of my favorite groups. Definitely the car to watch here is going to be Scott Borchetta. Group 6 GT, he's going for his 27th straight win.
It's unbelievable.
Encompasses over 2 years. He was perfect last year. 21 starts, 21 wins, and he started off right where he left off this year as the obviously won the GT Bill Helmet Championship. And again, Borchetta, usually the class of this field at beautiful number 1. Changed the number of the very first race at Sebring. I had to be sure it was the same car and the same driver because you 8, but changed that to number 1, which is very significant because he is the number 1 driver. And he will be up against what is usually going to be a good battle with a Ford Cobra out there, 289 Ford Cobra, driven by the Chief Executive Officer of Ford Motor Company.
Not bad. And Ben,
that's Matt Millen there, but that Jägermeister BMW back there that we got to show, I got to go give it up to, that's Chandler Briscoe, 28 years old, just had a baby running that old BMW. That's
a miracle, really.
Blue 42. Cameraman, see all the signatures on the hood of that. That is for cancer research, Huntsman Cancer Research out of Salt Lake City. And I spoke to the driver here the other day, J.R. Smith, and he really wanted us to talk about the cancer research that they're doing. They're using this car as kind of like a billboard for that. So, J.R. Smith, we really appreciate that. So beautiful day here, isn't it, gentlemen?
Oh, glorious.
Absolutely fantastic. You know, I can understand, we were talking about Scott Borchetta, I can understand why he named his company Big Machine. He is a machine. He's out there every session. Is there a session he's not in?
No, and he's I live in Nashville. He lives in Nashville.
Yeah.
He's one of the hardest working people in Nashville, too, as in the music industry and as a philanthropist. So, you know, I go home and rest from these events, and then there he is, like, dedicating a children's hospital or something. There he is, it's Jim Farley in the Cobra, so we might have a Jim Farley and a Corvette sandwich. Michael Origer there from Chicago. Then that's John Murray in that 260. Chandler Briscoe, Matt Millen. Now this Mooney in the 42. J.R. Smith. That's Ray Evernham's old Corvette that used to belong to Tony Pirelli. That's Ben Valentine, 65. There are some unbelievable Corvettes, Mustangs, the BMWs, the Porsche 911s. Look at that Nissan. There's Bob Gee in that Mustang, but some just pick a favorite. I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Pick a favorite in this group.
Well, I just want to remind everybody that camera shot you saw was a locked-off camera. We wouldn't risk our cameraman that low and that close to the cars, of course. So special camera there brought in for this weekend.
We might risk Tony Garcia.
Well, maybe. Nice shot, Tony.
So let's get through here. Starting in first is Scott Borchetta, 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. And I just want you to, all the modern race car fans, keep an eye on the different cars, the different marks, the different manufacturers, because this doesn't exist in modern racing. Bob Briggs in second in a 1969 Camaro. Jim Farley, he's not there though. So Jim Farley starting second in a 66 Ford Cobra. Michael Origer, 69 Chevrolet Corvette. John Murray, 73 Datsun 260Z. Chandler Briscoe in that beautiful Jägermeister 73 BMW CSL. Matt Millen in a BMW 325. That's Group 12. Rick Mooney is in the blue 42 1968 Chevrolet Roadster. J.R. Smith in the Group 12 Ford Mustang. Ben Valentine in a 6BP 65 Corvette. Glenn Chu in a 74 Datsun 267. Glenn Chu makes some of the coolest Datsuns. John Anderson, 69 Chevy Corvette. Matthew McFadden, Porsche 911 from 2000. Chadwick Minista in a 63 Corvette. A.C. DeAugustine in a Chevrolet Corvette L88 from 1965. Michael Anderson in a Group 12 1968 Datsun Fairlady. Robert Gee, we talked about him, the 69 Chevrolet Corvette. David Bruder in the 65 Ford Mustang GT350, folks. Doug Manista in a 65 Chevrolet Corvette Coupe. Tom Sakai in that beautiful 1965 Sunbeam Tiger, the yellow car. Then listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Lisa, 1973 De Tomaso Pantera Group 3 car. Like, it's a street car with a roll cage, basically. Octavio Rincon in a Ford Boss Mustang. Norman Biglione Jr., Ford Mustang Boss 302. Michael Doyle in my favorite car in this group, the 1961 E-Type Coupe.
That's a pretty car.
Doug Warnicki in his 914. Bob Kelly in a Chevrolet Corvette. Andrew Alcatzer in a Shelby GT350. Brad Briscoe, Chevrolet Corvette. Daniel Long, Boss 302. And we're about to take the green, so I'm going to have to stop, but we still have about 4 or 5 cars left.
Yeah, it's a huge field. There's that E-Type you just mentioned, absolutely gorgeous, as they come down the corkscrew, and we get ready for our second feature race, and it is a massive field. And what a compliment this is to SVRA to get a field this big for these two groups. Here they come then, the safety car is off, and we will watch what Farley and Borchetta can do.
Well, watch for that Corvette with the headlights on. Michael Origer and Jim Farley went at it yesterday. I don't think they ever got more than like 4 car lengths from each other, and they're back at it again today. Scott Borchetta takes the lead coming into Optima Turn 2, followed by Jim Farley, followed by Michael Origer. Jim Farley has the advantage in that 289 Cobra. He's got the nimble car between this Corvette sandwich.
Yeah, but the Corvette should have the grunt down the hill and obviously down the straight out of 11 if he gets good drive, and Borchetta obviously driving very well and driving probably more laps than anybody this weekend.
Jim Farley definitely underpowered. That is a true 289, like FIA certified from how it would race. That would be a Goodwood eligible Cobra to my eyes, but he is a fantastic race car driver.
Yeah, I believe that's a Mark II Cobra, and all those Cobras had the 289 cubic inch engine in it. The Mark I had the 260 in it, but about the last 70 had 289, and they continued that trend on into the Mark II. He usually races both this and a Group 7 under 2 liter car as well, but out here in the Cobra, glad to see that. Have a couple of Cobras out there, 2 other 289 Cobras, and I believe a 427 Cobra out there as well. At least there was yesterday.
But that Cobra, I was looking at it yesterday, it has leaf springs like the 289 would going across the front. So it is as it would have been prepared from Shelby back in the day.
But you're right, Michael Orger and him had a great battle yesterday. Yeah, I believe it was for 3rd overall yesterday because Bergs and his Camaro was here, but it's going to be for 2nd overall today. But they were going at it nail and tooth there all through the race.
And they're continuing that tradition now as they come into 11 with our beautiful drone shots. Okay, so this is where Origer has the advantage. He's got that horsepower, that big block Corvette. I think they're running a 355 in that, maybe a 358. But listen, he's got 2 cars. Stuart Black has got 3 cars out here. And if you want a nicely prepared or somebody to take care of your Group 6 or Group 10 car, look up Stuart Black in Des Moines, Iowa. He's looking for customers currently, one of our best vintage race car preparers. So Scott Borchetta in that Championship 1 car pulls away, but Jim Farley doesn't not have a comfortable lead over Origer right now. Once Origer's tires come to him, it's going to be a battle. But look at that 260Z there. That's doing really well, John Murray.
Yep, Murray in 4th position. Flying the flag in Japan.
The GTU car, the Datsun, they had great battles back in the IMSA GTU days when they had Mazda against Datsun. They were going back and forth with the championships, Datsun and Mazda going back and forth, and had some great drivers back there.
It's Matt Millian in that 1993 12 BMW 325. That should be a pretty nimble car through the corkscrews. We just saw there, not giving them any room.
That's Mark Miller just behind John Murray there, and looking for an overtake, and he's going for it, but can't quite do it coming into 10 in that all green. Just behind him as they come through 10. Maybe he'll have a go down the main straight. Here, we'll see it now.
Look at that big wing offering some downforce there to the rear wheels.
Oh,
Well, very close coming out of 11 there, John.
yeah, pushed it very close. He was trying to get some good drive, but kind of tried too hard a little bit and got sideways. But he'll get the grunt now, but he's not close enough to make the move into Ultima Batteries too.
Yeah, he put that power down just a little bit too early there and got that car that broke loose on him in the rear end there.
Good battle all the same.
Great battle behind them with Chandler Briscoe and J.R. Smith, too. This is the great thing about vintage racing is it's how much fun are you having with the people on track that you're racing against.
And how neat it is to see the Borchetta in that Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. I think that's a third-generation car. Then a second-generation Corvette out here and a third-generation car, the Corvette. All of them out there on the same track at the same time. It's 350 cubic inch engine in Borchetta's car. That was the engine that replaced the 327, which was the original engine. Then they had a ZL1 aluminum engine also that produced 460 horsepower, all introduced in that 1969 year.
Now he's going for a downhill. He got him close at 10 last time. We'll see what they do as they come up to the top of the corkscrew.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jonathan. I think he's setting that up, that 10 or 11 pass here.
Yeah.
There's Chandler Briscoe, 28 years old. Congratulations, just had a baby racing that CSL. But yeah, you're right. Look at that.
Here he goes.
Looking at it.
Oh, he's not quite doing it. You might have a poke at the inside of 11. It's a risky move. You can pull it off if you're close enough, but I don't think he is. He's going to have to wait. Now, can he get the better drive? He didn't do it last time. That's much better. Much better indeed, and he might have a pop at the Datsun coming across the first turn here, turn 1. Or we'll have to wait to Ultima Batteries.
Look at that. The
Briscoe.
Batmobile, BMW CSL Jägermeister. One of my favorite all-time race cars there. Chandler Briscoe, that's a 1973 BMW CSL. There's J.R. Smith. The cancer research.
I believe he's going to need Jonathan coming down from turn 8, going into turn 9. You kind of have to set that pass at 11 up as you go into 9.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Datsun's looking at his rearview mirrors. If he can place that Datsun in the exact place where Briscoe, where he wants to be, then he can prevent that pass. But you have to really set that pass 11 up at 9. But you're right. He did a much better job getting drive out of turn 11 that last time.
Well, he's trying something new now because he's getting very close as they head towards Rahal. Watch him now because they've got the Rahal straight. He should get a bit of a drag, and he may go for a pop on the inside of the corkscrew coming up at the top of the hill. We'll soon
That's
find
the
out.
car I was talking about with the Huntsman Cancer Research out of Salt Lake City. He's had a bunch of cancer survivors and doctors sign the hood, but he's out here to raise awareness for that, so we applaud J.R. Smith for that. And then my blue 42 behind him.
I need to go find that car. I've been very blessed to survive cancer. I mean, wanted to sign that hood there after the race there. Yeah,
go on down.
I definitely.
Sure, he'll let you.
Oh, definitely.
And then here we've got two teammates. That's blue 42.
He's going for the pass at 11 this time. In that battle at the side-by-side as they come out of 11. And the BMW still hasn't quite done it. This is a great battle. I'm just watching it from the drone, keeping an eye on it because it's tantalizingly close this time.
I don't think he's still quite not there, but he's doing a better job coming at least through the back half of the circuit.
There's the blue 42. That's Rick Mooney, longtime racer with us. And then this 19A car, I've got a cool, that's Ben Valentine. A few years ago, we had Al Unser Sr. driving that car with us when Tony Pirelli owned it at Portland International Raceway.
Yeah,
so that was quite an honor, and he was fast in that thing.
That Cobra and Corvette battle still going on between Farley and Orager. Farley in the 289 Cobra and Orager in the Corvette.
Porsche is pulling away at the front, but no surprise there.
No, again, if he is able to hold on, there'll be 27 straight wins. We go up next weekend to Sonoma. He'll put that win streak on the line up there at the Mission Foods Speed Tour.
Yeah, it's great to see so much racing in literally the spectrum of 8 days. Two back-to-back races weekends. Here at Sonoma, here at Laguna, excuse me, and then Sonoma next weekend. So a real nice taste of California racing.
Ben, you were asking at the start of the program, pick your favorites. That Sunbeam Tiger has always been a favorite of mine. We have a driver that comes down to the southeast. He's out of Ohio, named Tom Patton, that has a Sunbeam Tiger that races in SCCA club racing. Always a fan favorite out there.
That is Glenn Chu, and I've known Glenn Chu for a while. He races in a couple of different classes with us, but man, he makes some of the coolest looking Datsun Zs. That's his 1974 Datsun 260Z. He has a brown on brown Datsun 240 that's just absolutely beautiful. Really good car prepared, great race car driver.
The 240 is the more coveted and most coveted of the Datsun line there, but the 260 was an improvement on that. And again, Bob Sharp Racing, which we talked about yesterday, I believe Jonathan used that 260Z for some club racing national championships with Bob Sharp and Jim Fitzgerald driving.
But I love the stripes on it that say Z. Look like the ZZ Top logo with those
now,
big
look at this.
flares.
Now that battle we were talking about earlier is really raced up now because they're side by side coming out of 5.
It's Daniel Long in the Boss 302 there in the yellow. Oh, it's side by side there, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Now back up the Rahal straight, they're going to be side by side again. So a really good ding-bong battle for, what, 5th place?
Yeah, it was kind of a risky move there in turn 5, but he almost pulled it off.
Down the corkscrew, and the BMW has got through now on the Datsun. Finally. What a shot.
Again, that's the great thing about SVRA Racing, Ben and John. And you have races and battles all over the track. You're racing with drivers and friends, and just the pure joy of driving and having these cars out on the track.
Wonderful shot of the rainy curve there from high above. That's Bradley Briscoe. No, excuse me, that's the, well, there's 215s out there, so I'm going to check. That's the Corvette. And that is... Bradley Briscoe.
Yeah, that's Brad Briscoe, Chandler's father. Brad is the dad, Debbie is the mother, and Chandler. They're all three racing here with this weekend. And they are real involved in a great vintage organization called Sovereign up in the Northwest. And we'll be at the Ridge with Sovereign, SVRA, and Sovereign. Ooh, there goes my favorite car. Side by side. There's the Tiger. Uh-oh, and look at this. Jim Farley, Michael Origer, back to being close again. And then the BMW over the Datsun, so the races are shaping up there. There's Chandler Briscoe and that Jägermeister CSL. A lot has changed.
Yeah, I told you, Farley and Origer are back close together again. I was watching them coming through. They were in one of the back shots there when we were talking about one of the other cars.
Oh, side by side, and then they've got that Tiger.
And again, look at this. Oh, fantastic.
So Michael Origer now has it over Jim Farley. Jim Farley and that Cobra coming back up to him. I think Jim Farley was giving some room to that Tiger because that Tiger has a little bit of Ford lineage in it. And so now he's going to have to come back and get him.
I'm sure he's not cognizant to think of that at the time, but
I hope not. But Jim Farley, brilliant man. He's always got that in the back of his mind.
Well, Farley was thinking that Origer certainly took advantage because he went right by him. Jonathan, I'm sure one of the cars that you have
look at this.
fondness for is that Jaguar
I love
E-Type, that XKE that was in the USA.
Yeah, I grew up following the Jaguars because my dad was a big E-Type fan, and so, yeah, I've seen many one. We've never had one, but beautiful cars.
I saw a local yellow there at the Optima Turn 2. Not sure what that's about, but watch for Jim Farley here. He wants to stay as close behind Origer as he can, maybe pick up a draft because now we're coming up with some high horsepower sections of the track. There's Andrew Alcatzer there, owner of Russo and Steel Auction House. That beautiful Corvette making a pass. We got a lot of Ford versus Chevrolet battles out here.
Well, those are the two main marks that were involved back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and this era of GT1 and Trans Am type racing in these big bore cars. Ford Shelby GT350 Mustangs, the Chevrolet Corvettes, the Chevrolet Camaros, SS or Z28s. They were all big factory backed.
There's the 969 of Michael Origer. And that blue Cobra of Jim Farley, this has been the race to watch all weekend long.
And he might have another go at him here because they've got cars in front of them that are maybe slowing down the 969 because here comes Farley. He's as close as he's been as they exit 10.
See if he can use that traffic as a pick there, Jonathan.
Yep. McFadden in the Porsche number 18, down in 12th at the moment.
And then the car right behind him is my friend Bob Yee. We call him Ricky Bobby. He is the Cookie King of Chicago, a huge cookie manufacturer. So if you've had Chips Ahoy or Pop-Tarts or Nola wafers, he manufactures all of those.
Wow.
We had dinner Friday night. I had dinner with this Corvette you see on the screen. Michael Origer.
Somebody's in the gravel.
Jim Farley and Bob Gee, and he was telling me all about his cookie manufacturing. As they split that Mustang, there's Mr. Tommaso Pantera with a little front end damage. I hope that didn't happen this race.
I just saw somebody parked in the gravel as Borchetta's about to pass him on the left-hand side. Nice signal. But yes, nasty bit of damage there. Lovely camera work there to show how close we can get.
No, that's unfortunate. What a beautiful car as we saw him point by the leader there. Some great racing from Stephen Lisa and that Pantera Group 3 car.
Yeah, Borchetta is just out front and pulling away, Jonathan Ben. The car immaculately prepared and immaculately driven by Borchetta. Again, he was going to be out there in the Trans Am 2 race later on this afternoon at 2 p.m.
Yeah, he's qualified really well in this massive field of over 40 cars. I think he's 10th place.
One of his better qualifying efforts of the year so far.
There was a shot there of Bob Gee, the Cookie King of Chicago. Not what was it from Ferris Bueller, the Sausage King of Chicago.
Well, you say Chicago. I mean those pops. Those things are sold United States, if not worldwide, right?
Yeah. So it looks like we're about to hit the last lap. Push some cars off.
Yeah, we got one in the gravel trap. I just saw him.
We're on the last lap, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching, don't pay attention to the timer up top. We're going to have to go last lap. There's a lot of cleanup happening. So we're going to see what happens here with some of these groups that are racing. So we watch Brad Briscoe there, the Corvette there in the middle, the number 15.
See how that Farley Origer battle shapes up there. That's the one that we've been watching all weekend long, the Cobra versus the Corvette.
Cool. Look at this. What a group. All coming into turn 11, about 11 cars. There you go. Sort that out. What a wonderful sight. What a wonderful sound, too, because they're passing our commentary position right by this bridge.
Well, you're right. I'd like to see where the Cobra, Jim Farley, Michael Origer races for second place up there.
I think that's your Jaguar there going by.
There it is.
Love that Jaguar.
Yeah, that car was about $2,400 when it was new.
Oh.
It's worth about $30,000 now.
I would have thought, and the rest, if it's raced. So, Scott Borchetta, what will this be, 27 or 28?
27.
27, wow.
He'll be going for number 28 next weekend up in Sonoma.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
It was perfect last year. This streak actually dates back longer than that because this car actually was in another class before they changed it into GT. So the last time that he actually lost, if I researched this correctly, was in 2018 at Brainerd.
Wow.
And that's over 3 different classes. He's won A Production, Bell Helmet Championship, B Production, and the 2 GT championships. He really burst on the scene. He is a great driver and wasn't too sure of himself right when he was beginning, but he has really improved. And as you said, Trans Am 2 racer, right up there in the top 10 in qualifying.
And he's got the respect of the drivers and the driver coaches. And I think that's really what's helped him, is that his, as Ben pointed out, his work ethic, not only from his own business, but from racing, has really impressed the likes of Dyson and many others. And they've got a lot of respect and time for him now.
Yep. Well, I got to give it up. Scott Borchetta won the race, but Michael Origer, who just finished behind Jim Farley yesterday, made a pass under lap traffic. So then it was Michael Origer and then Jim Farley, followed by Matt Millian, John Murray, Chandler Briscoe 6th place, Rick Mooney 7th, Ben Valentine 8th, Glenn Chu 9th place. Nice job, Glenn. And J.R. Smith. Actually, Glenn Chu took it. J.R. Smith got 9th. Glenn Chu took top 10.
Ben, while you were running down there, had almost three wide across the front straightaway finishing there. What a great way to finish the weekend for those drivers.
No question. Yeah, that does finish out their weekend, and then they rack them all up, put them in the trucks, and head to Sonoma. And maybe a couple of days out in the wine district before they go back to the serious work again. Scott waving to the track marshals and to the fans out there. Another win for the mighty Nashville, Tennessee's Scott Borchetta. Origin in second place, Varley in third.
Yeah, great race between those two, just as it was yesterday. Origin and Farley having a lot of fun out there.
Just coming across the line now. 29. And this was a great little battle with all this group here, including the back, the 914, in a 914. That's Doug Warnock, Corvette from 1966. So a little bit of cleanup to do, but that concludes our Group 6 and Group 12. My thanks once again to Ben Sissel and again to Scott Conway, and there'll be more action. And just to give you a bit of a heads up, coming up next, there's a Group 8 race, but we're going to come back at 11 a.m. Local time with the next race, which will be HTA, which is historic Trans Am, and I know that's one of your favorites, Scott, certainly one of mine. We'll be back for that, so stay with us and tune in for coming up next, the historic Trans Am. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more from Laguna Seca.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Conley. Ken Adams is not here. James Biddle. All right, here we are. The WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for the Trans Am SpeedFest. We're celebrating almost 60 years of the Trans Am series, starting right here up front with Patrick Byrne driving the Bob West car. This car is really cool, brand newly finished as it raced. Bob West was, we believe, the first African American in America to race in GT. He's a jazz musician, a part of the Wrecking Crew. He actually wrote some Jackson 5 songs, and this Midnight Blue with the gold stripes is what he was going after. But I'm going to bring over my friend Chad Renault. Come over here, Chad. Explain this historic Trans Am group. They don't want to hear from me. They want to hear from the people that build these cars.
Yeah, so what we try to do is we try to make them as close as we can to original. So when anybody asks us how do we prepare them, we say, well, we grab the old SCCA general competition rules and we prepare them the way the SCCA wanted to. And so that's what we've tried to do, at least with our cars.
Nice, that's amazing. We had a question in your race yesterday. Where are you sourcing these brake parts? Where are you getting all the parts to keep these cars original?
That's a good question. What we try to do is we try to find the people that made them in the day. So even some of our brake parts we get from a place in Southern California, Porterfield, and they've been doing it in the 60s and 70s. Andy Porterfield was racing these cars in the 60s and 70s.
That's amazing. Chad Renault, thank you so much. So that's Patrick Byrne racing out here. In the Mike Folsom Boss 302 is Craig Conley. Now, if you were watching yesterday, Craig Conley, Patrick, James Biddle, I think they changed positions 10 to 15 times in the race yesterday, and that is what HTA Historic Trans Am is all about. So thank you, Craig Conley, for coming out. Then I've got, we're going to go to James Biddle here in this Hinchcliffe and Ross. You'll notice here these camera mounts were used. So they had to qualify for a Trans Am race with a 16mm camera mounted to here so that they could film some movies, which is unbelievable. Then Richard Goldsmith wasn't here, but this was one of the factory cars here for Dodge, the number 77 slime green car. Here in the 1970 race with the Trans Am series, this very car put Peter Revson into the wall right there, right here at turn 11. This car put Peter Revson into the wall with this fender. Obviously it's been buffed out, but that's amazing. The history here is so cool. And then we got to get a shot. Look at the team. Look at the sharp dressed team in Trans Am. So it's getting loud here. I'm going to send it up to Scott up in the booth. We're about to get going with Historic Trans Am.
Thank you, Ben. Glad to be here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for the Historic Trans Am race. Had a great race yesterday. As Patrick Byrne and Craig Conley and James Biddle, as you heard Ben describe, they were all over each other. Again, as you had heard Chad Reynolds describe, these are the original Trans Am cars that raced in the 1966 through 1972 season. Number 15 to Pat Byrne, that is a independent Shelby American Ford Mustang. That's not one of the factory Bud Moore Mustangs, although it has the number 15 and the original yellow color that you associate with them. But again, these are the original cars. They raced from 1966 to 1972. First Trans Am race ever held was at Sebring International Raceway. Jochen Rindt winning in the under 2 liter class, and Bob Tullius winning in a Dodge Dart in the over 2 liter class. These cars, again, original. They or the manufacturer wars. The original slogan of "Win on Sunday, sell on Monday" originated right here. The factory efforts from American Motors with the Javelins and the Chevrolet Camaros, the factory effort there. Of course, you just heard Ben talking about that factory Dodge Challenger, the Samposi number 77. That was the Plymouth Barracuda and Dodge Challenger representation. As these cars rolling off the false grid, seeing history in action here, folks, as these again are the original 1966 through 1972 cars. Of course, Ford had their Boss 302 Mustang as their representation in the manufacturer wars, as the historic Trans Am cars. The 11-turn, 2.2-mile WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca circuit. beautiful weather here in Monterey, California. We'll be up the coast north of here in Sonoma Valley next weekend. These historic Trans Am cars also part of that show at the Mission Food Speed Tour. Hopefully you can be with us. If not, follow along here on speedtour.tv/YouTube. These cars out on their pace lap. These cars are muscle cars in the every sense of the word. They take a lot of muscle to prepare, a lot of muscle to drive. As these cars, the drivers work extremely hard in them. They do not have the paddle shifts or the great modern technology that is usually found in cars. These are cars that you have to muscle around this circuit. Gearboxes are manual transmissions. You don't kind of sequential gearbox. They actually have to slam these gear shifts into the particular gears. Again, this historic Trans Am race out on track. And speaking of on track, coming up back in the booth after his on track experience there down on the grid. What a great sight to see down there, Ben. All this historic Trans Am cars lined up and beautifully attired grid coming out onto the track.
Yeah, unbelievable there as we watch Richard Goldsmith, who unfortunately couldn't be here yesterday, but is here racing with us today with a car that has a ton of history right here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I'm out of breath from walking up here, but let's go through the grid here. Patrick Byrne in first, Craig Conley second place, Ken Adams, who's not able to start. Didn't make it for transmission issues, but will be with us next weekend. Richard Goldsmith, 1970 Dodge Challenger. Steve Eftimu in a 1970 Ford Boss 302. Dennis Singleton in seventh in a Chevrolet Camaro. Andrew Alcatzer from Russo and Steele in a 69 Boss 302. Bill Godwin, Michael Eisenberg, Ryan Chury, Nick DeVitas, Ron Atchley, and Gordon Johnson. Rounded out, we've got 14 cars taking the start here in historic Trans Am. And if you know historic Trans Am, some of the best racing, some of the closest finishes, and a fan favorite by far in vintage racing.
This is one of my favorite groups. I know it's one of your favorite groups, Ben. Again, these are the cars that I grew up with back in my day. And great racing. Saw my first race of Trans Am at Road Atlanta when the great Peter Gregg was driving and won there. And one of the Ford Mustangs, unfortunately, couldn't be here because of some engine issues, but hopefully maybe next week. Coming towards the start there, Ben.
Here we go, green flag, green flag. Patrick Byrne looks like he has the advantage here. Craig Conley just to the right of him. James Biddle behind Patrick Byrne, and then Richard Goldsmith. Look at this, 2x2 into Optima Batteries turn 2.
First three rows look like a pace lap, Ben.
Yeah, look at that. Craig Conley over Patrick Byrne there. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Patrick Byrne sliding it out, trying to get it back. Richard Goldsmith and James Biddle just behind him.
Goldsmith not being here yesterday. I think that's the car to watch, Ben. Richard Goldsmith in that Dodge Challenger, extremely talented in that Dodge Challenger, the Sam Posey car. I think he's going to be the wild card here today in that battle between Patrick Byrne and Craig Conley.
Yeah, really, Richard Goldsmith, a really good driver, but I'm really impressed right now with Dennis Singleton in that number 13 Camaro. As we look, Patrick Byrne makes a pass. Mission Foods, turn 5 on Craig Conley.
You gotta love it. These cars sliding around. You see the drivers working as hard as they can inside the cockpit.
That is so cool. As they come up to our Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers, Corkscrew. Let's see if Craig Conley has anything for Patrick Byrne here in that beautiful Bob West Shelby. Number 15 of 26 made for either FIA competition or Trans Am competition here in America.
Yeah, Ford won 3 of the championships over the course of this span that is represented here, Ben, with AMC winning 2 and Chevrolet winning 2. Manufacturers' titles were very important back there. Again, the original slogan, win on Sunday, sell on Monday, originated right here in this historic Trans Am class.
And you saw right there, Craig Conley takes it on the inside of Patrick Byrne there through turn 11. It's a drag race down here. That's turn 1 there. They call that turn 1. I'm not sure most drivers consider it a turn because it is flat out in almost every car. Craig Conley on the brakes. Byrne, Goldsmith looking inside of Jay Biddle.
Looks like Conley may have learned something yesterday. That's where Conley lost the race coming out of turn 11 yesterday, both Byrne and Biddle getting by him.
That's right. Yeah, that's true.
Goldsmith is hanging right there with those three top cars. Goldsmith and the Challenger, the Ford Mustangs leading that Shelby American development of the Boss 302 engine that went into that car the next year, and was a formidable duo with George Foreman and Parnelli Jones teamed up driving.
There's James J. Biddle, 1968 Ford Mustang Tunnel Port 302, followed there by Richard Goldsmith in that Sam Posey car.
It was supposed to be two factory Challengers that were going to be entered in the series.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, one was
two
for
passes.
Journey. There's two passes.
Two passes at Franklin Road.
Yeah.
It's Richard Goldsmith there, and then Patrick Byrne took the inside. They come up 2 by 2 into the corkscrew. That's not suggested, gentlemen.
Well, actually, you can do a little bit of that. They've put some extra pavement on the outside there, but you're right. It's not suggested, but you can't do that. But with these irreplaceable cars, I'm not sure that was the best suggestion. Goldsmith still leading for third as they go through.
That's Steve Eftemu in that 1970 Boss 302. Coming into turn 10. There's that yellow Cougar of Michael Eisenberg. Craig Conley now has the lead, but Patrick Byrne right behind him. Coming up right behind him, it looks like that SVRA camera on the roof isn't causing too much drag. Hard on the brakes into Optima Batteries turn 2. James Biddle, so we've got Patrick Byrne, followed by Craig Conley, followed by Richard Goldsmith, and then James Biddle. I believe Steve Eftemu is right behind him. And there, 77, that slime green that Sam Posey didn't originally like the color, but then once he drove the car and it was so recognizable, Richard told me that he did grow to love it.
There was supposed to be two factory Dodge Challengers, well, one for, I believe it was Dan Gurney, one for Sam Posey, but Dodge only had the factory support for the one Challenger, and that became Sam Posey's car. Sweet Savage has a car that looks exactly like that, except it's very dark blue, almost black, the 48 that sometimes runs in historic Trans Am as well.
But it's a Plymouth.
It's a Plymouth Barracuda.
And that was
exactly.
a Dan Gurney Plymouth
Yes.
Barracuda.
Yes.
Yep.
But this is my favorite car. I had a Dodge Challenger back in the day, so obviously I'm going to root for the Dodge Challenger in this particular series. But Goldsmith's a good driver, and that Challenger very quick. These cars, when they were on the podium, they were never allowed to tell if there was a mechanical problem that any part on their car failed, because the manufacturers were trying to sell these cars in the showrooms, and the salesmen didn't want to have to explain to their customers what had happened during the race. But most of these cars were factory cars, but a lot of these cars, Ben, were bought actually off the dealer showrooms. In fact, some of these cars were purchased under what was an employee purchase plan at the time. They were taken to various shops around the country. Dick Gilstrand's was one of them. Race prepared and then raced here in the Trans Am or in A-Sedan club racing for SCCA.
Yeah, then there's the number 70 red Mustang. If we could get a shot of the 70 red Mustang, Andrew Alcatzer is driving Warren Tope's car. Warren Tope had an inside with Ford and was able to go to the factory, body in white basically, and take a car from the Ford factory. So it would have been like a Bud Moore car,
right,
but it was kind of undocumented that they let him in the back door and take the car, which I think is a really cool story.
And when Warren, he had another car that he took to the runoffs that he was going to try to win A-Sedan with. That car had a mechanical problem, so he actually took this car that is on screen there, had it shipped to him, and won A-Sedan with that particular car after having competed earlier in the year in Trans Am with it.
Look at this field right here. That Dodge is in a Ford sandwich. It is Ford, Ford, Dodge, Ford, Ford. Some great, man, we haven't had a five-way battle in historic Trans Am in quite a while. This is turning out to be a great race.
Yeah, Conley and Byrne are at the front of that chain. Like you say, Goldsmith is right in the middle there. I believe Conley has learned a little something from yesterday, because Conley was, he looks a lot tidier in his driving than he did yesterday. I know these cars are sliding around a lot, but he still looks a little bit more under control than he was yesterday.
And driving the 13 of Bob Barker. Where is that? Ryan Turi. Yeah, he was with us yesterday.
Right.
He had to start for some reason in the back. I think he finished about 5th or 6th yesterday, but for some reason started in the back, but he's catching up to this lead group.
So we could have a 6-way battle there, Ben.
And I had to ask if it was the Bob Barker, like a come on down. But no, they just think it was just a coincidence that it was just a Bob Barker. That's a beautiful car as well, though. Look at this. We might have a 6. And we don't like when any cars, especially in Trans Am or TA2, go too wide into the Optima batteries turn 2.
Yeah, that's a difficult turn. There's a very heavy braking load in that turn number 1. And usually you want to be on the inside of the Andretti hairpin. That as you go through there, again, that turn tightens up a lot, and even more so than it looks like on the track map. Usually outside is not the place to be in that turn.
So that's Ryan Turry there. Can he catch up to this lead group? 1967 Ford Mustang. Ooh, smoking it out in these tires. And Chad Reynald did answer our questions. They do have a source that they can order these parts from, that they can order some of these wheels, some of the expendables that just aren't made anymore because some of the technology just isn't used. You know, they were using asbestos brakes back then sometimes.
Yeah, the technology has certainly advanced forward, but this racing, very close. They came up over that rise, nose to tail, the first 4 or 5 cars there, with it looked like Steele Connolly in the lead, Byrne in second, and Goldsmith in third.
And there is a beautiful car. That is Nick DeVitas there. Nick, 1968 Ford Mustang Trans Am. That red and gold really shows up. That's Dennis Singleton in that Camaro, 70 Camaro behind him, followed by Michael Eisenberg, followed by Andrew Alcatzer in the Warren Tope car.
So one of Ford's two manufacturer battles were with Mercury Cougar in the 1968 season, I believe it was. They won the manufacturer's championship by 2 points. At the Mercury Cougar, they won quite a bit in the season, but they didn't have a chance to take the manufacturer's title. This is great to see these historic Trans Am cars. Of course, we'll see the contemporary Trans Am 2 cars a little bit later on. What a great transition from the history of Trans Am racing here from 1966 through 72, and then up to the present day a little bit later on, Ben.
Yep, that 13 there is a Warren Agar or Warren Agar in that beautiful orange Camaro. And then look at this Cougar, that yellow Cougar. Michael Eisenberg, it's originally 77, and then they had to use duct tape to make it a 79, I believe.
That's one of the independent Cougars. It's not one of the factory Cougars that they had out there. After Mercury pulled his Trans Am sponsorship, I believe it was Bud Moore took the Trans Am Cougars and went to Grand National Racing with Tiny Lund and won the Grand Am Championship. Look at that, right together still, Ben, those top 4 or 5 cars.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So that's Michael Eisenberg there, and that yellow, I believe that's Andrew Alcatzer. Right behind him should be the number 70, Boss 302. That's the one that Warren Tope kind of, I guess, snuck out of the Ford factory there. To making that pass, Andrew Alcatzer coming in the Warren Tope car, taking a real... I love the noise.
Yeah, those sounds are great coming down. We had those 3 or 4 cars that are in that first group pack come through, and it was just a great sound to hear those V8 engines coming through.
There it is, the Warren Tope car, the 1970 Boss 302. Basically, it was supposed to be a Bud Moore car that he was able to sneak out of there. Andrew Alcatzer, the owner of Russo and Steele, you know, kind of has first right of refusal of any cars that comes across his hand, so he probably snatched that up right away. So they come into Mission Foods turn 5.
Mercury Cougar XR7 against the Ford Mustang. Up front, it's the Ford Mustangs against the Dodge Challenger.
Coming through the Big Machine Vodka spike coolers. Long way down through that corkscrew. There's the Warren Agger car, driven by Dennis Singleton. 1970 Chevrolet Camaro.
Yeah, a lot of these races were measured in hours during the day rather than laps. It's actually a 4.5 hour race. A lot of the races during that initial season were 4 hours or 3 hours or what have you. 1968, they had the 12 hours of Sebring and the 24 hours of Daytona as part of the Trans Am series. And you imagine trying to wheel one of these cars around for 12 hours or even 24, Ben. They just had to be absolutely exhausted after getting out of those cars. Look at this side-by-side action.
Michael Eisenberg. Andrew Alcatzer there. Let's see what happens here. And there's Craig Conley. Oh, man, big change to the lead. Craig Conley to James Biddle. Patrick Byrne to Richard Goldsmith. You know, yesterday I think the lead changed probably 13 to 15 times, and it looks like today is just the same.
And it changed several times on the same lap. I believe either the opening lap or second lap, it changed about 4 times depending on what turn you're at. Look at that. Beautiful sights coming down the corkscrew, the Big Machine Vodka spike coolers corkscrew. Those 5 cars all nose to tail, Ben. He's going to be coming across first. Will it be Biddle, Conley, Byrne, or Goldsmith as they come out of turn 11?
So now it's Craig Conley. Looks like James Biddle's got Patrick Byrne here. Richard Goldsmith in the Challenger in the back, but it's Ford right now for the podium.
And again, this is wonderful having these great original cars racing nose to tail like this, racing hard. I mean, these cars are sliding around. Drivers are working hard inside that cockpit, trying to get past each other and having a great time out there as well.
And this battle here between Michael Eisenberg in 8th, Andrew Alcatzer in 9th, and Dennis Singleton in 10th. Here's the lead. Patrick Byrne takes it from James Biddle at Mission Foods turn 5.
Oh, that's a nice inside pass there. He set that up well. Turned in just a little bit early, and I think he caught Biddle maybe a little bit by surprise. The Ford Mustang, the number 15, out in front. Biddle not letting him get away, though. Looks like Biddle may be sizing Byrne up. Looks like he's trying to get to the inside of him. Don't know if he can make it, though. And waiting back there in the wings is the Dodge Challenger Goldsmith.
Look at that. I mean, you could throw a blanket over that top 4 almost this whole race.
Yeah, this is great action here. Beautiful weather and great action on the track. What else could you want, Ben?
Yeah. Oh, Richard Goldsmith making that pass into turn 10. There's the 13 of Singleton, 1970 Camaro. Looks like he's all by himself now. What happened to the people he was racing with?
The Chevrolet Camaro, obviously most associated with Mark Donohue, the number 6 Sunoco Camaro that won the titles with he and Roger Penske. But actually, Mark Donohue did a lot of the testing for a lot of the independent Camaros that came across the Trans Am, and that were actually parts that Penske would loan the Camaro independent teams, because they were all about, again, getting that manufacturer's title for Chevrolet, and whether it was their team or another team, they still wanted it to be a Chevrolet. Great battles all over the track, wherever you are, but that best battle is up at the front between Conley, Biddle, Byrne, and Goldsmith.
Okay, that's Craig Conley up front, Patrick Byrne second coming through Mission Foods turn 5, followed by Richard Goldsmith, James J. Biddle.
They're still nose to tail. This is great racing, Ben.
You know, historic Trans Am is always fantastic. They put on such a great race. that classic wax Dodge Challenger. That's Ronald Atchley there in the 68 Camaro coming into Optima Batteries turn 2.
Almost side by side. They thought better of it right at the last moment. I sure am glad they did, because that didn't look good when they crested the hill there, when they went to the camera shot. But coming down through the corkscrew, Goldsmith trying to still find a way by those two Mustangs in front of him. Byrne and Conley, two Mustangs, and Goldsmith.
And Steve Eftemue is staying
He's
right
back
with
there,
him.
yeah.
So maybe he's in the best seat. Maybe he's thinking, I'm going to save my tires, try to stay with him, and then do a little slingshot at the end. Last lap, we've got a white flag out right now, so we're on the last lap as we go through, and Patrick Byrne is in second, Richard Goldsmith third, James J. Biddle fourth, and Steve Eftemue fifth. And there is Ronald Atchley in that 25 AS.
Well, if Eftemue was saving his tires, he better show it now, because they're on the checkered flag lap. And those two Ford Mustangs are a little bit too far ahead if I was Eftemue trying to make that strategy work. But what a great race they put on. What a great performance, man. These beautiful cars out here. The historic Trans Am action at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Here we go. Look, what does Craig Conley have? It's Craig Conley, Patrick Byrne, James Biddle, but this time we threw a little Dodge in there just to kind of mix it up a little bit. And Richard Goldsmith, what does he have? His son usually races with us in the Rusty Jowett Camaro. I saw his son earlier, so I know his son and the whole crew that we saw in matching outfits, Chad Raynal and his crew at Impeccable, are going to see what we got here.
Looks like they're kind of doing two separate battles here. We're going to have a battle for the lead, I believe, between Byrne and Conley. Then there's a bit of a gap, and then comes Goldsmith. And then right behind him is Biddle. But yeah, let's see if Conley learned anything. He was in this exact position yesterday and couldn't hold on as he came out of turn 11.
Oh, taking on the outside at turn 10, maybe trying to set up for turn 11. It's going to take the inside, but that's not the fastest line. Let's see what happens.
See if Conley's going to do that over-under thing.
Conley's in the front, Patrick Byrne right behind him, followed by Richard Gold. Oh, James Biddle hangs it loose way out. Look at that finish. Here it comes. Man, I think, according to my transponders, it was Craig Conley just takes it over Patrick Byrne, followed by Richard Goldsmith, James Biddle, who somehow hung on to it, and Steve Eftemue, but it's not over yet. Look at this, Andrew Alcatzer
that battle's
picking
still going
it up
on. Yeah.
Behind Michael Eisenberg. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I believe Conley did learn something from yesterday. That was a great finish. See if Eisenberg will have anything for Alcazar.
Got to see this drag race coming to the finish. Here it comes right here. Michael Eisenberg, Andrew Alcatzer, Mercury versus Ford. I don't think Andrew has it. Oh, maybe. Maybe he's got
close.
some power. That 302 over the 209. Let's see. According to my scoring, it was still Michael Eisenberg.
It had to be by the slimmest of margins. It looked like that the Ford Mustang was spooling up and reeling him in, but not quite enough.
That might have been a what we call a transponder race. Who had the transponder closer up to the front?
Great job by Craig Conley, though, coming back from the third place finish yesterday to take the win today over Patrick Byrne and Richard Goldsmith. Two Fords and a Dodge. Just like the days of yesterday, a factory effort for Ford, first and second, factory effort for Dodge in third.
How cool is that? Just out there waving to the fans, living the dream. If you grew up watching Trans Am and now you get to wear their clothes, drive the very cars that they drive at the very tracks, it'd be like basically getting to go play at Yankee Stadium in Mickey Mantle's costume, using his bat costume. I said costume, I mean uniform. But it's the closest thing you can get to being Sam Posey here at Laguna Seca, is to drive the very car that he drove on the same equipment. How cool is that?
And again, they'll be with us next weekend, Ben, as well. We're looking forward to that, as well as Watkins Glen this year. That'll be a little bit later on in September, but next weekend they'll be up the coast in Sonoma. Historic Trans Am will be traveling with us.
Yeah, the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour next weekend. Well, here we are at the Trans Am SpeedFest looking at 60 years of Trans Am history. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because we've got the Trans Am B-Sedan next after these breaks. Welcome back to the Trans Am SpeedFest here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Over the paddock here for some beautiful drone shots. You can see the corkscrew sign there looking like the Hollywood sign in Southern California. Some beautiful weather, over 60 years, a history of the Trans Am series. And we're going to show some history right here. These are B-Sedan cars that would have raced in either B-Sedan or Trans Am back in the day to the Trans Am rules. And that right there is Don Racine. That would have been the John Unsby car from back in the day. Finished just like it was, except for that minimania.com sticker. Because minimania.com didn't exist back then, but Don Racine started the company. And there is the famous Hyde Park Motors BMW that raced here back in the day, being driven by Ryle Barnett, 1969, 2002. Then this should be Rick Sheldon in that 48, 1969 Datsun 510 in that BRE livery. This is one of my favorites here. This is Ed Matsuishi, 1965 911. This very car raced here in 1969. There's a famous picture of it right behind the Mark Donahue Penske Camaro. Sorry about that. I just made a huge car faux pas. Patrick Emge in that Datsun 510, 1970. Oh, look at that. Big thumbs up. You know, I think the thumbs up in California are bigger than the thumbs up we get on the East Coast, Jonathan. What do you think about that?
Say again?
I think the thumbs up and
the
enthusiasm is larger here. Look at that, see?
I mean, if I saw Tony coming towards me with a large metal box, I'd just have to give him a thumbs up.
That's Dave Stone giving us a thumbs up in the 71. This is the 71 plus one, the 711 of Kenny Say.
Yeah.
And the Datsun
That'll
510.
That's a good...
Yeah. We get the hang loose, we get the peace, we get the thumbs up. And the BS doesn't stand for what you think it does. It stands for B-Sedan.
Yeah. No BS here.
And that's Dennis Racine in that weird peach yellow Mini that doesn't make sense on paper but looks amazing in person. The number 16 there, that Daniel Caggiano went off yesterday. Real fast car. He's racing in the top 4. Had to come in. And then that's Andrew Fox, 1966 Austin Mini Cooper. If you know British cars, you know pushing them is common.
Yeah, but those guys aren't going to be able to
start it.
Yeah.
I think that's a little further than you usually push it, though, Jonathan.
That's about to say, that's a bump start, but now we got 3.
Come on,
Four guys. Come on, boys.
Get that 1275 A-Series fired up.
You know those 4 guys pushing it way more than the car they're pushing.
I was about to say, they've got more horsepower than the actual Mini, yeah.
What they got to do is turn it around. It's downhill the opposite way.
That's it.
Put it in second gear, make sure it's on, and it'll fire right up.
Oh, but what a heartbreak, though. You're waiting all day to go out to this B-Sedan race and then have that happen. Oh, what a shame.
It's funny because I have all kinds of British cars and my wife and I have been married over 20 years, and she knows if we're going to go out in a British car to put on her running shoes, because there's a good chance she's walking or pushing.
You have a very patient wife.
Yeah, I do. That's Don Racine there. Look at all those stickers. This car has a ton of history, raced by John Unsby. His son, Dennis, is racing Randy Unsby's Mini. Randy and John were brothers. Dennis and Don are father-son.
Yeah, we talked to yesterday, Jonathan, I believe it was yesterday, that Dennis was kind of upset with his dad beating him last year both times.
That's right.
And I think he beat him yesterday as well. So Dennis is going to have to do something about that there, Ben.
I think so.
I think so. So Troy Ermish there is the first car we see coming through Mission Foods Turn 5, a beautiful car, followed by Steve Link. They had quite a battle. So Troy did start at the back of the field just to give me some good video content. And on the last lap, Steve Link was really difficult to pass. As we look there at Dave Stone's beautiful Datsun 510 from 1971. Now these cars in this classic B sedan are set up as the B sedan rules up to 1972. So it's a lot like historic Trans Am. The cars have to have lineage and heritage. These cars, actual cars, had to have raced in B sedan or Trans Am back in the day, and they have to be set up the way that they were. So yes, there are lots of B sedans in our Group 8 here this weekend also, but they don't qualify for this because they may have been built 10 years ago and not raced back in the day.
Coming down corkscrew in a Mini.
Yeah.
That's brave.
That's where they should have started Andrew's car at.
And that's exactly where they should have started it. I don't think those 4 guys could have pushed it up the rail straight, though.
So look for Andrew Caggiano and my favorite font of numbers in that 16 at the very end, because he's a really fast driver. I love the way that they do this, just like historic Trans Am. They bunch up. Let's give them a late green so that they can really put on a good show for these folks. So, Jonathan, they're coming to the green. I'm going to let you take it away.
All right, then. We've got a nice 2x2 coming up here. Beautifully bunched, as they say. One odd one out at the back. But here we come, then. And in a moment, they'll let rip for our B-Sedan. Feature race 2 here from Laguna Seca. SVRA in full flow. And away they go. And it is the 49 just edging ahead as they come under the bridge for the first time and into the kink that is turn 1 and down to the Optima batteries. Turn 2, but a nice clean lead by the number 49 of Steve Link.
Yeah, it's impressive. Steve Link pulled out ahead of Troy Ermish. They go 2x2. Troy Ermish has the outside, but if he can hold that, he has the advantage coming into turn 3. But it looks like Steve Link's got him just a little bit.
Yeah, Link just keeping his footing because he knows the track very well, as does the number 9. And Ermish has to back off a little bit, but takes second place. The Mini in 4th place, pedaling away very nicely.
Go Don Racine.
Did you see what Ermish did on that start? He was on the inside. He saw Link passing him. Ermish went from the inside lane all the way to the outside because he knew if he could stay on that outside coming out of turn 2 and 3, he would have the lead. What a veteran move.
Yeah, nice move.
So there's Steve Link coming up. Steve Link also races in our historic Trans Am, followed by Troy Ermish there in that number 9 beautiful car.
Now, we were talking in the historic Trans Am racing about Craig Conley learning something yesterday. Let's see if maybe Link learned something and can keep Ermish behind him. Doesn't look like it, though, Ben, does it?
No. Troy Ermish coming through the corkscrew, followed by Greg
he's back
Hoff.
in. He's back through.
Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler corkscrew. That's Troy Ermish, followed by Steve Link, followed by Greg Hoff, followed by Don Racine.
That's a nice move up the hill. He used lots of power to get up there. Almost ran out of room as he came into, but he pulled on the anchors and took the lead. Now we've got another battle for second.
Yeah, Ermish right up there in the front where he's been all weekend long. Just won the Group 8 B-Sedan with a great battle with Rob Fuller. Now he's locked in a battle with Steve Link again, Ben.
Yep, Steve Link takes it over Troy Ermish. Look at that.
What a great shot. Those top 3 coming across the line.
Now look for Greg Hoff. Now these are basically bricks. These are not what you would call aerodynamic cars. You know, so they were not designed for racing. This was designed.
Didn't design these?
Yeah, no, these were designed for a family of 4 to go to the grocery store when the oil prices started to go. The oil embargo started over in Europe and in Japan. So
that's a big family car.
It is. But the draft really works in these cars. So look for Greg Hoff to have a little bit of advantage as the 3rd car in a train like that.
He's losing just a little bit of touch there with the leaders there as he came through turns 2 and 3, but looks like he may be able to gather back up. These Datsun 510s, they were the car to have in 1971 and 72. They won the under 2.5 liter challenge both those years, and Bob Sharp won the B-Sedan National Championship in a Datsun 510 for Bob Sharp Racing those 2 years. So that was the car to have. And it's the car to have right now up front there. Great nose-to-tail action. It looks like Link and Ermish going at it yet again. There's a little Mini Cooper Racine.
Yeah, it's not often you'd see a Porsche trying to chase down a Mini, but that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and that's Ed Matsuishi there coming up on the inside. Ed bought that car after it was raced, put 200,000 street miles on it, and thought, you know what, I'm going to go race it again. So hats off to Ed for making it a race car again after wearing it out on the streets.
And right behind them is about 3 or 4 other cars. Good racing here in B-Sedan Challenge.
Yeah, very close. Coming into turn 10, high above it, and you get a chance to see how that bend works as a race bend. But turn 11 is the key in many ways. We don't talk about 11 as much as we do the corkscrew, but it's a key corner because if you get it wrong, I was talking to Evan Slater, and he says you can lose 6/10 just getting out of there wrongly, but badly.
So this sandwich we're seeing here is led by Don Racine, and the caboose is Dennis Racine. There's Ryle Barnett in that Hyde Park BMW.
Once again, Dad in front of his son there for the Racine family.
Yeah, we've got Troy Ermish back to third. There's the 41 of Patrick Emke, 1970 Datsun 510. With a Rebello engine. Rebello makes really great Datsun 510 engines. I think that's what Troy Ermish uses with his engines and the cars that he builds, and we know that they work because Troy Ermish and his clients just keep on winning.
It's a shame we don't see any of the Alphas out here this weekend, Ben. That was the main competition for Datsun back in the day. In fact, they had a great battle for one of the championships, and it was decided right at the last race whoever won that race was going to win the championship. And John Morton won that in that number 46 that's out there on track now.
That is so cool. Yeah, Horst Queck, right?
Right.
It was the Alpha with some fuel, maybe a little bit, what would they call that? The fuel containment issues?
Yes. It's kind of like NASCAR a little bit.
Yeah.
But what great racing. We have side-by-side action and nose to tail coming through the course. Look at that, Jonathan.
Beautiful,
up and over the rise, yeah.
And he used the Stoner line there in the 48. I like it. Go across the rumple strips and all. Rick Sheldon doing the business.
You can really see the body roll coming through the corkscrew.
It does my head in to watch a Mini because they don't seem to have, it's like they've got some special suspension, but they don't.
They barely do. It's like a hockey puck.
Yeah.
The corners are basically held on by like a hockey puck, and that's their suspension. If you have dentures, you don't really want to be driving a mini race car. It'll shake them loose. Oh, look at that. John Morton coming across from Boydham.
No.
Oh, no.
What a shame. Oh, I hate to see that.
That's the number 48 of Rick Sheldon. That is, unfortunate. So we hate that. We wish Rick would have just gone straight through.
It was I
think it was unavoidable right there, yeah.
No, I'm saying Rick should have gone through the kitty litter and just tried not to save it.
But your first instinct of a driver is always to try and save that car, Jonathan.
Yeah, absolutely. Dennis Racine.
We are going to go up. I just heard on the radio the drivers are okay.
That's the best news.
But that really stinks. So we are at full course yellow right now. We should be. Waiting for the sign. I heard it on the radio. Here he comes. Yeah, full course yellow, as we see. So now this is probably going to be cleaned up. And if the time is right, we're probably going to get this maybe a green-white checker finish. So
well, it's in a place where they should be able to get it out of harm's way fairly quickly, right?
They should be, yes. We have great course workers here, great EV crews, and they've done a fantastic job all weekend long. I would think that they would be able to, Jonathan, but it's difficult to say. It depends on what type of damage is underneath there. You saw the cosmetic damage from the shot there, but whatever suspension piece or tires may be damaged, that may be the difficult part there.
Yeah, they need to get a truck almost out of pit lane.
They'll be able to get it.
Yeah, it won't take
So let me explain something to you in vintage racing. You're probably wondering why we're not going to replay. And that is not the spirit of vintage racing. We are, we don't show that. We don't show any metal to metal or any cars. These are art pieces. These are beautiful. We don't want to show it torn up. Right now, we're going to take a break and talk to our wonderful marketing partners and sponsors. But we will be right back for this finish of this B-Sedan race.
The Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour returns to Sonoma Raceway April 29th through May 1st, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Historic Trans Am, the Optima Ultimate Streetcar Challenge, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour April 29th through May 1st. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
All right, we are back at the Trans Am SpeedFest. A lot of our drivers, as you can see through the paddock, have left because that paddock was jam-packed full. But a lot of the drivers have had their last Sunday race. This is our last SVRA race of the weekend, I believe. After this, we go to TA2. I think, 47 cars on? Just getting word, I think we might have Group 9 in the TA2. Yeah, Group 9.
Right, yeah.
Sorry about that. I misspoke. It's on the next page. So the producers all the way from the Isle of Man are telling me, no. Don't forget about Group 9. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, keeping me straight. But look at this great group of cars coming up here. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Want to thank everybody around the track in their camera positions. You got to admit, though, that if you're at the Franklin Road turn 5, that guy between sessions can turn around and look at some of the best scenery that California has to offer as we watch the cars come down the Big Machine Vodka spiked coolers. But looking around, Jonathan and Scott, doesn't this look like painted Disney backgrounds?
It doesn't even look real, does it?
No, it's weird, isn't it?
It's beautiful, though. Right along the coast here in Monterey, watching SVRA action, what could be better?
Yeah, look at this. As the drone goes wide, showing us some of this beautiful stuff. Now, the funny thing about this is prime real estate.
Yes.
But back in World War II, these hills that we're seeing straight ahead were where they dropped and tested munitions from airplanes. So it can never be developed because there may be unexploded munitions back there. But we're coming back to the green already. Great cleanup. Jonathan, take it away.
Here we go then. Away they go. And that was very quick indeed. But the green flag waves and everybody jostling for position again. And once again, we've got that battle between the two of them. On the inside is the 49, and he throws Steve Link, that is. But the 9 swinging around the outside as he did last time. Ermish looking for that outside line in hopes to sort of slingshot around. That's exactly what he's done again. And the Mini
Don Racine
has followed him through. Go on,
Steve
Don.
Link, come on, Don Racine.
Oh, he's trying to hang on.
Look, stay in this draft. He's going to have a huge advantage at the corkscrew.
No reason why he wouldn't. And a really nice tight start, too, as they head to 4.
Those Dotsons might pull him up that Rahal straight, but if he can stay close enough, he does have a shot there coming up at the corkscrew.
Unbelievable.
Great job by him on that restart.
And another overtake now going for Steve Link up the inside at 5. And he just needs to block past, and he's done it.
Uh-oh.
So Link goes back into the lead.
I think Ed Matsuishi might be having some problems back there in that beautiful 911, but there's the 711 of Kenny Say. And Kenny, I hope I'm saying your name right. TSE.
Yep. I know that. 6 years
good.
in Asia. Say.
Nice. All right. So look at this. Don Racine. Let's see if he can do anything at the corkscrew. He might try to take the inside, but I'm sure Troy Ermish sees him and is going to try to take that away, which he does.
Now, let's see how the Mini goes down the hill.
Oh, and Caggiano from last to like 5th place.
I thought that was Caggiano, but I wasn't sure. It didn't seem right at the time when I looked up.
And there's Ryle Barnett. Ryle Barnett, big supporter of vintage racing. And if you like this B-Sedan racing and you like BMW 2002s, Ryle Barnett currently, right now, has one of the prettiest, most well-prepared BMWs for sale on Bring a Trailer.
He's done it. The Mini's up to second.
Right.
Yeah!
Self-Preservation Society. On cue there. Yep. That 510's coming quickly, and he's going to go for the inside move at 5. Here we go. I know.
On Racine, followed by Greg Hoff. But I think Daniel Caggiano has somehow caught up to this lead group.
I think that was the white car that we saw just in that one shot coming down the corkscrew, Ben.
I believe so, yeah. With my favorite number font.
Did you see, Jonathan, that Mini tried to take that tight inside line, knowing he had that front-wheel drive car that could pull him out of there, but it didn't quite work for him. Good idea, though.
Yep, look at him go now, though. As he comes into 10, that's where he got so close last time, and that's how he made the move. So we'll keep an eye out for that as they come down again.
But ladies and gentlemen, my MVP for this race is the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca safety crew. Under the new ownership of John, that was a very quick cleanup so that we could get back to racing. The safety crew.
He's back to second.
He's back to second, maybe third to second. This is amazing, guys.
Oh, the 3 wide across the line.
Look at that. This is what it's all about.
It's a little mini that can, Jonathan.
Yeah, the little car that can. I love it.
Don Racine.
But the Datsun's going to pull him down this front straightaway, but he's going to have the advantage going. He can get to the inside there. The advantage is, just didn't quite get there.
Oh, my
Link saw him
goodness.
coming there, just kind of squeezed him just a little bit. But now that mini, I think, may return the favor here as they go into the handling parts of the course, Jonathan.
Yeah, no question. And it's just great to watch him because he knows where he's strong. He knows where he's going to have to make his move. And he just, like you said, just needs to stay with those Datsuns as long as he can.
It's like a little gnat. The Datsuns can't get rid of him.
This may be my fault. I asked Jared Kahlo, our camera guy, to put a mini or a GoPro on top of that mini, and just that little bit of drag, that might be causing it. A little bit of weight, a little bit of drag, that might be causing Don Racine to be in third and not first. So Don, so sorry about that, but you can do it, buddy.
Yeah, we got the pictures.
Yeah, we're going to have some great video.
The only bad part about this course is he's coming up to the right haul straight, and they're going to pull him up there, but he closes so dramatically through the corkscrew, he might be able to pull off a pass. I wonder if he's kind of thinking ahead to strategy-wise towards the last couple laps, maybe.
Yeah, well, he certainly gets it done. By the time he comes to 11, he's made up bunches of time.
There's Ryle Barnett, Steve Walker. If you're watching this race, there's your old car out there running, keeping the heritage alive. It's funny, once you're in this long enough, Scott and Jonathan, I'm sure you've seen this, that cars that but all of our drivers are friends, so they sometimes trade.
Right.
Or they're like, I'll trade you, or I'll sell you, or how about you buy me Cracker Barrel, and we'll trade cars straight up. It's just the funny little things that they do. And so Steve Walker, I've known him in that car for the last 5 years, but now this is the first time I've seen Ryle Barnett, who looks like he's coming in.
Yep.
Unfortunately,
So
but
for
man,
whatever reason.
Don Racine right behind, beside Troy Ermish. So we got some good stuff coming in as we look at the 46.
Yeah, I think, Jonathan, that Racine has figured this out. I think he knows that he's strong on that 8 to 11 part, and if he can part that mini in front of Ermish, he may be able to. That would be a huge upset. Ermish has won every race so far in B-Sedan and Group 8 this weekend.
And he's mixing it again as they go round turn 3. He's right in the middle of it all again as we're watching these cars battle out. We're watching the 71 at the moment. But yeah, he's right in the mix of it, and he knows he's on for a podium at least if he keeps this up.
He almost has half the displacement of these cars. He would probably be considered more effort G
There he
sedan.
is.
Yeah, see, he's right in the middle of those two dots.
Second again.
Look at that, Troy Ermish, man.
Ermish probably
Beautiful
can't
car.
believe. Ermish probably can't believe his eyes. He looks in says, "What, a mini?"
He's probably loving it. Ermish is such a car person. He's probably saying, "Where's this car better than my car, and where am I better than him?" Steve Link out front. It's a 1275, probably a 1293 after the boring.
See,
there
there's
he
where
goes.
the 9 has the advantage. But watch the Mini come back at him.
But the Mini's got the weight. I think the Mini would technically be considered a C sedan.
Right.
Yeah, it was C-Sedan and SCCA for a number of years before it.
But it's still under 2.5.
Under 2.5,
and this
yes.
is B sedan, C sedan, under 2.5 liter, and it definitely is way under 2.5 liter.
Here comes the strength of the Mini.
Yeah, there he comes.
Here we go.
11, yep.
Get into the twisty bits. Troy Ermish is coming up. Looks like our flagger he's got the white flag in hand, so.
Oh, the move for the lead.
He's going, if he can get in front there and hold it from the corkscrew through
sliding
11.
out, drifting out. Look at that. Look at how much rubber he laid down as they come to take the white flag.
What a race.
Look, side by side. The two Datsuns with the Mini right behind him.
Final lap, side-by-side racing into Andretti Optima Batteries corner. And again, the inside line by the 9 and holds it this time. But the Mini's not out of this by any means. Don Racine is right in the mix of this.
Oh, he's close enough. He's coming up to his strength, the handling part of this course. That one rahal straight may be his downfall, but he makes so much time up in the corkscrew through 11. But if he can stay right within shouting distance, he's got a chance here, folks.
It's great.
The little Mini that could.
Yeah.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Because as a British car fan, we all know that the Japanese kind of took the best of the British cars and made them reliable. Well, check this out, guys. We got a Mini coming out right behind you. I'm loving it.
Coming up to the next left-hander and then up the rahal straight. This is where the Mini will obviously struggle power-wise. But he's done a really good job of staying with them and just holding on to that corkscrew and then really using the downhill section, literally leaning forward.
Yeah, he's coasting sometimes.
Yeah, I think that Mini's close enough. He's maybe get second, maybe first.
Here we go. Look at that roll through there. Steve Link, beautiful car in what I think is kind of like a BRE livery. Troy Ermish's car, man, he makes some of the best 510s in the world, according to even Peter Brock and John Morton now. They've kind of passed the torch to him, and that is like a Concours winning show car. Jonathan, give us your ending here.
Oh, here we go. Well, it's going to be a heck of an ending. Here he comes up the inside, the number 49 of Steve Link. They're side by side. Link's got the lead, but just somebody else going wide there. The Mini's in the mix. It's side by side action. Who's going to take it? Tom Ermish is just ahead as they come to the checkered flag, and Ermish takes it. Oh, yes.
Awesome. Troy Ermish, what a race. Steve Link, Don Racine. Unbelievable, gentlemen. Keep it going. There's Dennis Racine coming up.
That could
Emge and
I know.
Oh, I love it.
0.102. Ermish, Link, Racine. That's your top three. Hoff fourth.
Side by side for first and second, and Racine was right there trying to find a way right behind the two Datsuns on their bumper in third. Great race.
Awesome stuff.
Here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, I got to give a shout out to the ice cream vendors. I've had 2 ice cream cones per day there in the paddock. They have a big inflatable ice cream cone. Yeah, they're giving me some downforce, but they're giving me some energy for this as we look. That is a beautiful cars there, and they just had a blast. Knowing Steve Link, who's a longtime racer in vintage racing, Troy Ermish, national champion in just about everything, including Group 8 B-Sedan with our SVRA the first year we were at COTA. Unbelievable, guys. I'm going to go down to the podium. I'll be right back.
Gotcha. All right, well, we enjoy what has been a spectacular race, and just won at a clip and on the last corner by Ermish. Well done, Troy. And that Datsun 510 from 1971 wins it. Steve Link doing a brilliant job in his 510 sedan from 68. A slightly older car, but boy, that was a great race.
And Jonathan, that completes a perfect weekend for Ermish. He has won both Group 8 features. He won both B-Sedan features, and different cars even.
Do it all again next week, I hope, in Sonoma.
Oh, yeah. Datsun 510s, but he had a different car number, at least in one of the races. But what a great battle. He had 2 great battles in B-Sedan with Roy Fulmer, and that Mini Cooper, I thought he was going to take it. I thought he had figured out that line down through the corkscrew.
Yeah, he really had. That was an interesting race. That was a good strategy race, actually, wasn't it?
Yes, very good.
And people new to racing, or at least new to vintage racing, you really do see it, perhaps more than you do in modern racing, just how you use the abilities and your strengths of each and every car, which are so different, to get you around. I mean, it doesn't matter what you got; you just got to use it right.
Right. And Ben was talking about the drivers that sell the cars to each other, trade the cars to each other. The cars look the same outward, but they all have their inner characteristics. Some have a little bit of understeer in it, some has a little oversteer in it. The feel of the car is what the driver goes by. But that Mini Cooper put on a great show, as well as the Datsun 510. It's great to have historic Trans Am, the historic Trans Am B-Sedan, and we're going to go into the contemporary Trans Am, the Trans Am 2 presented by Pirelli in just a couple of minutes here after this next group.
All right, thanks, Scott. We'll take a short break from Laguna Seca. Join us for more SVRA coverage as Group 9 is up next.
When the road calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance that protects your classic for what it's actually worth and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Haggerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca as we turn our attention to Group 9 coming up. And the Trans Am SpeedFest coming up in a moment. And as Ben quite rightly pointed out, a lot of the cars from yesterday already on their way to Sonoma as we get ready for some single-seater action. Looking forward to this.
Getting underway, but lost a lot of grid positions there. Tough break.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's a real shame, like you say. If you don't get going at all, that really does ruin your weekend. So this is Group 9, single-seaters at its very best. And we have, well, a group that goes, well, all the way back to 1972 and all the way up to 2006 in the Mazda Pro Formula, the Clay de Cava entry. So we've got quite a cross-section, Swifts, Mazdas, Chevrons, Rolls, a Royale even.
Yep. A Royale
RB.
That's one of the Formula Super V entries. That and the TUI, I believe, are out there, as well as the little T328. All those were Formula Super V cars back in the day. Have the two of the Ralt versions, the Ralt RT4 and the Ralt RT5. You may be more familiar with the RT5. That was the old Pro Formula Gold Cup Super V.
Yep.
That was driven by drivers such as Michael Andretti and Arie Luyendyk. That they won 10 out of the last 11 Pro Super V championships in a Ralt RT5. The RT4 was the development car just before that. But both those cars. Mazda, Formula Pro Mazda used to be a great training ground. It used to be part of the Mazda Indy road. You go through Mazda, and then you go into Indy Lights, and up to hopefully Indy cars as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, life has moved on, but Mazda can take their hat off, and we can take our hat off to what they've produced over the years in terms of nurturing the talent through those series on the way to IndyCar. And of course, Indy has a huge history. We're going to have Willie T. Ribbs up here in the booth a little bit later, and he'll be telling us, I'm sure, a little bit about his Indy history here, because it's got a great history here, and I would love to go in a single-seater here of any form, of any power as well, because you're so low to the ground, and as you dive literally off that precipice of 5 stories at the corkscrew, it would be pretty impressive in one of these. That's the 54, Jim Marley in the Swift 040.
Molly finished third, I believe, yesterday, but it was the first of the Formula Atlantics that went across the line. Again, Stuart Crowe, you'll watch him, you can see, much like with Troy Ermish, you can see the drivers that have been here lap after lap after lap, as they know exactly where to place these cars and know the quick way around here. And Stuart Crowe has certainly done that. He basically races on the West Coast, comes to Mid-Ohio. That's where he had his only Formula Atlantic win when he finished third in the standings, driving for Alt America. But other than that, usually he's on the West Coast, and he knows these tracks extremely well.
Saw a couple of cars with the sticker tires on. Not everybody going with new tires, but you never can tell, because obviously it doesn't take long to get rid of those stickers if you spin the wheels a little. There, you see what I'm talking about. That's the A8. I
believe that's Clay Della Cava, if I remember correctly.
Yes, yeah.
In one of the Pro Formula Mazdas. That's a little bit later Pro Formula Mazda. The 2004 Mazda is what one of the Johnstons is driving. I believe it's Brett Johnston. As we come to the green, Jonathan, take it away.
Here we go then. Our Group 9 feature race 2. Away they go. Good clean start. Everybody's away well, but it is the number 3 of Stuart Crow, the man we talked about earlier, going into the Optima Batteries turn 2. Nicely done. Good line through there. Nice and clean. And the rest of the pack chasing him through. Good clean start by everybody, but it's Crow who leads. Here in second place is the 73, getting a good start, James Johnston, in that swift 014 Atlantic, the red and white car that you see. And trailing through turn 4 and up start, climbing from 5 through here.
Look, already you can see Crow starting to pull away.
Yeah, nice start by Crow. Beautiful sand too as they come up the hill and into that left-hander. And just behind the 54 of Jim Marley in another Swift 014. Up the Rahal straight for the first time then.
The Swift 014, they used a lot in club racing, as well as the World Atlantic Series. Bruce Cooper III won one of his championships in that Swift 014A.
Like I said, they literally drop off the edge, don't they, at the corkscrew.
And it's probably more pronounced in a formula car than it is even in a production car.
I think so, especially with the stiff chassis and the way the suspension is. You literally, you bang down, you literally, your heart goes in your mouth or in your stomach. So a good battle for second and third here as the leader starts to pull away. Crow in ascendance.
And much like with the Trans Am cars, there's a beautiful sound going by here with all these formula cars, open wheel engines coming by. Yesterday, we had, at one point, I believe it was about the second or third lap, we had all 3 Johnstons, one lined up right behind the other for second, third, and fourth. Clay Della Cava in that Mazda, Pro Formula Mazda, that was a brand new design for 2004 for the Pro Formula Mazda series. Has the engine in its 250 horsepower sealed engine that came out of the Mazda RX-8, the Genesis RX-8 engine.
Good little battle here, the 72, James Johnston Jr. in the Mazda Pro Formula himself. There he is. Wheel to wheel. Much wider wheel brace on the one on the left-hand side. You really see it illustrated as they go up the hill. And just waiting to pop out on the drone up the Rahal straight. And a good 3-way battle at the front. Crow, Marley, Johnston, Della Cava. And then in 5th place, it's the 72 of James Johnston Jr. Or Jr. as we just put him on the graphic. Why not?
Sounds good.
JR.
Stuart Crow is not pulling out as big a lead as he had yesterday, at least in the early stages of this race, Jonathan. The Johnston Jr. and Clay Della Cava is trying to stay with him. Had about 10 or 11 second lead yesterday, but he definitely does not have that today. Well, a little bit different line through turn 11.
Well, he got his move made on the inside, which is hard to do, but he made it stick, and he's got ahead of the Masters. And that's 19 of Graham ranking in the Swift. Set a time of 1:28.6 in his qualifying, or in the feature race yesterday.
Yeah, he had a fast lap early in the race, but had a disappointing race. He finished, I believe it was in about 14th or 15th overall, but right up there at the sharp end of the grid, as you would call it, Jonathan.
Yep. Well, it's known as Laguna Seca, which means dry lake, but they filled it out for now. That's also Ducati Island during the motorcycle races.
You can see Crow, he should be very familiar with this car. He helped develop it, but he just loves the race here on the West Coast. He's slated to be up at Sonoma next weekend as well. So Formula Atlantics that are chasing him and the Pro Formula Mazda's chasing him, they're going to have to see that car again next weekend.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of familiar sights next weekend that we've seen here this weekend. Down the hill comes Rankin. And that was the pass. Rankin made a really good pass on the 2 Masters in the previous lap, and now look at the gap he's pulled away as they come through 10 as he chases down the man in front of him. That's Della Cava in 4th position.
Well, that Swift Formula Atlantic should be a lot stronger than those 2 Formula Mazdas, but again, Jonathan, as you know, the last race that we were at was at Road Atlanta, and depending on where you get in traffic, you can be held up a lot or you can really make up a lot of ground.
Yeah, I think that's the more you learn about this sort of racing, the more you realize where you are on the track can make a huge difference as to how you get through the traffic, etc. You just don't want to get clogged up on the infield section when you can't make an overtake necessarily, or perhaps at the top of the corkscrew. And here's our leader, putting down some very impressive laps so far, Stuart Crowe. Not holding back. 7 seconds and increasing.
I know Terry Earwood, who's the Skip Barber Racing School driving instructor, would always say in one of his speeches that sometimes you actually need to slow down to go faster, which doesn't make a lot of sense until you get out into the races, and sometimes it's best just to follow somebody through. You know you're faster than them, but if you force the issue, you not only slow yourself down, you slow them down, and you bring cars back that were behind you by a lot right into play. So slow down a little bit, follow that car, then pick a good spot where you know you're strong at and make that clean pass.
Yeah, it's always the same. Smooth is fast.
And you can see Crowe, a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, and over the course of a timed race or a lap race, whichever, that all of a sudden balloons into an 8-10 second lead. But it's just that smoothness, just that consistency, which Crowe obviously has. Usually factory drivers are very smooth and very consistent. I know when I was growing up, I was able to watch the great Peter Gregg, and he never looked fast on the track, but you look at the sheets and he was always at the top. It was because he was so smooth and so consistent, never a wheel wrong, that the car was always going straight. It was never sliding around or scrubbing off speed anywhere on the course.
There's Jamie Schuller in the TUI BH3, and this is a lovely car too, the Rolt. We've got 2 Rolts out there, an RT4 and an RT5 from 82.
Yeah, the TUI is made famous by Bertil Roos. He was in the Formula Super V racing, and this was the chassis that he chose, and he did very well in it. It was one of the very few TUI chassis that had a lot of success in those years. Good close nose to tail racing there as they disappeared from that shot.
Yeah, really good. Well, that's one thing we've been really pleased today with, is how close the racing is here in SVRA, and the no holding back. You get a circuit like Laguna, a beautiful day like this, and you just want to go racing. So we go back with the 72. James Johnson Jr. He's on his own now, so he can dial it in. But a good little battle starting to emerge here. This one for the podium. Jim Marley under pressure now on the inside.
He's kind of hunting around trying to find a room to get inside.
He can't quite do it in time.
Boy, you saw him hunting around.
He was thinking about it.
Said, should I, shouldn't I? No, I really shouldn't.
Well, these 2 cars should be pretty evenly matched. They're both 014 Swifts, so as we go back to the 59 of Tyler Butterfield in that Royale. What do you know about a Royale?
Royale RP16, they're more well known for their Formula Fords, but they also went into the Formula Super V and Formula Atlantics, as many of the manufacturers did. Not quite as successful in this particular type of racing, but were very successful in Formula Ford.
That looks like a very tiny fit. 26. Scott Trevi in the Lola. Not too many Lolas out there today, but there is one.
Yeah, I believe that is a T328, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it is.
Running the Formula Continental class, Continental and SCCA class, and the Lola had a lot of success there. Had a lot of success in the Formula Super V ranks as well.
Back with our leader then, who's increasing that lead. Going through the gearbox and past our commentary position. It sounds absolutely magnificent. If you're not here at Laguna, I hope you can hear how beautiful that sounds.
But it's that battle for second that really is, third is really going down for the last step of the podium there between those 2 Swift Formula Atlantics.
It's interesting, those cars from the early 80s, you can see, I'm not sure how tall Remleth is, but he sits very high up in that seat.
And you would think, their earlier production car models had people that were sitting high up in the seat, and they finally figured out, the designers did anyway, that, if you kind of leaned the position back just a little bit, and this was more prevalent in the Formula Junior cars, which was first in the open wheel, is you lean the driver back a little bit, that you could actually increase aerodynamics and still have a good vision and good range of vision for the race.
Yep. And in fact, they seem to lower them and lower them as the years went by. Who needs mirrors?
Good racing Again, Stuart Crowe, he's just, for some reason, again, he races on these tracks a lot, but he just has these tracks dialed in. I think you'll see it next weekend at Sonoma as well. Any track up and down the West Coast, he's been very good at.
Down into the Rady curve one more time, and looking high above it. I'm loving this new era of drones to see the tracks so much more differently. You really do see the strategy more so than you would on an onboard, to be honest, because you get to see the curvature with the driver himself, and you can see what he's trying to do as he executes a pass or goes for a little bit of time here. And you'll see it in this particular instance, just jinking out here as it rises over this crest here. You're side by side, and then it drops right down into the Optima Batteries curve. And that's a lot further than it looks actually when you're on this level. It's quite an undulation here.
I like the aerial shots too, because sometimes the strategy of drivers, because you'll see when on a head-on shot you can usually see like one or two cars. On the aerial shots you can see the cars coming up behind them, and see how if it's a pack or one or two, and you can see traffic up ahead. And you say, oh well, the leaders are getting ready to come into that traffic. It's going to be a little bit dicey there.
Yeah, no question. Tyler Butterfield was the man we were just watching again in that Royale. Here he is. And that's actually coming into that last corner now.
And you'll notice, Jonathan, most of the races we've been watching, that those cars will drift all the way out, at least have one or two wheels, if not all four, over those rumble strips. Not so with these. I don't think they could even clear those with the distance between.
You'd really get to. I mean, you're so low to the ground that it's too much of a risk to start bouncing over the curbs.
And even adding that extra pavement up there at the corkscrew, where you can kind of straighten that out now, but you have to go over some rumble strips there. In these cars, you do whatsoever. That steering wheel is so tight and such a limited motion that turns those wheels. These cars are very fast, and unfortunately they can get away from you very fast.
Back with the number 9 of Geir Ramler in that Rolt, putting on a good show.
And this is
currently in 8th position.
This is the same Geir Ramler that won at the Lotus 23B class that we had in the Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B earlier in the day.
Yeah, so he's had a busy day, but that was, like you say, right at the beginning of the day, wasn't it? So
yes.
He's had some time off.
Not unlike Travis Engen, who we actually witnessed actually going from one class of car where he just finished and jumping right into another completely different type of car.
Oh, unbelievable. Didn't he go from like the Audi to he went some single-seater that was
He went from a Chevron to an Audi.
That's it. Great stuff. But that's the epitome of historic racing. Now you see that drop-off. Lake doing a great example of what he's looking at from where his position. He's our cameraman.
And again, those pictures, even that great shot there, really doesn't do it justice. You actually have to be in a car going down there to actually know what type of elevation change. You can even feel it on the access road as you're going down there, trying to get up to or come down to it. It's even that about 5 or 10 times that.
And it doesn't matter who you are. When you're going downhill that steeply, there's always that sense that of the car running away from you, and that you may not be able to turn in, or you're going faster than you actually think you're going. And these guys don't think that, but I know that us mere mortals might.
Yes.
So this is a good little battle between these two. They've been side by side and wheel to wheel for the last few laps in the Masters. Here we are.
Yeah, Clay Della Cava, an experienced driver, as is James Johnston Jr. Both of those are good drivers. Johnston Jr. And his family out of Colorado, they came east, started racing in SCCA club racing about maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and it was always the dad that was winning. But as the years have gone on, James Johnston and Jr. Both kind of caught up to Dad. Dad usually runs the Swift Formula Atlantic. He says if I can't beat him in the same class, I'll at least outrun him in a faster car.
There you go. Dad's always the wily old fox.
That's right.
And remember, he'll remind him who paid the bills when they started. Stuart Crowe still way out in front and having a great time in his Rolt RT40. But like I said, we've got a cross-section of cars that goes all the way back to 1972 and all the way up to 2006 with that Master Pro Formula.
Usually we have a lot of the Indy Lights cars here at the SVRA, the Lola T9720s. That's usually the car of choice. They're usually out front. So I'm sure that Crow is loving this. He has clear vision out front, nobody to play with, but he's actually out there having fun.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, you know, talking to these guys, sure, they want to be competitive, but a lot of the time they're racing themselves. They've probably been to this track a few times. They know their data, they know their track time, and they just want to improve on it. They just want to get better. And if you talk to an expert or an instructor here at Laguna, someone like Thomas Merrill, they'll tell you that there are places here that no one knows about in terms of where to be exactly on the track to just get that extra little tenth here or there.
And I think that comes up more so even in traffic than it does actually out on a clean lap, because in traffic, you know, okay, if I'm a little bit slower here, I know that there's a passing zone coming up, or I know I can get on the inside of them because the track does this or that, and you only learn that by seat time.
Yeah, no question.
And that's very prevalent at my home track, Road Atlanta. It's a very fast track, and it looks rather easy, but it has all those subtle nuances that only a driver that has been there many, many times. And again, you see that not only in the lap times, but as the traffic does, you'll see some of the drivers kind of holding back because they know that that's not the place to pass. I can get it done a lot easier and a lot safer coming up the next corner. And the placement on the track also, again, all that comes just with lap after lap, going around the track. Well, we can have more of a bigger transition, Jonathan, between this and the next group coming up. Open wheel Formula cars, purpose-built Formula single-seaters, and going up to the Trans Am 2 production-based cars with a huge 515 horsepower in it.
Yep, absolutely. That's the big boys coming up, and our showcase event, if you will, for Trans Am. Looking forward to that 75-minute, 100-mile race. And another overtake for position here. Nicely done.
Yeah, he set that up well coming out of turn 11. Had a good run out of there, good drive, and just did a very clean, basic drafting pass coming down the front. That's the way that you pass. You don't try to force it. You know that you got a better drive out of there. You can get him on the straightaway. Just drove up right behind him and then right by him.
Brett Johnston at the wheel. And we haven't seen much of Stuart Crow because he's kind of gone.
Yeah, that's what he did yesterday. He started out, everybody saw him, and then he just edged away, putting those tenths of a seconds here and there, and all of a sudden, he was long gone. 10, 15 seconds ahead.
So we're expecting the white flag next time by, but I don't think it's going to make any difference to the overall result here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Here in the bright sunshine, we've had a great weekend so far, and this, remember, is a doubleheader for the Speed Tour. We're heading next to Sonoma in just a matter of days. And so everybody wanting to make sure that their car's in good fettle, and if it isn't, they've got time at least to do something with it. And this is a very hotbed for motor racing, especially historics. So there's plenty of parts around and plenty of chances to get sorted. Our first look at James Schuller for a couple of minutes there in the TUI. Mentioned him earlier as we concentrate once again on the 3B.
It's great to have beautiful weather here, but it's great to have the fans back too.
Yeah, no kidding.
We missed y'all.
Yeah, no kidding. It was a tough couple of years, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Hopefully those are way behind us now, and we have nothing but smooth sailing coming up.
Final lap then here in our Group 9 final race, the feature race 2 for them, and it is Crow by some 17 seconds. You were saying he had a big margin. Was it this big yesterday?
I think it was along the lines. I want to say 15 yesterday, but
wow.
If it was, as you say, you're racing yourself, well, I got a bigger lead today.
Well, we're watching Johnston in 5th place at the moment in clean air. Just racing away. Puff of fire coming out the exhaust there. And here's your leader.
So even when he's going through traffic, he's just so smooth going through there.
Yeah. And it's funny because if you've ever been in a single-seater, especially a fast one, it looks smooth, but the one thing I can tell you it isn't. There's no suspension. They're pushed onto the ground. They're made to literally graze the surface of the track almost, and so there's nothing comfortable about it.
I went to driver's school in a Formula Ford, and they didn't tell me about the air that would rush up under the helmet, try to lift it off your head.
That's the worst thing.
And my eyeballs were bouncing because the pavement that looked smooth wasn't. Yeah, it's not easy, folks.
And then you brake, and then the whole body, including your neck, goes forward. Oh yeah, it's quite. I described it as violent. I got lucky enough to go in a 2-seater Minardi Formula One car with Damon Hill around Donington, and that's all. I actually cut my tongue because I was just, I was being rattled around in this violent machine. But, when you watch it on television, that really doesn't come across.
Yeah, it looks so smooth and so easy, but it's not.
So Crow takes it by a country mile, and as the crow flies, so to speak, he's done it again. Johnson second place, and Malley in third place. De Calva in fourth, and Johnson fifth. That's the other Johnson in the 3B, and that is a good run by him. Brett Johnson, that is. 73, James Johnson is the one that was on the podium. But there's your winner. Well done to Stuart Crow and the roll. RT40 taking victory here in our feature race 2 for Group 9. Good looking car too, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful, yeah. Do an excellent job of preparing, as do all these competitors. You have not noticed one car that was not immaculately prepared that has been out here, despite whatever year it was, from where it was the late 50s, early 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever. All these cars, the crews do a great job, the prep shops do a great job of maintaining these cars, and it's no easy feat. As Ben was talking to Chad Reynolds down on the B-Sedan and historic Trans Am grid. These parts are not easy to find, and if you do find them, you still sometimes have to do a little work to get them to fit into your particular car.
Yeah, they might sell you them. You got to put them on the car, though.
Right.
You don't get a mechanic that goes with it from the 70s, do you?
No, it's not like buying a Porsche and the engineer comes with it. You have to actually do the work. And again, these drivers and crews, they do it for the love of it. It's great to see them out here.
So, in terms of activities here at Laguna Seca, there is an official lunch break now. We like to do it cordially here. I mean, there's no point in rushing anything. It's historics, after all. But once again, my thanks to Scott Conway for taking us and guiding us through with amazing knowledge. Photographic memory, I may add.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I really appreciate being a part of Ben Sissel, Jonathan Green coverage here and the Greenlight TV. Y'all are not looking at speedtour.tv/YouTube. You're missing an amazing coverage. Again, onboard cameras for Trans Am 2. Trans Am 2 coming up a little bit later at 2 o'clock. But the aerial footage, the cameramen that are out there on the corners and camerawomen out there on the corners do an amazing job. And you really need to look into this. Again, if you can't join us next weekend at Sonoma, again, tune into speedtour.tv/YouTube. Jonathan Green, Ben Sissel, and maybe myself will be along for the ride here. And again, a great job. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott. And don't forget, we will be taking our lunch break as well. But the TA2, round 4 of the TA2 Championship as part of the SpeedFest and the Speed Tour here at Laguna Seca. We'll take a short break. We'll be back later on.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Hello and warm welcome to the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli. We're here for TA2 at the beautiful Laguna Seca circuit in California. With me, one of the legends of motorsport in America, Willie T. Ribbs. He's both raced Trans Am, IndyCar, as well as racing here, I'm sure, with both at Laguna Seca, Willie.
First time I came here, I was 3 years old. My dad was racing, and very first track I'd ever been to. Raced here in Trans Am. Raced here in IndyCar, raced here in IMSA.
Well, Willie, this is an exciting era for Trans Am, but what is it for you that makes Trans Am so special?
You know, Trans Am has got a special place in my heart. It's when I first became a pro, and I guess it's like your first girlfriend, right? You know, you never forget. So no, it was, of course, I did Indy and IMSA, but Trans Am was the first, and that's why I'm here today. I'm not driving, but it's the place I want to be because this is where it began.
Willie, I know exactly what you mean. It's all about that opportunity. Willie's going to be with me all weekend. And talking of opportunity, from Sim Cars runner-up in our Sim Championship to now leading in the real thing in TA2, Tyler Casera is with our Ben Sissel.
So I'm with Tyler Casera, our current points leader in TA2. Tyler, do you feel that like puts a target on your back?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, honestly, the closest thing that I have to lean back on is my esports experience in 2020. You know, we dominated Josh Hurley and myself in that championship, and I feel like I'm kind of in a similar position.
So we've got two in a row. We're at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Then we go to Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour. Being the championship leader currently, what does that add to your mindset?
Yeah, I mean, going into this weekend, right, we've got to be aggressive. The points lead is not very big at the moment and can change, so we've got to be aggressive, but also conservative in the sense that we want to be there next weekend and have that opportunity to continue to sort of build this lead.
It's a great answer. Jonathan, Willie T. Ribbs, back to you.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, we look down high above this Laguna circuit, and it really is a beautiful sight here as we look ready and get ready for our TA2 round 4 of the championship for 2022. Really looking forward to this because, as Willie T will attest, I know you didn't race here that much, but this circuit is one heck of a challenge, isn't it?
Parnelli Jones, Mark Donahue, you can go down the list. Mario Andretti, of course. And in fact, his nephew, Adam Andretti, is in this race today. So the track is history. and one of the oldest road courses in this country, and it's where you can really build your name.
I mean, I know it's a few years since you raced, but you did do 61 starts, 17 wins. I mean, Trans Am meant a lot to you. I know you went on to Indy, but does it kind of, when you look at the cars and you look at the scene now today, does it make you kind of get nostalgic about the fact that you were part of this?
Well, and then there's some engineers and mechanics that I worked with in Trans Am that I've seen this weekend, and that really hits home. Yes, especially that we don't look the same.
Well, Willie T looks absolutely the same as he did back then, and he's going to be with me throughout the entire race, and we'll get his insights. But talking of which, let's head down and get some more insight from down on the grid with Ben Sissel.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am at the top of the hill, at the front of the cars here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. 45 cars here. We're going to start here. Mike Skeens setting on the pole, the Motul Pole Award winner. But please come on up, talk to the drivers. They have hero cards to sign for everybody. This is a Trans Am fan walk. Connor Mosak's out here. He's got some Sharpies. He's ready to sign his hero cards. You got a hero card handy? Check that out. Connor Mosak. He knows what he's doing out here. We've got Rafa Matos, who's doing really well with 3-Dimensional Services Group. But I got to talk about our young guns. The young guns have infiltrated this top 10. Connor Mosak being the top young gun. Then we've got Connor Zilich as a young gun up here in the top 10. Brant Cruz, a young gun here in the top 10. Our points leader is Tyler Casera in this Liqui Moly Turn 14 Chevy Camaro from Stevens Miller Racing. Another young gun. Let's talk to Evan Slater. Evan, it's been a crazy season for you. One of our young guns, one of the youngest in the field. How's it feel to be at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca?
Yeah, it feels amazing. It's my first time here. It's a ton of fun of a track. Like, there's so many technical turns, and it's just a ton of fun. So I'm super excited to race, and hopefully we can get a good result for Coupe 3 Architecture and Stevens Miller Racing.
Nice. I love it. Evan Slater, he's ready to sign some autographs for everybody. So come up here, meet Evan Slater. Then, hometown boy, Thomas Merrill, who came from last to first in 2019. From Salinas, California. We're going to try to bring him over here to talk. His whole family's here, obviously. But Thomas, tell your hometown crew what you're going to show them today.
Well, I'm going to hopefully show them a lot of passing today. We got some work to do to bring this Bridge Hall Mustang up to the front. It's super competitive, but we've got some good track knowledge, and I think we're well set up for a good long run, so we'll be in good shape.
Perfect. Thomas Merrill, just from right down the street. How about some Cameron Lawrence, FranklinRoadApparel.com. Cameron Lawrence, you've been really showing us some speed, and somehow your strategy's working. I believe you're second in points.
Yeah, we are. It's been a lot of work. You know, we've been racing a lot better than we're kind of qualifying right now. But, yeah, it's been great. The team's doing a good job. Everything's starting to click. So it's just a really tight field, but, you know, we showed at Atlanta we raced better. And it's only my second time here at this track. So I think we're learning every session, so I think the guys better watch out.
Nice. I love it. Check that out. Cameron Lawrence, not been here too many times, but that's the cool thing about WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And the surface changes here a lot. We've got Misha Goikberg here, BC Race Cars. But hold on, I got to talk to Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. Scott Borchetta, 11 in 45 cars. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, you know, we always want to shoot for a top 10 starting position, so can't get any closer than 11, and we're only a couple hundredths off of Misha for 10th, so we've had a really good weekend so far.
So are you hoping to rattle some of these young guns up there?
You know what, those guys have so much pressure on them. You know, you want to fill up their mirrors and see if they'll make some mistakes, but they're really good drivers. It's a lot of fun driving with those guys. But, you know, we're going to bring that Big Machine Spike Cooler Camaro after them, man. We hope to move up. Could be a good day for us.
Nice. Scott Borchetta here, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, another one from California, currently living in Nashville. Carl Rydquist, also from California, out here in the Franklin Road, the blue car with Menards. Carl Rydquist, you know Laguna Seca really well. What's your strategy?
My strategy is, I think, to just try to get through the first 5 corners and then just try to picking them off. I think we have a much better setup today.
Nice. I love it. Last time you were with us, you were late to your car at Sebring. Now you're early in the car. I love it. Lawless Allen back with us. Lawless Allen currently racing in the Truck Series. You were with us. You were Rookie of the Year just a few years ago. How's it feel to be back in TA2?
It feels really good. We got to test at Sebring a few months ago. We were planning to race, but it just didn't work out. So got a little taste of it, and I'm glad to be back, especially the Auto Park it in Silver Hair. So I'm really looking forward to today.
Perfect. All right, Lawless Allen right here in the Auto Park at Blue Ford Mustang. Really cool. Now, Rhett Barco's up here in his Dodge Challenger. Stevens Miller Racing. Having so much fun. Darren Mock. I'm going to try to get through as many as I can. Darren Mock is here in the number 75 car. All right, now we've got Jack Wood signing autographs, which is exactly what he should be doing at the fan walk. So, Jack, keep signing while talking to me. But I know you had an off, and I know that the SLR team had to be working through the night to fix it. But how does the car feel, and what's your strategy?
You know, I don't know. I mean, it makes it tough when you miss that first practice like we did. Puts the guys in a bad spot. I think it sets the whole weekend behind. But, you know, I've never been here before, especially never in this car, and it's a challenge space to get around. But I think our qualifying effort was decent. I think we have a good long-run speed car, so you know, looking forward to the race and hopefully moving up. So
perfect. All right, Jack Wood running the Team SLR Chevy Camaro. Having some great times out there. We've got Adrian Lostovsky here running really well. Dylan Archer, another one of the young guns. Keith Prochuk with HP Tuners, the number 9, was here with us a couple of years ago. Right behind him is Elias Anderson with the Accio Data Samson Race engines. But now we come to our first West Coast TA2, our Motul Pole Award winner in TA2, Jeff Holden. How does that feel?
That's awesome, man. That's what we've been going for. Getting to the front of our pack is the most important thing we can do. We're not really racing against the national guys too much, so we just try and keep it clean and stay out of their way and race against ourselves.
Nice. I love it. There's Jeff Holden. Then we've got Barry Bowes from the National Series. But let me talk about this. This dude, I haven't even met him yet. This is actually happening. Roy, nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you because you turned a lot of heads at Thunder Hill. Right when he got back from Thunder Hill, the president of Trans Am, John Claggett, called me and said, we've got something special in Roy Fulmer. So who in the world are you? Where did you come from?
We were in Miatas from 13, and then we just saw how awesome Trans Am is and how well it's ran. So we were like, let's do the jump to Trans Am, and especially since the West Coast guys get to have a few chances to race against the national guys, we're like, yeah, that's the go-to. That's going to be awesome.
Nice. I love it. Check that out. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the TA2 series. We're going to come through the field a little bit more. I'm not even going to attempt to try to announce his name. If we can get a shot of that, we'll let the people at home try to figure this out. I don't know where the driver is. I don't see him. But he pronounced it for me, and I'd never be able to say that. Then we've got Doug Peterson over here, Three-Dimensional Services Group. Instead of him signing your autograph, he's asking you to come over here and give your autograph to the hood of his car, I guess. Because he loves the motorsports fans that are here. And then we've got Greg Tolson right here. I don't see him. Michelle Abadi here with her Ghost Scotia Ford Mustang, giving the thumbs up. Ken Sutherland, another one of our West Coasters. Ken, I'm just going to ask you an awkward question. This is further back than I'm used to seeing you in qualifying.
It is, yeah. 45 cars out here. What can go wrong, right? We'd like to be up there a little further. Hopefully we will. But until then, we'll have a race amongst ourselves back here.
Nice.
It'll be fun.
I love it. He's really fast. I met him at Portland a few years ago with our West Coast series. So look for this car to move up. Kent Stacy, how's it going, man? Laguna Seca, how's it feel?
It feels good. We're behind on testing. We're just getting this car going. This is our third race. And I know we put a guest setup on it here for qualifying, found 3.5 seconds at moving forward. And hopefully we did it again for the race. So hopefully we can move it forward.
Awesome. Kent Stacy. Now, listen to this. Jonathan Willey, I hope you're paying attention. because I was up at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Corkscrew yesterday, and I saw you splash through there with an explosion of gravel, and now you're starting way back here, which is so unlike you. So what are you gonna do going into the Andretti hairpin as an Andretti?
So we have the way I see it, we have 90 miles to exercise two very important virtues in patience and patience. And with 10 laps, 10 miles to go, it's go time wherever we're at. So it's going to be a lot of survival, but I've got a lot of faith in our Trans Am, our TA2 competitors. I think they're going to do a great job, and this is one of the best racetracks in the country to be here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The fan turnout has been amazing. Thank you so much to all the fans that come in to support us and all of you watching us on TV. But we're going to put on a show here from 30th, I promise.
I love it. You always put on a good show. Number 86, Three-Dimensional Services Group, Adam Andretti. We're getting ready for the pre-race ceremonies here at a grid of 45 cars. Gentlemen, I'm going to send it back to you. Willie T. Ribbs, our Grand Marshal, Jonathan Green, the best announcer in motorsports. Take it away, gentlemen.
Brilliant stuff, Ben, and as ever, we get ready. I'm here with one of the legends of motorsport, Willie T. Ribbs. Not only one of the great characters, but also his achievements speak loudly. He has raced here both in Trans Am and in IndyCar, and we'll get some of his stories as the day goes on. But I think what I'm gathering from you already, Willie, is that you're just impressed with how young these guys are, so many of them, and how big that field is. You've got to be impressed. 2022, I mean, everybody talks about the golden age of Trans Am. You're looking at it.
Well, in the top 10 in qualifying, there's 4 young guns in the top 10 in qualifying. 4. And one of them is 14 years old.
Yeah.
Well, I could smell carnation milk on his breath when I was talking to him. I was 14. I was on a bicycle.
I know.
was in a race car.
I certainly wasn't given a big machine and with all the responsibility of all that's going on here.
The sport is changed. It's become so professional with the feeder system. It's like baseball and football now. They're scouting kids at 10 years old.
No question about it. Are you excited to what you're about to witness? 100 miles, 75 minutes. It's a tough race. It's a sprint, but it's an endurance in this heat.
45 cars?
Yeah.
To race in only 100 miles, they're going to go at each other hard.
Well, let's head down once again to the grid. Ben Sissel, let's take it away.
So excited, and what an honor it is to have Yolanda Cervantes here to sing to us the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, Yolanda, absolutely beautiful, unbelievable. here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Can't get any better than that. Gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to you to walk us through all these 45 cars.
Okay, here we go then, and what a field of Trans Am cars it is, and it's going to take some time, but here we go. In pole position, Mike Skeen, he's been there before, he knows this track well, 127.5. Connor Mosak, the youngster, alongside him. Rafa Matos, our champion on row 2, and the youngster, Connor Zilic, just 16, is in 4th. Brent Cruz, another youngster. Tyler Casera, your championship leader, is 6th. Then it's Slater, Merrill. 9th is Lawrence, then Goikberg. Borchetta, what a qualifying from Scott Borchetta in 11th. Carl Reichquist, the West Coast man, is in 12th. Then Lawless Allen coming back from the Truck Series and signs up for 13th position against number 14th on the grid, Rhett Baku, our Rookie of the Year last year. Another youngster, Darren Mock, 15th. Jack Wood had a prang yesterday, but they've got that Chevrolet Camaro going strong, and he will be a factor. It's been a tough year for Lostowski, but he's there in 17th. Dylan Archer, yes, that's right, the Archer name is back in Trans Am and racing in America in 18th. Prochuk, Anderson, Holden 21st. Barry Bowes from Texas, 22nd. Roy Fullman from the West Coast, already a winner here in the West Coast at Thunder Hill in 23rd. Kitwarski, the Polish name, Andy Kitwarski in 24th. Doug Peterson and Greg Tolson, also of the West Coast Championship. Michelle Abadi, the Vegas girl, is 27th. Is she going to gamble? Ken Sutherland, Kent Stacy coming in 29th, and work to do for Adam Andretti, who we spoke to. Ty Young is 31st. Nick Racino races on the West Coast. He is 32nd in the Camaro. Then it's Tim Lynn, Gallagher, Kanuki, and Fine. Stephen Lustig, Matt Perrant, Crandall, Parsons, Marvich in 41st. 42nd is Joe Bodegich, and then Schweitzer, who is a West Coast expert. Jeff Sexton coming into the championship from Texas in Austin this year. And Chad Christensen in 45th place for the Forester Pontoons Ford Mustang. Doesn't get any better than that. Record fields here, once again here. Perfect conditions at Laguna Seca. And Willie T, as you look down, I know you've had a weekend here and it's been quite an eye-opener for you, I'm sure, but what are your thoughts? Yeah.
And Dreezy, they went at it, and Dreezy just flat wore his tires out. Dyson won the race, and it was a great battle. And that's what these guys are going to do here. They're going to battle each other and take every inch they can without using the car up.
There's the onboard of Cameron Lawrence. We'll have onboard pictures from the Franklin Road Apparel Cameron Lawrence, and obviously Lawrence in a great position in terms of the championship to try and score some major points. And we shouldn't forget that the championship is on a knife edge. It may be only 4 rounds gone, but there's only a few points between Tyler Casera and Cameron Lawrence, first and second in the championship. Our current champion had a nightmare last time out in Road Atlanta, and he is now down, having led the championship in 4th position. We'll be watching his every move, and it'll be a joy to be on a former Indy Rookie of the Year, Rafa Matos from Brazil. Thomas Merrill sits 5th in the championship at the moment. He too will be a factor here. But as Willie rightly points out, there's so many young guns out to make a name for themselves today. Some of them have come from the West Coast. Some of them have come back from the Truck Series. Some of them are just up-and-comers like Connor Zilic, who bounced onto the scene last year and took pole position at Virginia when nobody, or very few people, knew exactly who he was. Well, we do know now, and Connor Zilic will be a factor. So many of these youngsters now, Willie, I don't know if it was the same in your day, but now looking straight to go to NASCAR. But there's no question that we're going to see some excellent strategy here, because it's going to be crowded. There's no question about that. It's a very tight field, but with 45 cars, you've got to stay out of trouble and pick your moments. That's going to be the key to this.
Yeah, John. I talked to Connor Zilich yesterday, and he is world karting champion.
Yeah.
Right? As well as European karting champion. And he's 16 years old. Formula One's going to be looking at him, not just NASCAR or IndyCar. He's going to be looked at from all over the world.
Yeah, no question. And we've got more stories like that, and we'll tell you more about them. But let's head down to the grid once again for Ben.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Here I am, Ross Merrill, Lauren Merrill, and that's not a coincidence. Thomas Merrill's parents. You can see her necklace there with the TM. Ross is the president of the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation. So I'm sure you're a little bit nervous, but they are to deliver the greatest sounds in motorsports. But I just want to brag on Lauren here. She is the hottest shoe in the Merrill family. She has taught everybody how to race. So, Lauren, I'm going to give it to you to start the driver command.
You got it. Ladies and gentlemen,
start your engines.
Dude,
thank you.
Awesome.
Well, Willie, as we savor those sounds, do those butterflies still come up in your stomach? You remember these days when that engine command is given, and then it's go time, and everybody leaves you. The talk goes, the chat's gone, it's up to you.
Yeah, you're, racing is a team sport. But once that those engines fire, it's you.
Mm-hmm.
It's you. There's no one in there but you. And you're going to make the bulk of the decisions on success or failure. So that's why these guys are here, to hear that engine fire and know that they're going to get it on, right? It's man on man and woman, and it's a great feeling. And believe me, 45 cars, they're thinking they got a lot on their mind. And it's each guy in front of it. Like, for example, Andretti.
Yep.
Andretti's got a lot of work to do to come through. And no one's going to roll over. They're not going to say after you,
Adam.
Go.
Corner named after your uncle.
Yeah, you first, right? No, there's none of that in this game. And that's why it is what it is. That's why it's called racing.
We'll be on board with the three-dimensional services group of Rafa Matos throughout the race. We'll also have other angles as well covered. We're high above the Laguna Seca circuit. This is a beautiful sound as they roar past our commentary position. Mike Skeen has been sensational. He will start pole, and it's going to be interesting how Mike plays this. He, of course, has a three-dimensional services group camera as well. He starts in pole position, and he is in the championship hunt. But he's doing a full season in another series in IMSA, and therefore he is basically going to try to help, I think, Rafa Matos get to the front, or at least work together as a team. And that's going to be so important because the man sandwiched between them is the young 24-year-old Connor Mosack. And Connor, already a winner in this series, has proven that he is a force to be reckoned with and is not intimidated by any of the bigger names that he's up against. Then there's Connor Zilich, Evan Slater, Tyler Casera, championship leader, Misha Goikberg, ever fast, always fast. Really looking forward to it. How about this guy, Lawless Allen, coming into the championship from the Truck Series. He's the top Truck Series rookie at the moment. So there's so many good stories, and it's on days like this, Willie, where you can make and break a name for yourself. Do you remember those days when you were trying to break through, and you're like, if I could just get in the top 10, or if I could just show my team manager this, I can pick up that sponsorship, and I can make it in this game?
Well, for example, Mike Skeen's former champion.
Yep.
You know how to build a reputation?
State champion.
Beat champions.
Right.
Especially for a kid like Mosack and Zilich and the young kids. They are out to lean on the big boys. When you, for example, you step in the ring.
Yeah.
Right? You step in the boxing ring. That's how you build your reputation. Right?
First, you got to get in the ring.
You got to get in the ring, and even if it's in sparring.
Yeah.
You know, you wanna prove yourself that you're a champion in the making, there's 4 young guns in the top 10. That's what blows me away.
Yeah.
And, you know, Mike Skeen, and I watched him yesterday. I watched him. I went out to turn 5 and spent the whole practice out there, and I watched all of them. And Skeen through turn 5, his car had the best balance I saw.
Rafa Matos, yeah?
Yeah, Rafael, he was good through there as well, but balance-wise, I think Skeen had the best car from entry, center, and exit. He was the quickest.
We always talk about managing tires. You've got a full fuel load now. The car's heavy. Tires are new and clean. We've had a TA race and we've had lots of SVRA, so there's good rubber down. Conditions have been set fair and pretty much constant throughout the weekend. So there shouldn't be any problems in terms of the approach. This is straight out Laguna Seca racing, as it's always been, whether it's 2 wheels or 4 wheels. Strategy-wise, if you are Mike Skeen, I'm presuming that you want to just get away from everybody and try to get a gap.
He's got pace on everybody. He's got almost a second on second place. So he can go out and not at the pace he's running, and he's not overdriving to do it. He's pace, and whoever's putting pressure on him, they're going to have to work hard just to stay with him, let alone get past him. So Skeen has got the experience, he's got the pace. The young kids, Mosak and Zilich and Cruz, they're going to go after him. They're going to force him. And that's what you do. When you're a driver after the guy in front of you, you force his hand. You try to make him wear his tires. You try to make him break in too hard. You try to push him in the center off so he's using up the rears. It's going to be a strategy game, and it's going to be the old hand, right, versus the young lions.
What I like about this also is because there's such a large group here with the West Coast, these youngsters coming in like Lawless, is the regulars can't necessarily force the hand of the guys coming through sometimes because they may not know who the guy is behind them and whether he's faster or not. And I mean, you know, like you say, everybody's in their own race. So you've got to pick your moment.
There's so many cars in this race that if you're looking in the mirror, unless your crew chief or engineer tells you, hey, that's Andretti coming on you, or that's Bruschetta coming on you,
yep,
you don't really know. You're so focused on what's in front of you, the driver in front of you, or the corners in front of you.
Yep.
And when you get bumped, that's when you know they're serious about getting by you.
Willie T. Ribbs alongside me, Jonathan Green, as Mike Skeen gets ready to race here at Laguna Seca, round 4 of TA2 2022. Conor Mosak alongside him, away they go. Conor Mosak gets a good start as they head down towards the Optima Batteries, turn 1, Andretti curve, and Conor Mosak has got the advantage, but the line is with Skeen and he knows it. On board with Rafa Matos, it's close quarters between these two, almost touching at the lead. Mosak keeps his foot in and will have the better line for the second corner. Somebody going off there in the distance, but Skeen holds on and takes the lead through 3. Good clean start, somebody on the gravel, somebody turned round there in turn 3. We'll get back to that in a moment as we go back on board with Rafa. Good clean start from him, and Rafa, our champion, is in 4th place. Wow. That was good stuff by Mosak.
I like Mosak and I like Skeen. Mosak, the kid, handled it like an old hand, like a pro. Didn't force it to. He rubbed on him, he squeezed him, but they didn't tangle going into the next 2 corners. So these kids don't drive like kids. They drive like veterans.
Well, I'm often reminded, you were talking about Zilich being a world champion karter. You ask them how many years experience and they go 13. Because they've been racing since they were 4.
Oh yeah, they when they got in a go-kart, they had diapers on.
Yeah. You might need it. Well, down the corkscrew for the first time, and a good start. We've had a spinner, and it is Conor Zilich. There we go. Commentator's blight. It was Zilich in the midfield there who spun round in turn 3, so he'll hopefully ride himself. We'll find out in a moment as they come out of turn 11 for the first time to complete that first lap, and it's going to be that man, Mike Skeen, leading the way. So, good clean start. Mosak in 2nd place. Rafa Matos in 3rd. We're on board now with Carl Reicquist, usually in the West Coast, but coming into the National Championship as well as racing in the West Coast. Of course, we've got 2 championships on our minds today, and certainly they'll be wary of that. They had their first round at Thunder Hill just a few weeks ago, and now it's down with the big boys. So it's Skeen, Mosak, Matos, Cruz. Brent Cruz is another youngster. He's the youngest competitor we got, just 14, down there in, 4th position. Thomas Merrill behind him, the local favourite. Tyler Casera, our championship leader. Goitberg, Slater. Zilic has dropped to 9th, so he has recovered. And Jack Wood, another youngster, is down there with Scott Legacy Racing, and he's down in, 10th position ahead of our Rookie of the Year last year. As we go on board with Adrian Lostowski down this amazing jump. What's it like to drive down that?
When you initial turn in into the corkscrew, you can't see for a split second. You make that left, and all you see is trees out in front of you because it drops so far, so much under your feet. And then you see it. Then you see the right-hander, and you do it. It's automatic. You're already turning. You're making your right turn without even seeing where you're going.
This is Cameron Lawrence who got spun round. So Zilic had a problem. That's where Zilic goes wide, and it was Cameron Lawrence that got spun round. And that's a big news story because Cameron Lawrence, of course, 2nd in the championship.
Cameron Lawrence has got a lot of experience. Like Skeen, these guys are old hands here, and they're mixing it up. When you got 45 cars out there, you're going to get into each other. Somebody's going to skip.
And these ain't small cars either.
Oh yeah, no, they are muscle cars.
Yep, absolutely. And Mish Goitberg there, the Russian-American, or Russian-Canadian, I should say, the number 20 for BC Racing from Canada in British Columbia. And then further down, Peterson, Reicquist. And then further down, you can see this massive field. Borchetta dropped down a little bit, but at the moment, Cameron Lawrence has recovered to, 19th position. Keeping an eye on him. I'm keeping an eye also on Andretti, who's come up the field already. Adam Andretti is in 27th position. And it's funny, I spoke to Michelle Abate at the beginning of the day, and she said, you know what, Adam Andretti, I know it's fast. I'm just going to wait till he passes me and slot right in behind him. That's exactly what she's done. Great stuff from Michelle. So Skeen already building on his lead as we go back on board with Cameron Lawrence, who's got a lot of work to do. The man's 2nd in the championship. But we can see him work in the car, Willie, as you look at these onboards. It's great to have onboards live again.
Well, one thing about onboard, you can look at the fast guys, the leaders, and see how hard they're working, right?
Yep.
And if they're not working that hard, that means they're going fast.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Now, if you see some of the other drivers who are putting a lot of steering angle into the car back and forth, right? Understeer, oversteer, you know that they're working for their money, and they're not having the same grip that the fast guys. Skeen, he's hardly turning the wheel.
Now, this is a good example of what I was talking about. You've got Lawless Allen ahead of this man, Cameron Lawrence, and he's trying to show him a wheel, show him his front, and say, hey, I'm coming through. We're coming up to turn 5 where you and I watch from. You can't go around the outside there, surely.
No, because it runs out of room right when you exit the corner. As you exit, it's nothing but sand out there.
And the camber drops off as well. Having been cambered on the inside or on the first part of the corner, it drops off quickly.
When it flattens out, that's it. You've gone from push to neutral loose.
Yeah. So Rafa Matos in 3rd position at the moment, and this is a really important race for our champion. He's had a disastrous road at Atlanta, having had such a good start at Sebring, but he's a long way down the points. Rafa currently in 4th position on 62 points, but it's early. But these 2 weekends here, this weekend and then Sonoma next weekend, could be the make and break of a lot of people's championships, and Rafa knows it. He's all over the back of Mosak now, though, and starting to make his way closer and closer. Is there a moment where you stop following and hounding and decide to attack?
You try to wait. You keep the pressure. If you watch what's going on here, you want to keep the pressure on him. So if he does make a mistake, if he runs a little wide into the corner, if he misses his braking point, say right here,
he
goes a little long and he starts to run off wide, and you're in a good line, then you try to get up underneath him, right? And the cars are so equal that no one's got an advantage, right? As far as power and chassis.
It's all driver here. So you work him and work him and work him, and hopefully you can put enough pressure on him, and make him and have him make a mistake and you get past him. But same time, you don't want to leave yourself open.
No.
Okay, when I say or you made a mistake and then the guy who's pressuring you gets by you because you're working the other guy in front of you. It's really like an accordion.
Yeah.
You ever see an accordion?
Exactly, yeah.
That's what it's like.
1 minute, yeah. 1 minute you're out, the next minute you're crunched up. And that's what we're seeing now. It's a great battle here. Skeen is pulling away. He's got about 3 car lengths ahead of this battle for second place between Conor Mosak and Rafa Matos, our champion. Then there's a gap. And in that gap is Thomas Merrill, the expert, the man from Salinas, the farmer's boy, so to speak. And we heard his mum and dad doing the race command. Their history is all here at Laguna Seca. Thomas Merrill has thousands of miles. He's an instructor here. He knows every inch of this circuit. We watched him on track yesterday, and you said, boy, that guy's getting out of that corner early, and that's because he knows this track like the back of his hand.
Well, and experience on any track pays off, but as many miles as he's got around here, he knows how to manage the tires. He knows how to manage the speed. You see the race we got here. We got Matos going after the kid, okay? Now, this is where the kid is going to prove he's tough and he's smart. Because when you got Matos, he's a champion. He's a veteran. He knows how he's got the miles on the kid. Well, this is where the kid will prove himself to the bigger teams, to the bigger owners, to other championship owners that he's got not just talent, but he's smart.
Yep.
Right. Bobby Unser always talked about being smart with the car.
May he rest in peace. What a man.
I loved him. I loved him to death.
Yeah, it's a good point, and the Unsers know what they're talking about when it comes to racing, no question about it. The funny thing is, Mosak, although 24, is wise beyond his years. He got a win last year, and from that moment on, I think it was Road America, he never looked back. And I mean, he's not intimidated by anybody in this field. He's already kind of been contracted to NASCAR. They've got their eye on him. They're ready for him. And because there's so many road races now in NASCAR, they're happy for him to race at Laguna because they race at COTA. They race at places that we go to. So if he's going to be successful there, you're looking at the next Kyle Larson or Chase Elliott when it comes to road course expertise.
Well, a lot of the drivers, especially in the old days, you watch A.J. Foyt, you watch Mario Andretti, you watch Bobby Unser. You look at they drove everything. They were on dirt, they were on ovals, they were on road courses, and all that does is make you better.
Yeah.
That was Bobby, Uncle Bobby, who say that to me all, drive everything you can.
Yeah.
Well, these kids at a young age are starting to do that like the old guys used to do, right? The old guard. And when they get to a road course in a cup car, for example, they're not going to be out of water. They're going to know, they're going to get in there and be up to speed on going left and going right.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right, and it's good advice because if you know different surfaces, and I know this from being in the dirt, on motorcycles and on 4x, you get the field, what it slides underneath you. So if it's raining here at Laguna or it starts raining like it did in Formula One, you've got to know what the surface is underneath you and what the car will do and won't do underneath you. And that's, like you say, any training on different surfaces and different cars has got to be huge.
Well, and you look at Kyle Larson, for example.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of that kid.
Yep.
And he can win on dirt one night, and win at Talladega or Daytona or anywhere else the next night. It's just a great, not just great talent, but being able to jump from one discipline to the other, that's hard to do.
Now we're on board with the FPEC, a food processing equipment company, Dylan Archer, and you know the name Archer, Tommy, Bobby. Bobby, his dad, of course, looking after him, but it's great to have the Archer name back in racing after their amazing, 40 championships over the years?
I raced against the Archers back in the early 2000s, I think, and a couple times I did. I do remember we raced against each other in Detroit one time on the island there. What's the name?
Belle Isle, yeah.
Belle Isle, right?
Yep.
And the Archers always been fierce drivers.
Now,
right?
I'm keeping an eye on a couple of guys as well, because Andretti already up to the top 20, and as he said in his interview beforehand, as Rafa getting ever closer out of 11 as they start another lap. But I'm keeping an eye on Adam Andretti, because he's had a rotten start to the season, but he's been quick, and that's all the three-dimensional cars have been quick. And Adam hit the front splitter heavily in practice, and therefore had to start a long way back, but we know he's faster than that. He's got a youngster, Roy Fulmer, winner of the West Coast first race at Thunder Hill. Roy Fulmer the fourth. Watch out for this kid. He's in 21st. Then Scott Borchetta just ahead of him. I'm also keeping an eye on what happens with Connor Zilic. He's recovered to 7th. Cameron Lawrence also having had that spin. He's down in 17th, but these are the guys that are going to come through bit by bit. We're on board with Andretti here, and I'll let you watch what he does.
Well, the farther you go up the food chain, the harder it gets,
yes.
Right? Because you start running into faster and faster guys. You know, Borchetta fell back for a little bit. Now he's marched his way up into 19th. Andretti was back. He's marched his way up behind Borchetta. And then they got to get to Cameron Lawrence in 16th. Yep. Well, Cameron Lawrence is a bad cat, right? So the more you start picking off people, the harder it's going to get, because those are the big boys. They're fast guys, and they're not going to roll over.
Do you ever find yourself communicating with another driver that you know is fast, and you think, okay, I'm just going to stick with this guy because he's on the pace, I can follow him through, and maybe we can work through this crowd?
Well, I mean, if you got a guy that's quick in front of you, you use him as sort of a point man, right? He's your point man, and eventually you want to get in front of him, but if he can
move you up together,
if he can open doors for you, right?
Yep.
You know, like Moses in the Red Sea.
He's
right?
doing the work for you.
Exactly.
I love it. 10 laps gone of our 45. That's an hour to go as we look at the 00 on track. And we've seen Dylan Archer, but we've got the W's of that Switzer, who, of course, is a West Coast champion in his day, and looking forward to this weekend. I spoke to him earlier in the weekend. He said all systems go, nothing to shout about, just get out there and stay out of trouble was the idea. And there is the 57 of Connor Zilic. Zilic racing Maurice Hall's car, and they've got Gil Martin, the ex-NASCAR chief back on board with them this weekend. So that team, Silver Hair Racing, already champions in their own right in the Masters, and looking now to build on this team. They've got youngsters like Connor Zilic and Lawless Allen, so that is why Maurice has chosen to give his car ride away to these youngsters to let them battle it out and give some youngsters a chance. And that's what he wants to advertise, that he's got a 6-car Trans Am team and he's ready to give people a chance to race. There's the number 70 coming through our shot, coming out of 11. That's Brent Cruz, who to me, oh no, as I mentioned, a silver hair car, one of them's just gone like a rabbit into the gravel, but he recovers. But Brent Cruz, the man we're watching now, the youngster, just a teenager, still at high school, but mature beyond his years. Good recovery. There's Tyler Casera, and he's got Zilic behind him. So this is a good battle between the youngster and the more experienced former Miata man. I spoke to Tyler Casera in the weekend, and he said, would you believe it, I took my first ever laps here at the Skip Barber School when I was a little nipper. I raced here in the runoffs at SEA with Miatas, but this is my first taste of racing. It was right here at Laguna Seca when I was just a kid.
You know, John, what Tony Pirelli has done for Trans Am in the short time he's taken it over is remarkable. Remarkable. Yep. He's got 45 cars from an age group from 14 to 55. I think Rochetta's 55 years old. Yep. And it's just remarkable to see how many people are in this at different ages and different genres. And what a show they're putting on. I did not expect the young guns to be as competitive. You know, you're putting one lap in and qualifying or 2 laps is one thing, but every lap being smooth and fast and not making any mistakes, That's the most impressive part.
You know what was interesting, and this goes back to karting. You've got Zilic, a former world karter, and you've got Casera, a former Miata champion. And Casera said to me, I said, wow, how can you compare karting or Miata racing to big muscle racing? It can't be anything like it. He said, no, that's where you're wrong. It's all about momentum. It's all about holding the speed through the corners and making sure you don't lose that speed, because in a muscle car, you're just going to spin up if you get too mad. And through goes Zilic on our champion. Or is that further back? No. That's a little further back. That's the other silver air car, or at least it's another black one. I'm trying to see the car number, but we're watching the 89 going through. That's Mike Skeen now in the middle of all this traffic. This is our leader. Whoa, big moment there. And now Skeen has got a real... This is where it gets hard, is when you're in traffic now and you're leading this race, both you've got to depend on the marshals, but you've also got to depend on the other drivers seeing you.
This is... And Skeen doesn't want to get held up. No. I mean, you, as competitive as this is, and as close as it is, if a lap driver holds you up for 2 or 3 corners, the guy that's chasing you is going to be on you, right?
But then he's got to get past him too. But you're right. I mean, it really is how you deal with traffic like that, just as Skeen did then. Use a corner that is a short corner like that Optima Batteries Andretti corner, and through goes Skeen. I love watching Skeen's onboard. He's so smooth. There's no react. Same with Rafa. There's no extra movement when not needed.
And that's what keeps the tires underneath you. That's, John, when you're gentle on that wheel, when you have soft hands. For example, if you look at a driver like Lewis Hamilton, his in-car, he's got very soft hands. He does not yank the car around, and you're faster, you're smoother, and it's easier on the tires.
Yeah, muscle car doesn't mean you need to muscle the car. It means you need to use that power deftly.
Well, yeah, that muscle is in front of you, right? It's
exactly.
called V8.
Yep. And there's plenty of horsepower, 5+100 horsepower under each of these hoods. And it really does remind us of the glory days of George Fulmer, Donahue, and the rest of them back in the early 70s, racing around this very circuit. And just when Trans Am was starting to make its way, the Pony Wars, so exciting. And I'll tell you what, I talked to Boris Said, and a man you'll know very well. He may be retired. He says he's retired. Has a dealership down the road here in California. But he just loves the opportunity to race in this championship because he calls it pure racing. No extras, no gimmicks, no things. It's all about the driver and what he can do, putting the power down to the ground and getting the most out of the car. Let's face it, which isn't full of aerodynamics and downforce and all the rest of it. This is pure racing.
Well, and in this series, especially in TA2, the cars are nearly all equal.
Yeah.
Equal horsepower, equal tire, equal components, right? So it's you versus the other guy, right? And you don't have an advantage other than being a better, smarter driver, right?
Yep.
And it's so equal that you're not going to be that much smarter than the next guy.
Exactly. We're watching Cameron Lawrence. We were on board with him a moment. Elias Anderson from Driftwood, Texas, just ahead of him. And we're going to watch one of the greats of current Trans Am, Cameron Lawrence, trying to make his way back, having spun round at turn 3 earlier in the race. Lawrence currently in, 16th position. Anderson 15th ahead of them. Nostosky 14th. Lawless Allen 13th. Dylan Archer 12th. Rhett Baku in 11th. And then in 10th position, it's Jack Wood. No cautions as of yet. I'll probably blight it now, though. 14 laps of the 45 gone. Back on board with Carl Reichquist, driving for the Franklin Road Apparel. The Ken Thwaites team. Ken Thwaites racing in TA this weekend. We had hoped to have Adam Carolla here racing, but unfortunately he had a prank and didn't get the start in TA. But we do have Carl Reichquist and Cameron Lawrence of this Franklin Road team. And there's no question this is a big effort to try to win the championship. Lawrence getting ahead of Porchetta as we ride with Carl Reichquist, the former Swede. I say former because he's been in America most of his life. Got to know him in our Sim Championship during COVID. Reichquist in 18th position now with Barry Bowes behind him. Adam Andretti holding station in 20th. He's got up 10 places, has Andretti, but he hasn't made any further move just yet.
You know, Andretti, it's being that far back, you know, having to come through, he can't abuse the car. He knows he's got to be really smart on how he's using the car and using the tires. And the guys in front of him know that they got to keep him back. And if you can keep a driver back, he's going to use his brakes harder, right? He's going to use his throttle harder, which is the rear tires, to try to get a shot at you. Uh-oh.
Oh, Ryquist gets very wide there, and this is a chance for Andretti as they come up to turn 5. Andretti looking for the inside move. Will he make it stick? You can see he's working the wheel, and through he goes. Nicely done by Andretti. It's damage to the car just ahead of both of them, but Ryquist loses out after that mistake, and there's a door off on that white car just ahead of them as they head up the Rahal Straight and up towards, once again, the corkscrew.
You know, see how easy it was for Ryquist to get off?
Yeah.
He just got off a little bit, right?
Yep.
Not much,
Yep.
but just enough for Andretti with the momentum to get underneath him, right? And that's how tight it is out here. You make one little mistake and pass, because everybody, if Ryquist would have had a 2 or 3 second lead on Andretti, he could have got back on and still maintained his position. You can't maintain any position here if you get off.
Just heard from Ben Sissel in the pits at the 66. Michael Fine in the pits with brake problems, also out. And in the paddock, the 186 is out of proceedings. Might get back out again, but at the moment, struggling. There's Scott Borchetta. Great story. He has learned and pushed. I first met him when we were doing the Sim Series. He went through 5 computers because he kept blowing them up. We did Spa, and he did something like 500 laps in 3 days around Spa before the sim race weekend. But that's the kind of dedication that Scott Borchetta, originally from the music industry, but now very much, it's a bit like Steve McQueen or Paul Newman, as you well know. Yes, they have their careers, but they put the same kind of energy and passion to racing as they do to the business that they're in.
Scott Borchetta is famous for discovering Taylor Swift.
Yep.
Right? He's got every country musician in the business on his label, Big
Pretty
Machine,
much.
right? Yep. Pretty much, right? He enjoys being out here racing.
Oh, Ryquist is off completely now. Sorry, I just had to stop you there. And he's backwards, and that could bring our first caution out, if I'm not surprised.
No question. That's turn 5, I do
Yeah, I
believe,
think it is,
or
yeah.
the hairpin, one or the other.
I think it is turn 5. Oh, and somebody else has gone wide there as we're watching from his onboard. That was Lawless Allen, but Ryquist is stuck in the gravel, and they'll have to do something about that.
No, they will. There's going to be a full course yellow on this because they can't have any other cars fly off and run into
Yeah,
it.
exactly. I mean, you are a sitting duck there. There's nothing you can do. And here's somebody else. That's
No, that's the hairpin. That's turn 2.
Okay,
See where he
Ryquist is at turn 2. Yeah, he's at the
over
Optima
turn
Batteries
2.
corner. And so, again, a very precarious place, but we're back on board with Cameron Lawrence as he continues to push on. But there is the parked up Franklin Road, no running out of road, so to speak. And Ryquist, we're just still waiting. I'm looking at our timing sheets. No move yet from David Hoots on changing this race to caution. But we think it will be a full caution, and that means after 17 laps, what do you do as a driver? Do you just go, or do you just keep that intensity? Because this is actually, when you get down to caution, this is where it's make and break. This is where you've got to keep the machinery underneath you. You've got to sort of maybe talk to your engineer. But this is another time in a race where it looks as though nothing's happening. But you guys are working hard, because this is when you've got a time to regroup, assess where you are, and decide what you want to do next.
Well, the first thing that happens is everybody closes up.
Yep.
Right? So you're going to close up. So whatever you gained with all that hard work and 17 laps, it's going to go away. And you're on the radio. You're on the radio with your engineer, and you're getting it. You're discussing what the car's doing, right? Is it not turning in well? Is it not staying down when you put steering angle? Is it front end pushing, or is it going loose on the exit? So you're discussing what the car is doing, and he's suggesting to you what you need to do if you can do anything inside the cockpit.
Let's take another look at what happened to Rydquist, because also Adrian Lostowski stuck there, I think, as well in the hall. No, that's actually not Lostowski. We'll get back to that. But here's Rydquist. Here's what happened to Carl Rydquist. We're on board as he comes over turn one. And Willie, let me see what you see.
He got in a little bit hot, right?
Yep.
And, you know, he's got a lot of rear braking there because, you know, he rotated the car. As he was braking, he knew he was going long, and he got out of it to try to save it, and then he got back on hard again because he knew he was going off and his thing spun around.
Looked to me like he was also making a very wide approach. He looked to be wider than you normally would be on the approach to that corner.
Well, when you overshoot it, you get wide. And, you know, he's trying hard, and that's going to happen. Now, the other driver who's out there, we don't have an in-car camera on him, so I don't know how he got out there. But he didn't spin. It looked like he just went straight off into the sand pit.
Yeah. Okay, Willie T, we'll take a short break as we're under caution here at Laguna Seca. My thanks so far to some great insight. We'll be right back from Laguna after this.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low volume production, three-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca. We're under caution here, our first of the day, and the reason being we've got two cars stuck in the gravel at the Optima Batteries Turn 2, and one of them is Carl Rydquist of the Franklin Road Apparel team. So let's head down to that team. Ben Sissel is on the case. Down to you, Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I'm down here with Kyle Shano, who's in charge of Showtime Motorsports TA2 program. Kyle, what's Carl Rydquist saying to you on the radio?
We just lost brakes. I mean, working our way through all this traffic. There's too much, but we got to fix our brake program. We'll get it figured out. He's a fast driver. We'll come back and win Sonoma.
Well, you know what, guys? Willie T, this might go to you. We've had a lot of teams having brake problems here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Do you have any idea what that could be?
That's a good question, Ben. I'll ask my better half here, Willie T. Ribbs. The brake problems at Laguna Seca, it's no different than any other track, but it's not COTA. There isn't this heavy braking that you would have at a really long straight. This is medium corners, no real hairpins. Why would you perhaps think, in your experience, that we'd be having brake problems this early in a race.
You know, unless they're not, you know, they're starting to overheat because they're not getting enough air, that could be an issue. But going over the top of that hill into Andretti hairpin, that's you got a lot of brake pressure, right? And then you're going up the hill into the corkscrew, you're on, that's almost,
yes,
right?
Good point, yeah.
So you're two places in this on this track, you're really putting a lot of brake pressure. And if they're starting to overheat, I don't, you know, usually the brake lines don't start leaking or falling off, but you just never know.
Let me take you through the procedure here, though, or take our audience through the procedure. What do? I mean, it looks for the uninitiated that you're just going at a very slow speed and nothing's really happening. But like I said, you're going through systems check here. You're worried about the tires. You're worried about the temperatures. You're talking to your engineer. You're working out what the strategy is. You're looking at the number of laps. Take us through your head as what you would do with your engineer right now.
Well, I would be describing to him what's happening, right?
Yep.
At the same time, this caution is good for the drivers. They can take a break.
Yep.
Because they've been beating on each other, right?
Yeah, and it's a mental break as well.
Right. They can take a break and sort of loosen up the belts. Because what I used to do on caution, I'd loosen up the belts.
Right.
Right.
Just to let your chest breathe.
let you so you could breathe and take the pressure off. Right.
You ever forget to do it back up?
No. You go through a systems check
I'll bet.
Inside
you
the cockpit.
soon find out if you missed that one.
Right. So, you know, I would do that, but this is also good for the tires.
Right.
Okay. They're
longevity. Yeah.
They're getting a break, right? And you're still burning off fuel, so it's good all the way around. You can take a break, tires get a break. You're still burning off a little fuel, and you can do a reset. And a lot of drivers, they'll start work with brake bias, for example, right?
You've got that little button just on the left-hand side,
Yeah. And so as that fuel burns off, you can start changing the brake balance, bias around.
More to the front or more to the back?
Well, I always, it depends on how you got the car set, right? And a lot of times you'll start moving the brakes more forward, right? And that's what I would do. I would start moving them a little bit more forward, and because I always like 60-40 anyway.
Yep.
Right. I
More
like
at the
60
front.
on the front. Right. So they'll make some whatever adjustments they can make, and get ready to rumble again.
So we're at an interesting time in this race for the simple reason that we have a 1-2 for the three-dimensional services team. Mike Skeen leading the race, Rafa Matos in the championship hunt in second place. So let's head down to the pit lane once again. Scott Lagasse Jr., of course, is looking after Connor Mosack. He's very much in this hunt. He's dropped down to third place, but it'll be interesting to see what former Trans Am star Scott Lagasse has to say. Let's join Ben.
Hey, Scott, so we're wondering, Connor started in second, but now Rafa's in front of him. What's he saying to you, and what's your strategy to get ahead of two teammates with three-dimensional?
We're riding right now. We think we've glazed the front pads, so we're trying to figure out how to get that fixed right now. So he's just we're sorting that out, but proud of him. He's doing a heck of a job, had a good start. And then Jack, coming from where he's come from right now, I'm pretty proud of our guys. So it should be a good day the rest of the day.
So thank you, Scott. Now, Willie, I'm going to need your expertise. I don't know what glazing the brakes means.
I don't know what that means either.
It's not like a donut, though.
Yeah, it's not like a glazed donut, because we didn't use that term. Now, when I was racing, we would say cook the pads.
Yes.
Right? We would cook them.
And I think that's what he's really, I think what he's getting at is that they're not getting the same performance out of them because they're not going straight to the caliper itself, and whatever, if they've got a little bit of powder in between them, whatever it might be, it's just they're not getting the braking performance they want.
Well, if those pads are not hitting that rotor flush, then you're not going to have the same stopping power as the guys that are rotors are and pads are working together, right?
But the way he described it was like all systems go. It wasn't an issue. He was just saying, you know, that's our only issue, but that's not an issue that's going to stop us from performing, because he was like, all systems go, we've got this. And I think, you know, third place at this point in the race, long way to go. But what worries me, and you've worked in teams like this, is when you've got a 1-2 like this, you're in a much better position for this 2 yellow three-dimensional services cars to control the race. Skeen and Rafa Matos now can hold off, if they choose to, Mosak from making a move. And certainly Rafa will now perhaps maybe use this opportunity at the restart to get ahead of Skeen. If I were the team manager, I'd say, okay, Rafa, this is your chance. See if you can get past Mike, and then Mike could be your wingman. Is that too easy?
Wait a minute, come on, John. This is racing.
Okay.
Okay.
Explain it to me.
Matos is only thought right now is Skeen.
Yep.
Okay. We're teammates, but we're not teammates,
yeah.
right?
Yep.
So yeah, he's going to go at Skeen. He's not going to take any risks to take them both out or take Skeen out, but he's going to race him, and he's going to put pressure on Skeen. And if Skeen, you know, happens to go a little wide, he's going to be right there to take advantage of it. And this is a good thing for Mosak, because if these guys overwork each other, he's going to try to take advantage of that.
Yep. So, away we go then. And Mosak trying to get up the inside. He's blocked there from Matos. He slots back in. Skeen's got the lead again. And it's a nice tight start. Mosak will go high and wide and try and get alongside Matos. That's a good restart from Mosak. Will he make it? He's going to keep his foot in, but closing the door. Matos does the job. Wise Brazilian Rafa Matos, our champion, closes the door nicely, and we are line and stern, three-dimensional, all yellow barrel.
Yep. When you come at it, when you exit Andretti hairpin, that's the correct name for Andretti hairpin, right? When you exit that corner, it goes away. You got a lot of.
And another attack here. This is a really good one, because look at Thomas Merrill. He's using this restart to try and see if he can have a go. The local man, Thomas Merrill, fighting hard in the championship. Merrill 5th at the moment. This could be his chance too. Go ahead. Finish.
Did you notice Mosak when he came off with that turn 6?
Yep.
He went left. He went right to the middle to block that potential move that that Merrill was going to try to put on the corkscrew.
So a really good restart, but
You
it's
know,
all systems go as the 2 yellow cars of the three-dimensional
They're
services
leaving.
are pulling away.
They're leaving, and maybe Mosak's braking is giving him an issue, because Merrill seems to be able to attack Mosak on braking. And if Mosak's car is not stopping the way he needs it to slow down and get stopped, Merrill's going to try to get up underneath him. Now, Merrill might have made a little bit of mistake, and and Mosak put a little gap in between them.
On board with the FBEC onboard camera, Dylan Archer. Archer currently in 14th position. He's got Rhett Barku just ahead of him in the Challenger. Barku and the Berryman Napa MPEC car.
You know, I see Cameron Lawrence has moved up into 12th place.
I think that was Archer that just went wide there. We're back on board with him, but he just touched the grass or dirt for a moment there, but he's okay. Sounds so good inside these cockpits as well. Another little lock up here. Everybody's pushing on now here in the mid part of the race. 24 of the 45 laps gone. We're half an hour away from the checker. And we're keeping an eye on Rhett Barku. He's 8th in the championship at the moment on 42 points, just 3 behind Jeff Sexton, who's not in the running. He's in this race, but he's a lot further down in 23rd place is Sexton. So a great opportunity this for Rhett Barku to move up the board. Evan Slater in 6th place. Thomas Merrill started the day in 5th. There is Rhett Barku. Another one of the youngsters, although he's not a young gun. Well, he is actually, excuse me. He's the oldest of the young guns, Rhett Barku.
I think Barku's what? How old is he? 24?
Let's say 24, yeah, 23 or 24. Here's Lawless Allen. We haven't seen him much this weekend. Jack Wood with him. Two up-and-coming guys. Jack Wood had a problem. Look at these two go. But Jack had a crash yesterday and ripped off the front end, but I talked to Scott Lagacy Jr., and he said it wasn't anything too particular. It certainly didn't change the chassis or bend it in any way, and so it really just was cosmetics to the front, and they've got him back out and running.
Now, did you notice the back end was sliding on Lawless's car?
Yes.
All right, now we're getting to the point of the race now where the rear tires are starting to wear, and you know, in the beginning you can put the power down and you got grip.
Yep.
As the race goes on, you're trying to put the power on at the same place, and you're not able to do it because the tires are starting to give up.
Yep, and the fuel load going down, of course, as well. So we're getting down to this important Yeah, we were just talking about Ryquist, and just got a bit of information as to what he was really dealing with. He was losing the brakes inside by lap 3 and 4, and he nursed it to cruising. Jim Gallagher stuck at the top of the corkscrew. Well, that isn't a wine you want right now, because that's corked. That is not good. Send that back. Send that back to the waiter and order me another drink, because that ain't happening. Jim Gallagher in trouble, but I can explain what happened to Ryquist. Laps 3 and 4, he was already cruising because he was having problems with those brakes, and obviously it led to him going off in the end. So let's have a look at what happened there. We'll get an explanation. We're looking up at the corkscrew now. Jim Gallagher should be coming into shot in the all red. There he is.
Oh, he got into somebody.
Oh, big time. And luckily, obviously, the all-yellow number 5 has got away, but left Jim stuck out there.
Oh, and he stuck right in the center of the corkscrew.
That's got to be a caution. You can't.
Yeah, oh yeah, no. Unless he can get that thing refired and get down the hill, they would have to.
Well, he would if he could fire it. He would have done by now. That's Stephen Lustig he got into. So he just lost his braking point. Stephen Lustig was able in the 05, the Autosport Group car, to get going again, but sadly the number 16 Jim Gallagher not able to keep going. So all sorts of drama here, and another pause in the action here. Our second caution of the day, round 4 of TA2 from Laguna Seca in our double header here for Trans Am. We head to Sonoma next weekend, so it's all about, well, they said it in the racers meeting, risk versus reward. And you can explain that better than any other racing driver. You know exactly what I mean when I say that.
Well, if you look at the leaders, Mike Skeen, and you look at Matos.
Yep.
Okay, they have been low risk right now. They're low risk with a great reward. They're out front, so they don't have to fight anybody.
Yeah.
Right? They don't have to get in there and bang it up. So they're going to save their car. They're not going to be in a fight that takes a chance on getting spun out, right? Or running your brakes too hard, or even using up too much rear tire with the throttle. Everyone else behind them, they're the one that's going to take the risk to get the reward. Even Mosak. Mosak knows, one, staying with Matos and Skeen is tough. His job now is to hold Merrill off. Yep. Right? You know, you pick your fight. Right?
Yeah.
You pick.
It's like anything. It's like any schoolyard.
That's
you pick
right.
your fight.
That's right. You don't punch at Mike Tyson, right? You go at a lighter weight.
Well, Ben is down in the pits. He's got Mike Skeen's crew chief. Let's head down to the pits.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm with Jody Meesemer, Mike Skeen's crew chief in TA2. What's your driver saying to you, Jody?
Not a lot. We're just maintaining. Been a good weekend so far. No complaints with the car. He's just doing what he does.
We've had a lot of brake problems. I think we've had 5 retire now with brake problems or come through the pits and go back out with brake problems. What do you think that could be? Are you hearing anything from your drivers?
Not hearing anything from Mike or the other drivers. We stay on top of that pretty good, and when you're out front, you can kind of maintain and set the pace like you want to.
Good words from Jody. Gentlemen, back up to you.
Pretty much emphasize what you were saying, huh?
It does, and if Mike Skeen has got no complaints, and because they're asking him, everything all right? If he's saying everything's all right, he knows he's got it under control. And Matos seems like he's got it under control too, because they would know. They would tell us that there's a problem. It doesn't look like there's a problem. Now, we've been hearing about brake problems, right?
Yep.
I would really like to know if the brakes are getting good air.
Good point, yeah.
Right? If
with such a big field.
Yeah, remember.
They're not running in clean air much.
Yeah, they're not running in clean air, right?
Everybody's getting the hot air off the car behind.
Exactly. They're running behind a barn door.
Yes. Yeah. Good point. I hadn't thought about it that way, but especially under these conditions now, they're heating up even more, and so you want to keep the temperature, the mechanical grip in the tires. But what can you do about the brake pads? I mean, usually you're using the brakes to heat them up, but in this scenario, it may be the case that they're getting too hot. It's going to be an interesting restart too, because I was channeling my inner Toto Wolff before about team orders and how they were all going to work together. Now I'm Rafa Matos, and I've had a disastrous start to the year. It's round 4. We're back-to-back. Skeen's not a factor. He's my teammate. And he's not in this championship. He's here for a few rounds. So I'm going to stick my nose up there and see if he wants to turn in on me.
A win is a win. I don't care if you're moonlighting for 2 or 3 races or the whole season.
Yeah.
In Matos' case, he's in for the year. He's all year long. In Skeen's case, this is another race I want to put on the mantle.
Exactly. Good point. And there are others who need some points too. Mosak right there in 3rd, Thomas Merrill. In fact, this time last year it was Matos and Merrill going head-to-head. Rafa taking him on turn 11 in a very audacious move to take the win. Matos a winner here last year. Skeen has been a former winner here, and of course is a champion in his own right. Back on board with Adrian Lostowski. Like Matos, Adrian hasn't had the best of starts to the year at Charlotte, at Road Atlanta. Problems here, problems there. Taken out had to start at the back, came through to 10th at Sebring, but it's not been an easy season for Adrian Lostowski. Hawk Performance on board with them, and Hawk there looking at brake pads. Hawk a really big partner to Adrian Lostowski and looking to try and turn things around. He just said to me today, I want to get out of here with points, I want to be in the top 10, and I want to go on to Sonoma and do the same, and then go home, back to New York, back to the tracks I know, like Watkins Glen and Lime Rock.
Well, there's so many cars here getting points. It's like finding gold under your pillow. You really got to strategic with everything you do, because it's not like there's just a few cars and you're going to gain big points. Each car in front of you is a little point here, a little point there, but you don't want to lose it either, right? You don't want to make any mistakes where you lose points. It's tough to get points there.
The other thing that's worth talking about is when you're going slow like this is not how these cars are designed and how humans are designed in a metal box. You're getting hot and the car's getting hot. So there's a lot of things going on that you're kind of, you want this to be over now, don't you? You want to get going.
Well, you're a little over half distance, right?
Yep.
Well, this is where the discipline comes in, mentally and physically, right?
Sure.
You know that you got to still run hard. The car's not as stable as it was at the start. Tires are starting to go. Brakes are starting to get a little soft. But you've got to work it. You've got to keep. You've got to take what you got at that moment and go fast. Maintain what you got. In Skeen's in Skeen's position, just keep everybody behind me.
Well, Well, we're about to find out because the safety car has gone off. Mike Skeen is in control of this race. Rafa Matos will be looking to get past, but so too will Merrill and Mosak. The two M's. Here comes Rafa immediately. And maybe my prediction was right because that was way too easy for Rafa Matos. And through goes Mosak too, which is not the plan at all. That has not worked well for the three-dimensional surfaces. Skeen got out of the way, but look what's happened. He's now being thrown out on the outside, been hung out to dry. He does muscle his way back. Wow, much
move.
better by Skeen, and that's the plan they wanted.
That was insane move by Skeen to fourth going into the hairpin. That was a brilliant
recovered his
move.
flushes there.
Oh, that was a brilliant drive by him just in that one corner.
But he almost blew it, didn't he?
Well, I mean, they got the jump on him.
Yeah.
Two or three cars got the jump on him going up the hill, but he got it right back, and he's going to go after Matos.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting now to see how they play it. There's Sexton. Haven't seen him all day, but Jeff Sexton, of course, the young Texan who is coming into the championship for the first time this year and currently running in 7th in the championship in that Horse Soldier Bourbon Whiskey Ford Mustang. And so it is Matos, Skeen, Mosak under real pressure already now from Brent Cruz. The youngsters are going at it together. The championship leader's in the mix. He's in 6th place. Connor Zilic is right there in 7th. Goikhberg in 8th. Slater 9th and Jack Wood 10th. We've got an almighty battle here as the Ford Mustangs at the front start to pull away.
Well, and we got the old hands right here. I'm not calling them old,
No,
but
but
just
you're right.
in terms of experience, right?
2 championships under their belts.
And then you got the young kids. Well, they want to be king of the young kids, right? Or the young guns. Now, Mr. Moonlighter, who is Skeen, right?
Yep.
He knows that Matos is running for a championship, but all right, you got to earn it.
Look at this. Cameron Lawrence getting amongst it with the 2 youngsters. Lawless Allen in the 25, Jack Wood in the 27, and Cameron Lawrence right behind them. And I think that's Andretti, if I'm right. Yeah, up to 15. So really, really interesting now as we get down to the last 20 minutes of this race. Andretti is up to 12, and that's good point scoring because you score all the way through. Whoa, and under braking, and now everybody trying to get past. And it is the 86 of Adam Andretti making his way. Well, Adam Andretti, prophetic words at the beginning of this race. He said, it doesn't matter what happens until the last 10 laps, and we're getting ever so close to just that.
And he's got Cameron Lawrence. Lawrence is a hell of a driver.
And he's the mark point that you mentioned.
Yeah,
that
he's the point man.
The point man.
Right,
Oh! Pull up the inside of Rainey. Nicely done. Not quite. Can't pull it off there. Thought about it.
And Adam wants he bumped him just there, right? But Adam
Roberts racing, right?
That's it. And
oh, Cameron Lawrence, classic maneuver.
Okay.
That's
now where's Andretti?
Right
Andretti's going to go with him.
He's gone with
him.
him.
Right.
Borchetta's gone with him with damage to the car as well. That was absolute experience versus youth, wasn't it? Really good racing.
Now there's Andretti.
Oh, go on, Adam. Stick it up the inside. If you're going to make an overtake, Adam, do it at Andretti curve. And he's done it. Good boy. But now somebody else has gone off. That was good racing for a guy who was 30th on the grid and has had a rotten weekend. Andretti scything his way through, possibly to a top 10 finish if he keeps on going like this. But we've got somebody in the gravel at the exit of 2 again. And once again, the trucks are on the track. We are under caution for the 3rd time. Willie T, take a breath.
Great racing. Great.
Are you coming back next week? You got it.
I'm a moonlighter, too.
There you go. Well, we're going to get you back in this sport, I'm telling you. I hope you're enjoying it because does it remind you of, was the racing this frenetic and this exciting when you were racing?
It was, but with not so many cars.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't have this lineup ever. We were 30 cars, 32 cars, but not 45.
And I would argue that you probably knew who you were up against because everybody was a named driver at that point. You didn't have these 14, 15-year-olds that were kind of... Let's head down to the pits. I can hear Ben. So let's have a look at that restart again. And Willie, I'm going to turn to your expertise on this. Here we go.
That was Matos. going by Skeen. That is Mosack. That is Merrill. Now, what was amazing is how Skeen got back on the outside of Mosack. He really had grip coming off, because I didn't think that was going to happen. Mosack could have made it hard on him and lifted him up.
And I've seen people try that and get hung out to dry.
Oh, yeah. Mosack could have lifted him up, right?
Yeah.
But, when you get lifted up there,
wide.
Right, you're right into the sand. No, that was really clean driving by Mosack. A lot of guys wouldn't have given that up that easy, especially when he had the momentum in the center of the corner on him.
Okay, well, let's take another look at that for that incident anyway, or that moment, because that really was the defining moment of the race so far. Let's take a look, another look, and we'll see it here again.
Matos got up. I mean, he went by him hard. Now, okay, there's Mosack is in second. Merrill's really in third, and they got Skeen on the outside, and the way Skeen did that on the outside, look at that.
That's track knowledge.
And he still got off, but he had the momentum on the outside to get past Mosack. But it was clean.
Yeah.
There could have been, in the old days, me and Pruitt, we'd have been doing circles.
Well, let's head down to the pits once again. Scott Borchetta has been right in the mix with it. Let's hear from his crew chief. He's with Ben.
Watch Stephen Lustig come in sideways. Obviously some suspension problems. Now I'm with Dylan Hellman, crew chief for Scott Borchetta. You went from 11th to back in the 20s, and now you're at 12th. What's your driver saying?
A field this big, it's really hard to get a good start with so many cars. So to avoid a wreck right away, we had to spin out. But typical Scott, he chases rabbits, he battles down, and he gets them. He's doing a great job.
Nice. I'll give it back to you, gentlemen, for the green flag.
We're going green again, and now they've got to defend because we're under racing conditions again. And could this be the last hurrah for anybody wanting to catch the Yarrow Perils that are the three-dimensional service Mustangs? Back comes Skeen on the inside of Matos. He's not done yet. And he's got him. Well, so much for team orders. Side-by-side action between these two.
Oh, it ain't over.
It ain't over, is it?
Yeah, it won't be decided until right now.
So Matos goes back into the lead, and the Brazilian says, anything you can do, I'm going to do harder. But look at this, Mosack! Oh, what? No, it's Nachi. It's number 70. It's Brent Cruz, the youngest competitor of our young guns, coming at it. And now Merrill with damage to the front of his car, but pushing hard. Brent Cruz trying desperately to get past Mike Skeen, and we restart this race. Wow, what racing between these guys. But I can understand why the 70, Brent Cruz, wants by Skeen right now, because look, if Matos gets a lap or two under his belt with 10 to go, it's pulling the pin time.
That was some great racing into turn 5.
Yeah,
right?
Loved it.
They were leaning on each other, but they were clean, but fair.
Well, some of them might not agree with that because there was damage to Merrill's front. And I think that was done earlier, though, maybe at the restart. But Merrill looks as though he's got a bit of a crumpled front there, but it's not affecting his pace. As they come into 11 again, it's anybody's race. The top 10, you could throw a blanket over them, Willie.
This is as good as it gets in Trans Am. And you look at the top 10 guys, right? The top 10. Or even down to 12 to Borchetta, and they're all, and see what's great about this, each caution brings them back together again, right? So you keep getting a shot at the guy in front of you.
Cameron Lawrence with damage to his car running in the top 10, but it's just, that's Jack Wood off into the gravel at 3. So Jack Wood, and now another caution. But yeah, I was just mentioning Cameron Lawrence there. He's running in, 12th position, just behind Scott Borchetta. But Lawrence has had a little bit of an incident somewhere. There's Borchetta. He's got damage too. So everybody getting some fairing bashing today as we're under caution. Again, there's the damage to the front of Merrill's car. Just saw it going through shot. Fantastic shots. Thank you, Marley. And really looking at this field closely. There's Archer, a long way down. Dylan Archer in 16th position, but he's got ahead of Rhett Barku. Let's quickly go through the top 10 because this has been frenetic so far, but we're under caution. Willie T. Ribbs and Johnny Green bringing you the action, but it's Rafa Matos and Mike Skeen in the the two Ford Mustangs leading the way. Brent Cruz in that Nitro Motorsports car in the number 70 is in third place. Then Thomas Merrill, the local man and the man closest to Matos in the championship. He's fifth. Rafa Matos was fourth at the start of this weekend. Connor Mosack has dropped from second now down to sixth place. Tyler Casera is having a steady race, and that's a smart move by the championship leader. He said to me yesterday he's got his whole family here. His plan was to stay out of trouble, and that's an interesting way of going about it, especially when you're defending a lead. He's not been doing that for a long time. He's never done it in Trans Am. So good luck to Tyler Casera in seventh position. Lawless Allen coming back from truck racing into the championship just for this weekend and next. He's in eighth position. Misha Goikberg, a regular here for BC Racing, is ninth, and Adam Andretti all the way from 30th to 10th place. And Willie, smile on your face when you saw that.
Andretti is an Andretti.
He is.
Right?
And there's thousands of them, but they're all racing drivers.
Yeah, and they have a reputation. In fact, Marco always says, I'm an Andretti. Right? Right? And that is their breed. That's their genetics, race drivers. And for him to come back to the top 10, and he's not done. He's not done. Every car is going to have some sort of mark on him. Every car.
Let's head down to the pits again. We're about to get under racing conditions again. Ben, what do you got?
Well, thank you, gentlemen. As I mentioned before, I saw Stephen Lustig come in moving forward, but his car was sideways. He jumped out of the car. You looked like you were really heated, Stephen. What happened?
I was pretty angry at the time. Even before that, I think I got bumped in the back by the 16 car up in the corkscrew before that, which caused the yellow before the incident. And then on the restart there, trying to get my position back past one car coming out of here, and then down into the brake zone into two. I saw someone go off into the dust out there and just took my normal line, came in, and I think the 67 car tried to come back onto the track right at the traffic and hit me broadside right on the right side, hard as hell. So I was a little heated. I think the rears broke, the front suspensions broke. Drove it back in like this on the not to stay away from the race line, made sure we weren't leaking fluid.
We're going green. Sorry, Stephen Lustig, we're going green. Back to you, gentlemen.
Great stuff. Well done, Ben. Here we go to racing conditions again, and once again, Mike Skeen is right there behind his teammate, Rafa Matos, as we restart this race. Lawless Allen coming into the picture. Mosack trying to keep up with them. And in third place, it's Brent Cruz, but it's going to be the two Mustangs once again going head-to-head into the Optima Batteries Andretti corner. Side by side again. Nothing. No quarter arse, none given. And these two are going at it, but Matos holds the lead for now. But starting to get out of shape. Willie, you mentioned it earlier. Now we're starting to see even the leaders struggling.
You can see the rears starting to slide more and more. And when you come off a caution, you got to get the tire temperatures back up, right? Yep. So they're already warm. You got to get them back up to temperature, and they're going to slide.
Lawless Allen coming side by side with Thomas Merrill as they go up the hill. In fact, he's made the pass. So Lawless Allen is a law unto himself right now, and Lostowski on board with him, just trying to get a decent result. Lostowski's 14th at the moment. I think he'd be happy with this at the end of the day because he's running. He's had such, if it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have any. Down through the corkscrew again. Mosack struggling to stay with Zilic. Zilic right there with him. Lawless Allen made the move nicely through. And we're back on board with Cameron Lawrence now, second in the championship at the beginning of the day. Close though, just 12 points. 9 points, excuse me. Whoa, somebody going wide there at the exit of 10. That's one. I think that might have been Andretti. And it is. So Andretti in the wars for sure, but he's side by side, and there's some real action going on for the top 10 between Andretti, Borchetta, Lawrence, Goikberg. Here we go, on board with Andretti as he heads down to his own corner almost, or the one named after his uncle. Oh, Robbins racing, but that was very aggressive. And Misha Goikberg gets taken out by Andretti. And the 20 goes round, so too does the number 6 of Cameron Lawrence. And yep, yellow flags waving, but that could be local because
I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all back. They're both back on racing.
Well, David's going to have a hoot of a time looking at that one because David Hoots has got to sort it all out. He's our former NASCAR expert and now race director, but he'll have a close look at that one as we go back with Mike Skeen. We're getting down to the closing stages, the business end, if you like. Just 8 minutes to go. Willie, how do you play this now between the two teammates?
You don't.
Yeah, Misha Goikhberg reported that he was smelling oil, so he might have just, I don't know, he might have been slowing down, and that's why Andretti felt like he could make that move. I mean, Adam is not a dirty driver in any way. He would make that move if he saw the opportunity. He did see the opportunity, and Goikhberg, for whatever reason, we might see it again on replay, but they came together, and Cameron Lawrence, unfortunately, also succumbed to that one. But we're back on board with Dylan Archer. Here's your leaders coming out of 11. 8 minutes to go. What a race here at Laguna Seca. It's always great here at the WeatherTech Raceway, and it's proven again to be so. I think Connor Mosack is settling to stay out of the wars and maybe just pick up the pieces in fourth and hope something goes wrong. But these two are not stopping him. Once again, it's this turn 2 battle between them.
Both of them are really... everyone else is working a little harder than Skeen and Matos. Matos and Skeen are really working each other hard. They're not working the car as hard as they're working each other, right? And they're doing it clean. Nobody's been spun yet, but we still got a ways to go.
Yeah, well, still 7 minutes to go. And Andretti's right there. He's got Borchetta, who's having the time of his life out there. Scott Borchetta has been on track in SVRA all weekend. He races a lot in the Historics. He's been a multiple Group 6 champion in his time. In fact, today he clocked up his 26th.
Oh!
Mistake there from Skeen as he goes over the Zanardi move, as it were, because that's a famous part of the corkscrew. And a little bit of tap there from Matos. It was Matos that got out of shape, and Skeen just bumps into the back of him and says, mate, if you don't want this win, I'll take it from you. Doug Peterson, I'm glad he's in the race because he wouldn't want to be on the sidelines.
They're both on ice right now.
Yeah, they are.
They're
totally.
both. If you look at how Matos' car is getting into the corner, he's skating into the corner, right? And then he's trying to put the power down, and they're both skating. I think Matos' car is a little looser than Skeen's.
Well, I know who's hungriest. Matos. Skeen, though, is not giving him. I mean, they may be teammates, but boy, this is real racing. Fantastic stuff. Into 3 they go, side by side. Something's got to give.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Into 4. Skeen breaks late. Takes it. Beautifully done. Mike Skeen, former champion, up against the current champion. Side by side into 5. Surely something. They touch again. Through goes Matos again. They will not be denied. Matos does have to relinquish the lead, and Skeen is in the lead with 5 to go. Is this all fair for you?
Oh, this is racing, right? Right? They say rubbing's racing.
Yeah.
Well, banging is racing.
Absolutely.
And on each other is clean. No one's gotten spun out, but the cars are really loose.
Yeah.
You watch both of them. They're on ice, and
but they got to be careful. Brent Cruz is right there in 3rd place.
And Brent Cruz is loving what he's seeing.
I bet he is.
Oh, I did. When I saw 2 guys beating on each other,
give me
loved
some.
it.
Yep. Because you just wait for the right moment, and it would be coming into Andretti again, I'm sure, into turn 2 as they come out of 11. Here we go again, and Skeen has the lead. Matos made a mistake. They've been hitting each other, and again, more racing from this with 5 to go. There's your championship leader. Hardly seen him all day, Tyler Casera, but he's staying out of trouble and staying out of this amazing race that we've been seeing throughout this 100 minutes. 4 minutes to go. Merrill dropping back. He's now down in 7th, behind Casera in 6th. Damage to the front, but it's not affecting him. Meanwhile, at the front, Matos and Skeen going at it, tearing parts of fairing off each other.
Well, and Brent Cruz is one of the young guns. He's watching the old guns work each other over, and he's smart enough to just watch, because why they're doing that, they're not actually going faster. They're going slower because they're working each other over,
Good
right?
point, yeah.
And they're look at the back end of Skeen's car.
Yep.
Right. Look at him try to pick up the power, and the car slide. Well, Matos' car is doing the same thing, and Cruz is watching this, and he's loving it.
Yep, and no question about it. Lawrence really pushing on now as he tries to get on level terms, but these two have dropped back a little bit from the main fight. There's the 22 of Ty Young, and he goes off track. Cameron Lawrence giving him the pressure, but back to the leaders. Brent Cruz in third place, but right now with 3.5 minutes to go. Let's take a look at the last lap as they cross the line. But it's tight. It's
I got to tell you, John, I think Matos' rears are not as good as Skeen's. I mean, he is Skeen. Look at Skeen come off.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
I think Matos is done. I don't think he can go any quicker.
Yeah, and Cruz.
Yeah, Brent
Cruz sees that, and he's going to go after Matos.
Well, the good news for Rafa Matos, he may not be able to beat his teammate today, but he's going to pick up huge points having finished all the way down in, the mid-30s last time out at Road Atlanta. So he's trying desperately to get back his championship online for 2022. Skeen, as you say, wants another on the mantelpiece, and boy, has he worked for it today. You've got to give him kudos. He doesn't care that they're teammates. He is racing hard, and that's what we love to see.
Well, what they have done is they've put on an awesome show. All right,
absolutely,
a great TV show.
Yep,
right, and they're still.
It ain't over.
It ain't over, right?
This is brilliant stuff. Well, usually we associate yellow with caution. Well, with these two out there, you might well associate it with, but it's been pure aggressive racing by both of them. Now the gap is the biggest it's been as we come down to the 2-minute mark as they come out of the last corner again. Are we going to see a change in the top three? I doubt it. We might see Mosak having another battle, possibly with Zilic just behind him in the 57th silver hair car. Mosak, it's a shame. He was right at the sharp end earlier on, but I think he's settling for this position, the 24-year-old. And, of course, he's looking for the prize as well of leading the rookies.
Well, in the top 5, 3 are young guns.
Yep.
And those 3 are competing for the Young Gun Championship title.
Yep, and that's over $20,000 and well worth the prize as well. It's been great. I mean, you've got Dylan Archer, Lawless Allen coming back. Good to see Keith Project. He's made his way through up there. Adam Andretti got in the wars, but he's up to 8th. No, you can't take away the day from Adam, despite that incident with Misha Koikberg, which I'm sure they'll look into. Here he is. He's got ahead of Borchetta. There's Archer just behind, and then there's the number 9 of Prochuk, and there's Lawless Allen just behind him. So hats off to Adam Andretti. He really has put on a fight, but all the three-dimensional services group cars have really put on a show today as we go on board with Dylan Archer. We're catching our breath with 50 seconds to go because this has been non-stop, absolute pure adrenaline. Fantastic stuff at one of the greatest circuits in the world.
If you were to give out an award for the driver who passed the most cars, Andretti would be right there. Yeah, it's got to be Andretti and Bruschetta.
Yep.
Oh, they were back in the 30s, in late high 20s and 30s when the race began. Final lap.
Here we go then, final lap, and it is Mike Skeen of the Three-Dimensional Services Ford Mustang team leading the way. And we said this is a bit of a throwback in many ways this weekend. We've had historic Trans Am out there, and it's interesting. 1970, Parnelli Jones and a Bud Moore Ford Mustang. One here at Laguna Seca.
You look at the in-car camera on Skeen.
Yep.
Okay, he's working the wheel and he's keeping it on a knife's edge, right? He's not sliding it too much. He knows he's got to carry speed, and he's just nursing it. He's nursing that wheel, and with his right foot, it's really great to watch, especially at this point in the race, because he doesn't have tires like he did in the beginning, right? He knows he's got to go fast, but not make a mistake, especially on the last lap. You got to go fast, don't make a mistake, bring it on home.
And he is doing just that. He comes into 10, one more to go for Mike Skeen. It's been an incredible run. No holes barred racing by Mike Skeen. He has put on a show, put on a race, and proved why he is a brilliant Trans Am driver. As he comes to take the checkered flag, he will win at Laguna Seca. A superb win by Skeen at Laguna Seca. Mike and his mechanics can celebrate. That is brilliant stuff. And in second place, it's Rafa Matos, our champion. In third, Brent Cruz, the youngster. The youngest competitor we have out there is on the podium, and that's great for the future. And likewise, Connor Mosak put in a great job. Cruz, Mosak, Zilic, all youngsters. Our championship leader, Tyler Casera, in sixth place. Adam Andretti finishes seventh, and sadly, the Hawk number 3 car goes round right at the end. That's Lostowski getting in a spin with the 32 of Barry Bowes of Texas. Somebody else going wide there. Drama all around. You can have your Shakespeare. This is real drama.
You know, Mike Skeen and Rafael Matos, they can drink champagne. The other person up on there in third place on the podium,
he can't.
Carnation Milk.
That's it, Carnation Milk.
What a great race,
you know,
John.
You just gave me a schooling because I said, hey, they're going to work together and Mike Skeen's going to let him through. And,
sure.
And at that restart, it looked like I was right. And now you put me right, sir.
They are race drivers. Yeah. They didn't become winners and champions by
letting somebody through.
Yeah, by letting even in your teammate. We're going to race each other. We're not going to take each other out, but we're going to race each other.
And you know, I know Rafa pretty well, and he might have a few issues here and there, but I know these two will give each other a hug afterwards. There won't be any bad blood. That was good, hard racing.
It was fair.
Yeah.
It was fair, and as from a spectator standpoint, you that's what you want to see.
Yeah. And to be fair, Matos did make the mistake down at the corkscrew, and that allowed Skeen back in because he had the lead. And so as he came through, he almost straight lined the corkscrew, which kind of put him off his line a little bit, and that allowed Skeen through again. But that stuff that was going on at turn 2 was awesome. Skeen really deserves it. That was amazing. And plus, he did do his part to help.
When you're going up into that corkscrew, that hill, you don't see that corkscrew until you get over the hill. and it's right there. So it's easy to run wide there or overshoot the corner. Good thing is he was good enough not to spin the car down the hill. He used all the road, did a Zanardi.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
He did a Zanardi, kept it, but it gave Skeen the opportunity to get in front.
Here's the funny part. The guy in 16th is a guy called Doug Peterson. He owns the 3-Dimensional Services team. It's his company, 3-Dimensional Services. He won't have seen any of this because he's been racing hard himself. But I think he'll get back, and as a former Trans Am champion himself, he'll take his hat off to both these guys.
Well, when he sees it on TV, he wasn't up close enough to the front to see the brawl, right?
Yeah.
But when he watches it, all you can do is pat them both on the back and say, "Great job! You both came home 1-2, right? And no damage."
Well, as you can see, Mike Skeen's got the helmet off, and they're hugging Rafa, they're hugging Mike, and in a moment we'll hear from Mike Skeen, but you can see the bearded wonder as he is. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's got our winner, Mike Skeen.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. Crazy race here as the cars come by. If you were wondering if there were team orders at 3-Dimensional Services Group, I think we wonder no more. You guys were a little rubbinous racing out there with teammates. How was it?
Yeah, from my point of view, a lot of fun. Hopefully Rafa feels the same way. I was pretty fired up after that restart. Apparently the flagman doesn't know the rules. Pretty disappointing, to be honest. We shouldn't have had to race for this that hard and bang up the car. We were running a strong race. We had the car to beat, the car to win, and the restart was supposed to be on my go, and they just threw the green, and everybody ran over me. So that definitely fired me up and made me want to get back to put this thing up front where it belonged.
Crazy. Mike Skeen, first place. Congratulations. We're going to make our way over to Rafa Matos. Rafa Matos, crazy race with your teammate. How was it out there?
Very slippery. The track was quite dirty in a lot of places, and I don't think we had the pace to win the race today, but I was, giving my very best against Mike. I really tried to play safe as much as I could towards the end of the race. I didn't think he was gonna get too rough on me, but it did. We bent fenders and bank wheels and those kind of things. But in the end of the day, it was a good day for points for us. Really happy with the three-dimensional service group team, P1 and P2. Happy for Mike, he got his win, and for us it was a good day for the championship.
Nice, Rafa Matos, thank you. Brent Cruz, you got to walk to me. Our cameraman can't walk because you ran over his foot. How was your race out there? Congratulations, third place.
Thank you, I appreciate it. We had a really good race car. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's on this race car. They had some really good battles, and we came through the field, and I honestly thought they were going to make some contact and crash or something, and we were going to slip by them. But unfortunately, that didn't happen, but we had a really good race.
Nice. Brent Cruz, congratulations. Well, gentlemen, we're about to do the West Coast and the National Series TA2 celebration. I'm going to send it back up to you.
Great stuff, Ben. And I'm looking at the my dear friend here. Let me give the results out first, and we'll talk to Willie in a moment. But Mike Skeen takes the win over Rafa Matos. Obviously, Rafa felt a little roughed up there as well. He might, but Mike Skeen wasn't holding back, and you understood that he felt that he got beaten up himself at the restart. Brent Cruz, just a youngster, but what a mature performance in third place. Mosak, Zilic, two more youngsters, fourth and fifth. The Casera team did a very good job for the Liqui Moly Turn 14 distribution team because, of course, he came in leading the championship and he goes away with big points. Andretti, what a drive. 7th place from 30th. Evan Slater, 8th. Prochuk, 9th. Borchetta, top 10. That says a lot also for the Big Machine Vodka man. Dylan Archer, 11th. Lawless Allen. Jeff Sexton up to 13th. Didn't get the qualifying he wanted, but finished well. Baku, 14th. Anderson, 15th. Doug Peterson, who owns the three-dimensional services team. Boy, will he want to watch the replay. 16th, and Jeff Holden, 17th. Ken Sutherland, 18th. Michelle Abate, our only female competitor, in 19th position, did move up the board because she started back in the low 20s as well. Cameron Lawrence, sadly, finishing down in 21st. He had a spin, and there was more to come. Lostowski, likewise, at the end there, involved in an incident. Lynn, Perron, Stacy, Bose, Chad Christensen, 17th. Misha Goikberg taken out a little bit at Andretti by an Andretti, 28th. Ty Young, 29th. And Andy Kwiatkowski in 30th place. And you saw the damage to his car when we were down in the pits. John Schweitzer of the West Coast in 31st. Marvosh, Parsons, Thomas Merrill. Sadly, his home race with the parents watching didn't work out for him. Likewise for Bogadic, Wood, Konicki, Lustig, Mock, and Jim Gallagher stuck up at the top of the corkscrew. And a little further down, Tolson, Rydquist, Crandall, Fine, and Roy Fullman, sadly not getting to the finish. But fantastic racing. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. We'll be here all night if we take a look at all of the highlights, but we can show you just what a great race that was. And we got underway with Mosak on the outside, looking for a way round the outside to take the lead. It didn't come off. And then round went Lawrence. And Zilic with him. Carl Rydquist ended up in the gravel backwards at the Optima Batteries turn. And then the restart. This was the critical moment because Skeen was swamped quite literally by his teammate and several other cars. Then it was wheel to wheel, fairing to fairing, yellow to yellow. But what a peril it was. Then Andretti coming through in a similar car, and he would cause cars at carnage as well. Lawrence and Goikberg involved. More bashing, more fairing bashing, more racing, great racing. Two very experienced drivers going at it at Laguna Seca, just what we fans love. Wow, let's take a deep breath and let's hear from Willie T. Ribs. You're back in Trans Am, watching it close up. What do you think?
Intense. And I didn't know what the problem was Skeen at that restart, and I thought couldn't have missed a shift, right?
Yeah. When
everyone jumped on him. Well, it was the flag issue, and that we couldn't see from our angle. But Matos, he's not a good loser. I mean, as Roger Penske would say, show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser. Well, he's a racer, and he wasn't happy. Good. I'm glad you're not happy. Okay? Because if you were happy, you're not taking it serious. And but they drove awesome.
Yeah, it really was a fantastic example of pure racing and pure adrenaline. That's what we love in Trans Am. Now, let's get to our chill-out moment of the weekend. It's always an interesting one to decide on this one. This is the chill-out, keep cool move of the race by our chill-out systems. And it has to be these front boys going wheel to wheel. Brent Cruz, side by side. And Skeen and Matos going at it. But how about this? Through goes Brent Cruz. A beautiful move. And back comes Skeen. Great racing throughout.
That Brent Cruz.
Yeah.
Keep in mind,
He's still got braces.
14 years old.
Yeah.
14. Right? Taking on champions. Right? Big dogs. Right? He's no little puppy.
No, he's not.
Right? He's 14 years old doing that. That I am absolutely
gobsmacked. Yep.
Impressed.
So as we look down on the podium situation, Ben about to get underway. So let's head down to Ben Sissel for our ceremonies.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, from Laguna Seca, let's get loud. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Let's hear how loud you can get. That is what I want to hear. We are going to start out with a West Coast TA2. There's some West Coast fans right there. I love it. So, in third place, coming out to his first TA2 race, he won it at Auto Club Speedway just a few years ago. But let's give it up, third place, Nick Racino! From the beautiful state of California. And right here. And then Esther has your beautiful Crystal Sensations trophy. And then in second place, hard fought, the number 68. Let's hear it. Ken Sutherland, here he comes.
Thank you, thank you.
And then in first place, he got the West Coast Motul Pole Award. Let's give it up to number 11, Jeff Holden. Nick Rustino from California took third on the last lap. That's the way to do it. How's it feel, buddy?
It feels great. I always have a great battle with Tim Lynn and all the West Coast guys. It was a wild race. I just want to say thank you to Cole and Tracy Burr over at WeatherTech Waste Industries. Couldn't do this without them. Also thanks to Tom and Alan over at Amsoil. Also appreciate them. And thanks to Mom and Dad, girlfriend, and all my crew. Let's go! Yeah!
Nice, I love it. Nick Racino with a whole crew. I love that. Ken Sutherland and Jeff Holden, man, you guys both have white with orange accents. Yeah. You're both super fast on the West Coast. You guys are probably going to be going at it all season. How's it feel?
It feels great. I hope that's the way it works out because he's great to race with, and I think he was just holding up there at the end to make it interesting and give me a little shot. But that was a lot of fun, really fun race. Thanks to Cascade Sotheby's and the car owners, Kurt and Patty, and all my friends and family that are here helping this weekend. This is we were a ways back from these top dogs here, but that was a real big win for our little team. So.
Nice, I love it. The navy blue hat team basically right there. Well, shout out. And then Holden, man, holding it down. Way to go. Take the mic and tell us about it.
I just want to thank Dakota Lithium. We just got him in the car this year. Joe's Racing's been helping us for a couple years. Motul Oils, RelaxandCB.com, and Mid-Valley Transmissions. They've been helping us out with transmissions for a while now, so they're working great. And all my volunteer crew. We're a small team, self-funded, and we're just looking for wins to keep everybody happy on the car.
Nice. I love it. Volunteer and mom and dad crew. All right. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Get loud. Come on now. Nick Racino, Ken Sutherland, Jeff Holden. Unbelievable race here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We get the nod from Chris Clark. Where's Seth? Seth, you good? Okay. All right. Let's get loud one more time. Nick Racino, Ken Sutherland, Jeff Holden. Fantastic race from these gentlemen. The West Coast TA2 series just keeps heating up. Don't move, he says. Uh-oh. Yeah, you guys want to get out. Oh, look at that. Good throw there.
Don't want to get sprayed. That smells like champagne the rest of the night. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, I heard some expletives when he pulled out the champagne. Wait, let Eric get off stage. Go for it, gentlemen. Let's hear it. Oh, a little knock on the floor from Racino like he's done it before. Oh, and right in the eyes. Oh, Ken, there's no steps over there, buddy. He's going to share with his family and friends off stage. Oh, Holden's got a spray in his eyes. Congratulations, guys. Let's hear it one more time. TA2 West Coast, always putting on a great show. They will be with us next weekend, just a few hours north of the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTOUR. Congratulations, gentlemen. That was fun. TA2 National Masters. Another one of these yellow three-dimensional services group cars. Let's hear it in Masters. I like that. Doug Peterson, Masters three-dimensional services group. What a weekend for Masters. I've got so many questions for you, Doug. Driver, owner, leading the race with two different drivers. Do you even have anybody explained?
Sponsor. You forgot.
Driver, owner, sponsor, repairman, a little bit of everything. But you forgot to give team orders. What's going on out there? Your two front guys were bumping and grinding.
The only thing I told them is don't hit each other too much. So that was it.
I don't know of the definition of too much, but I think they have varying definitions. Masters TA2 here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, you know, my setup actually was pretty bad, so I was really struggling. And I see the guys sliding and the wheel spinning, and I said, you know, I'm going to drive as fast as I can without wheel spin, without sliding the car, because those last 10 laps are going to be tough, and they really were. Unfortunately, my tires were kind of gone too, but you know, I think I finished 16th. That's not bad for 71 3/4.
And who's counting? 71 3/4.
Let's give it up, Doug
Peterson, Masters three-dimensional services group. What a weekend. Andretti moving through the field. Mike Skeen, Rafa Matos going for it up front. Doug Peterson battling. Masters, Doug Peterson. That is very difficult to do as he hands back like a gentleman to Miles from Crystal Sensation, that beautiful trophy. And Doug, I've seen your shop. You display those beautiful trophies pretty proudly, don't you?
Oh yeah, for sure. They're beautiful.
Yes, and he's got a collection of them, a large collection of them. Doug Peterson, Masters, one more time. Let's hear it. All right. In third place, we just might have heard from one of the elder statesmen of the group, if I could say that politically. Now we're about to bring up our youngest in that group of 45. Let's hear it in third place, the number 70, Nitro Motorsports, Brent Cruz. Brent, nice job. Fun to watch. Esther says congratulations, hands him the trophy. In second place, fighting for first the whole race, check out this number 88 with the 1 in it because he is our champion from last year. Let's hear it. Rafa Matos, three-dimensional services group. Unbelievable race. Where is Rafa? Coming up here. I know Rafa's family from Brazil are watching. So hello to the family in Brazil. Rafa, congratulations. And coming in first place with just a little bit of damage on the front end. Let's hear it. Mike Skeen, ladies and gentlemen, our pole winner, Mutual Pole Award winner, fighting it vigorously. So Brent Cruz, man, unbelievable. Esther giving the congratulations and the great trophy. Unbelievable. You had a great race out there fighting against Thomas Merrill. You were fighting against Connor Mosack. How's it feel to be on the third step at the top in the Young Guns today?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the Lord. None of this would be possible without him. And everybody at Nitro Motorsports and my crew brought me a great car. I want to thank you to my dad and my mom. None of this would also be possible without them. And these guys ran a really hard race. They were really fast. We didn't have quite the speed they did, but our long-run speed felt really good at the end.
Nice, and you're doing all this with little damage to the rear end there. Nice job. Brent Cruz, ladies and gentlemen, youngest in the field. Remember that name because like 5 or 10 years from now, you're going to be like, I met that dude here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Rafa Matos, looking at you, buddy. You look disappointed to be here at second place.
A little bit disappointed. Obviously, we always want to win the race. We
worked really hard this weekend, and
we put ourselves in a good position to win the race, but fell a little bit short. I still think the team did an amazing job prepping these cars. You know, Mike did an amazing job winning the race. For me, it was a good day, points day for the championship. So I believe that we caught up a little bit on the championship leaders, and I'm really happy for the three-dimensional service group car. Can't thank enough Doug Peterson giving us this opportunity, and hopefully we'll do a little bit better in Sonoma.
Nice. Rafa, that's right. But hey, I got a question for you though, Rafa, because you're kind of. It seemed like lap after lap, the conditions on the track just kept changing. Were you feeling that as well?
Yeah, Laguna's
to have a lot of sand in the corners, and when drivers run over the curbs also, it changed completely the way the car behaves because they throw a lot of sand on the track. So it's the track was quite difficult today. It was cold, so during the restarts was a bit of a challenge, you know, getting the tires up to temp, but you know, it was the same for everybody.
Nice. It was the same for everybody, he says. Mike Skeen, man, what a show. Tell us about your race.
Well, just a big thank you for Peterson Racing. All these guys have given me an awesome car. I was the one to beat all weekend. Very fortunate to be driving it for a couple races this year. You know, I was pretty disappointed after that restart. Didn't quite go to the way we talked about in the drivers' meeting. The green flew before I went. So anyway, glad to, you know, I was pretty fired up after that. Not happy to be back and fighting that hard for the win when I felt like we really deserved the win today. So I fought hard. Fought Rafa a little harder than he probably wanted, but you know, glad to get back up front.
Look at your nose. Yeah, you didn't hear that. I had the pleasure of hearing Rafa say, yeah, look at your nose. Little bump there. All right, gentlemen, hold those Crystal Sensations trophies up. Let's hear it. Brent Cruz, Rafa Matos, Mike Skeen up here, TA2 Nationals. Hard-fought battle. Unbelievable. That was so much fun to watch. Good stuff, as we say, as Mike Skeen throws the hat out to the fans. All right, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Get loud right now. Come on. Brent Cruz, Rafa Matos, Mike Skeen holding it down out here. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Now, we have to do something a little different here. We have a minor on stage. He is not allowed to be sprayed with champagne. Oh, I know. We've got to bring the unalcoholic stuff next time. But we are in near wine country. Let's see what these gentlemen do. Oh! I guess there's no team orders with the champagne celebration either. Right in the eyes. Rafa Matos giving a sprinkler a cheers. Congratulations, guys. You're now excused. We're racing in just a couple days, so I don't know if a dry cleaner can fix that. Don't get pulled over on the way home. That cop's not going to like the smell of your car. The chill-out moment of the race. Our chill-out cool suits go to Brent Cruz. Where's Brent Cruz? Don't go too far, Brent. Come on back up here. Come on, you're young enough to run up here, Brent Cruz. Come on down. Brent Cruz gets the chill-out moment of the race. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know when it was. It might have been on the outside of the restart, but I know he had a couple good moves, and we just had a really good race car.
Nice. Hold that out for our photographers there. Let's hear Brent Cruz, the chill-out systems move moment of the race. And then, all right, you're excused. You can't take the Happy Gilmore check home. But you do get to take that check home. See? That's how it works. And then Omologato is a beautiful watch company that gives us these beautiful Trans Am watches. You can buy them. But right now, we're going to give the Omologato Young Guns fast lap of the race. This goes to the number 28 right there, High Point University. Bring up Connor Mosak. Come on up here, Connor. Great race. You were in third place for a long time in that race. Tell us about the race out there, and what do you think of this fantastic timepiece?
Yeah, I've been admiring these last couple races. I was wondering if I'd ever get one, but good to finally get one of these. Yeah, I feel like our High Point University Mustang here wasn't quite as fast as we needed to keep up with the Peterson guys, but you know, I feel like we maximized our finish for how the car was, and have got it in one piece to hopefully be competitive out at Sonoma.
Perfect. All right, jump up on that top step, Connor. Hold up that watch up high for Chris and Chris. Let's hear it. Connor Mosak, Omologato, fast lap of the race. One of our young guns doing super well out here with us. Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Connor, congratulations.
We good?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am sad to announce, but there's good news, good and bad. That is it for the Trans Am Series and the Trans Am SpeedFest here at the beautiful WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We will be back here next year, but if you need a little bit more, just drive 2 hours north to Sonoma for the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour. Tickets are on sale at speedtour.net. We will all be there racing. It's going to be a blast. Thank you guys so much. We love WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. One more time for the drivers.
Thanks, Ben. Great stuff. And that concludes our coverage. But let's once again celebrate our Chill Out Systems. Chill Out, Keep Cool move of the race. And it has to be Brent Cruz right in the thick of it with the two three-dimensional services Mustangs. But Brent Cruz may only be a teenager, but he didn't act like one. He acted like he belonged right next to Skeen and Matos, and that's why he put on the cool move of the day. Coming into 5, he didn't flinch. Merrill behind him, he just kept his foot in, and that's what a good racing driver does. And he is our chill out, keep cool move of the race. Well, we caught our breath, and I'm honored to have had alongside me one of the greats of American motorsport, Willie T. Ribbs, who has not only experienced Trans Am and many other forms of sport, he's still racing. He was doing SRX on CBS himself last year. But Willie, nice to get you back involved in our championship and your championship. What's your abiding memory now leaving today?
Tony Pirelli has got one of the greatest shows in road racing, and definitely in this country, in America. What a show! Right from the green flag, right to the checkered flag.
Didn't feel like 100 minutes.
Yeah, it was non-stop. Let's get it on, and they did. And Skeen, brilliant strategy. Matos, great hard charging, and that kid Cruz, and the three kids be in that group, Mosak and Zilich. They got a future. And the future with them, it starts right here in TA2. Yeah. This is where they will be known where they've gotten their start. Just like I got my start.
Yeah.
Phenomenal to watch.
Well, my thanks to Willie T. Ribbs. If you really want to catch up with Willie and what he's all about, watch out for that film on Netflix. It's called Uppity. It's a must see, and it's an absolute box office sensation. I love it. And he is a true gentleman and a true sportsman. My thanks to Willie T. Ribbs to be here today, and you're welcome anytime you want to come back and join us. Just want to remind everybody, we've got TA, XGT, SGT, and GT premiere of this race on Thursday, the 28th of April at 8 p.m. Eastern on CBS Sports Network, and that will be followed by a repeat on Saturday, the 30th of April at 11 p.m. Eastern. And if you're a TA2 fan, and well, you should be, the premiere of this race will be Sunday, May 1st at 6:30 Eastern, and it will be repeated again Sunday, May 1st at 10 p.m. Eastern. And while that's going on, we will be in Sonoma. My thanks once again to all the crew of Greenlight Television, and of course to Tony Pirelli and the Trans Am crew. My thanks once again to Ben Sissel, to Willie T. Ribbs. I'm Jonathan Green, and on behalf of everybody here, we'll see you in a week's time. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. We'll see you soon.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, 3-Dimensional Services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. 3-Dimensional Services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. 3-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.